Yo, yo, yo. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, can you hear me? Sweet, lovely jubbly. Sweet as a fucking nut. Oh, wrong button. Wrong one, wrong one. There we go. Phone lines aren't open yet. I look like shit today, so you'll have to excuse me. Yeah, I think I've got corona. You know how it is. How you doing, bearded veteran? Evening, Rob. Fake tan's worn off. I need to go and take some more fucking of my fake tan stuff yet. Greetings, Danny Austin. How you doing, mate? Hello, Mags. Right, how we doing? How we doing? I never look like shit. I do. Most of the time. Specifically when I'm not on camera. But increasingly so when I am on camera. How you doing, Looney? Hiya, Roger. Operation Insight. Oh, you've changed your name again. God, it's getting hard to keep up with you. It is. Just one or two. I've got a coffee here. I've got freshly made coffee. I've got a couple of lagers on the side here. A few more in the kitchen, like. Hello, Keith. And iAccess, how you doing? So how the fuck is everyone? Quit smoking Boxing Day. Just started getting your taste and smell back. And you've come down with a cold. Fucking hell. Typical. Well, fair play for giving up, man. That's good shit. It really is. But, you know, people keep going on me about giving up smoking after the stroke and that. But if it's my time, it's my time. Do you know what I'm saying? Just got out of hospital a couple of hours ago. I hope you're okay, Brummy. Dave Mack, not so bad, mate. Not so bad. Not good in Greece. Masks inside and outside. Two masks. Two masks have to be worn inside. What's the point? What's the point of two masks? Fucking one of them don't work. Hello, Tom. Oh, hang on. Let me change my chat. I keep doing that. For some reason, it always goes to top chat instead of live chat, so I miss some of the comments. Everybody that's in the room, please note... which side would it be? That side? Yeah, that side, I think. Please note the pinned comment over there. I don't want anybody fighting and arguing in the comments because this is not the place for it. This is a place for us all to come together and discuss opinions. If we don't agree with somebody, we don't agree with them. Do you know what I mean? But we can all leave this stream at the end of the night. We can all leave still friends. Do you know what I'm saying? So... let's make sure that if somebody gets into the comments and starts being a dick, we'll deal with it quickly or as quick as we can. Don't get into it and you know, don't end up having an argument because I don't want people to feel that they're not welcome on this chat, especially when we are doing a live stream. The worst thing ever is for somebody to think that they're not welcome on this channel in a live chat. So everybody, please remember, we can... you know, you know, I'm not telling you not to say stuff. I'm just saying, let's make sure that we leave this live stream all as friends, okay? Exactly, Marty. Differences of opinion encourage debate. My only issue is when that debate becomes like a targeted, when you know, when two people just constantly at each other, for example. And I seriously don't want to see that tonight. Right at the top of the chat, Oh, fucking hell. Oh, fuck me. Which way is it? Over that way, is it? No, I don't know. Wherever the fucking chat is, at the top, there's a pinned comment. Right. What I'm going to do tonight is I'm not going to fuck about too much with too much chit chat at the beginning. I'm literally going to open the lines up in a minute for people to call in, and excuse me, and I'm going to put a timer on. Okay, so we're going to do 10 minutes. Okay, 10 minutes, maybe, you know, a minute extra if we need to wrap up a particular thing, but we're going to try and stick to 10 minutes per call, if possible. If it's somebody that needs to speak some more, what we'll have to do is we'll have to speak maybe by email or something like that. But you know, but let's try and keep the conversations to about a 10-minute window, and we can hopefully get some more people in on the phone calls that way. How's that sound, everybody? Everyone good with that or not? Mind you, it doesn't matter if you're good with it or not. I'm fucking doing it. It's my channel. You can't on your iPad. Okay. For those of you that can't see it, there is a pinned message that said, "Remember, this is not the place for fighting," in the comments. Basically, it's a place where we can all discuss shit and leave at the end of the stream still friends. And that's what I want people to remember, please. Thank you. At least Quinkle won't be on tonight. He was waffling on earlier for 3 hours. Do you know what? I still haven't looked at his channel. I've still not been over there. Oh dear. I suppose when I get to the point where life isn't worth living anymore, I might go over and have a look. But until then, oh dear. If people have issues, just block them. Exactly. Don't worry about what people have got to say to you. If, you know, even if they talk behind your back because you blocked them and you can't see them, fuck it. Who cares? People talk about me all the time. Occasionally it does get to me, I understand, totally. But for me, running this channel, I've kind of promised myself not to block people unless it's a targeted attack on me. If it's a targeted, prolonged attack, I'll block them. Other than that, whether people like me or not, I don't care what the comments say. But for anybody else, you know, feel free to block somebody if they're pissing you off. 16 hour he did. What, a live stream for 16 hours? Fuck me. He needs to get a fucking life, doesn't he? Yeah, that's the t-shirt. That's the one I'm wearing tonight. It's covered in cat fur because he was asleep on me earlier. Motty, I'm not so bad, mate. Thank you. Feeling okay. I had a sleep this afternoon, so I don't feel too bad at the moment. I had a shit night's sleep last night. Was up at, well, about 5:30 this morning. I was up. Went back to bed just before lunchtime. Got a couple of hours in, done a bit of housework, and now I'm here. So, well, after letting a cat sleep on me for a bit. So yeah, so there we go. I saw somebody mention me a minute ago. Did I see your last comment, Brummy? I'm just looking it up now. Which one? I can see one that says Gucci. Oh, a lot better than I was. Quite a serious chest infection, which turned into pneumonia. I've had pneumonia myself, so I know what that's like. So I don't envy you at all there. Good. I'm glad you're feeling better, Brummy. All good, mate. I'm glad you're feeling better. If you're police, can you ignore my message? Yeah, absolutely. Of course you can. But But then if you do target somebody in the comments, and one of the remember mods as well, I don't mind if somebody wants to call somebody a twat because I don't agree with them. Then do you know what I mean? It's not a problem, right? Because the other person can block them. It's if you see a targeted, a prolonged targeted back and fro between certain people, then we have to get rid of somebody. Okay. So other than that, if somebody wants to call someone a twat or, whatever it might be in the comments, then, that's part and parcel of having a debate these days. But I won't have people, prolonged targeted attack on another member. Did I get a haircut? I haven't. I need one. I looked in the mirror just before I come on here and I thought, fuck me, I need a shave and a haircut because I look like a tramp. But do you know what? Fuck it. I'm a tramp with a channel and I don't care because I fucking love the channel, and whether I look like shit or not, I'm coming on. My favourite cake, coffee cake without the walnuts. I fucking hate walnuts. But coffee cake, well, mate, I could eat that all day long. You got knocked off your bike. Do you know what, Marty? I don't mean to be funny, but I fucking hate cyclists. I do. I have to be honest with you. They are the bane of my life, cyclists. When you're driving down the road, do you know what I mean? And you have to slow down for them. I mean, what the fuck? Who gives you the right to make us slow down? Hey? Come on now. Crinkle got booted off a 56-hour live stream. Oh, Jesus. Favourite music? I'll tell you what I like. I like Kate Bush, believe it or not. Not Kate's Bush. I don't know any Kate. And if she's got a bush, she'd be getting rid of it. But I like Kate Bush. I like a lot of 80s stuff, to be honest. But it depends. It depends on the time of day. I'll be honest, right? If it's stupid o'clock in the morning and I'm awake, like 4 o'clock in the morning, I like listening to classic FM. If it's, once it gets to morning, sort of 9, 10 o'clock, I'll listen to something like Capital FM or something like that. As it gets on during the day, I'll change over to a bit of Magic FM. When it gets to the evening, it depends what I'm doing in the evening. But yeah, that give you an idea. I like all kinds of music, but depending on the time of the day, kind of depends on what I listen to. Shout out to Chelsea Steve. Chelsea Steve, I hope you don't go around giving people Chelsea smiles. Is it illegal to park your wheelie bin on the pavement? You're not allowed to put your wheelie bin out until the night before it's due to be picked up. You can get fined for it. You'd make love to me while listening to Barry White. Barry White's cool. Right. Okay, folks, what we got? We've got 123 people on. There's got to be somebody in here that wants to talk. Hang on, let's answer this question first of all. What's my views on the black belt barrister? I have mentioned this before, to be honest, and I'll answer this question before I open the phone lines. I think the black belt barrister is all right. However, and I don't mean this to be disrespectful, okay. He kind of appears to be more interested. Like, how can I put it? When he first started, I was watching some of it, or when I first heard about him, I was watching some of his stuff. As time's gone on, it seems to be more about subscribers than content, if that makes sense. Now, for me, the community is a major part of this, but he seems to, in my opinion, he seems to be more focused on the subscribers that he can get than the content. That although the content's good, don't get me wrong. As he goes through his videos, as he speaks, he tends to do this whole I want more subscribers thing. But other than that, don't get me wrong, Geezer knows what he's talking about, all right, and I've got respect for him for that. I just feel that as a barrister, the guy makes plenty of wedge. Do you know what I'm saying? So to make his channel, which is about helping people, to make his channel more about subscribers and whatnot, it makes me wonder why is he so interested in earnings from YouTube when he's minted. Do you know what I mean? But that's my opinion only. That's it. Right, ladies, gentlemen, boys, girls, innies, outies, in-betweeners, and Crinkle if you're watching. Let's get this fucking show on the road, shall we? Right, lines are open, 0151 528 9590 if you want to call and have a chat. I need to bring up my timer on my phone so I don't forget to set it off when I get a phone call. Fuck me, I can't find it. There it is, it's in there somewhere. There we go. Timer, there we go, 10 minutes, lovely job. Okay, oh no, that's turned the wrong way. So, I've not tested this since the last time we was on, so you never know, we might get a fuck up on the Skype again, but we'll have to wait and see. I can see the tumbleweed rolling down the road right now. Come on, guys, get on the phone, get on the blower. 0151 528 9590. Won't cost you a penny to call if you're phoning from a landline or one of them other things, the portable ones. Oh, fuck me! Fucking hell, that was loud. Right, hello. Hello.
What's happening, Dan?
Hello, mate. How you doing?
Not bad, not bad.
Good.
Just thought I'd phone to make sure you're all working and all good.
You scared the shit out of me when that rang. For some reason, the volume is up mega loud. I don't know if it's up loud for you lot, but for me, it nearly fucking blew my eardrums.
It sounded alright through the TV there before
Cool.
I paused it. But obviously you wanted to make sure everything was all good and working because it was quiet, so I thought I'd give you a quick ring and let you know all's working well.
Sound as a pound. How you doing anyway?
Not too bad, not too bad.
Good.
Just a bit bored sitting in the same place all day, every day.
Yeah, we're all with you there, pal. No worries about that. It's fucking ridiculous, isn't it? I mean, although saying that, this afternoon, actually, no, I lied. When I said that I went to sleep earlier, I did. When I woke up and I'd done some housework, I also followed up on some emails that I've had from people requesting some help and advice. So it just for everybody out there, if you're watching this, if you've sent me an email or you've sent me a WhatsApp message, if there's something in there where you're asking me for help or some advice and I've not yet got to you, I will, I promise you. I'm just trying to get through them as quickly as I can. Sorry about that. Just had to get that out there.
As you do. You want to give me some help? I need some help filling out PAP papers. I can't fill it out. Hands or so.
The PIP papers. You've got. I know some people don't like Citizens Advice Bureau, but do you know what? When I had to fill mine out, I've never had to do anything like that before. When I had to fill mine out, I actually got Citizens Advice help with that, and they smashed it, no problems whatsoever.
No problem I've got with the likes of Money Matters and that is the fact that they work. They say that they're there as a charity or there to help people, but what you don't realise is when they're getting your birth details, your birth documents, they're getting payment through your treasury account.
Right.
So it is a big lie. It is nice if there's people out there that's got that information who's willing to help with just like the rain after rain back that's willing to assist you. But when you go to these companies that you think are more charities, they're asking you for your details, they're asking you for your birth certificate, they're asking you for all this information that they have no need for if they're a voluntary service or even a charity. if you're getting all this information as well as your birth certificate, they're using your birth certificate and the birth certificate details to gain access to your Treasury account to make payment.
Yeah. Listen, I've just thought whilst I was saying that, and whilst you've just been saying your thing, I've just thought there is a subscriber list to this channel called Tracy, I think. Let me just bring up the email, because it may be worth you checking it out.
Well, obviously, I know like Indiglo, David on Indiglo and stuff like that, and he might be able to help with that information. I've not actually spoken to him in a while. Obviously, the last time I spoken to David was the time of my eviction.
Yeah.
He spoke to the guy with the eviction papers and basically told him he was trying to evict a vulnerable person for their home, and they didn't give two fucks. No, I mean, they had me arrested anyway.
Right, I'm going to put a link in the comments, right? Now, this link is from a lady called Tina. She's phoned up a couple of times over the past few weeks. I'm not sure if she's watching now, but she's got a... Is
that the woman she spoke? Is she in a wheelchair? Is she disabled as well?
I don't think so.
I know there was a woman on last week, a couple of weeks ago, and I called up, or I sent a wee message stating I'd like to get to know more about that woman, because she sounds as if she knows what she's talking about.
Right.
And obviously she was dealing with PAP and the brew and stuff like that. So
right.
I rigmarole to go through.
If she pops up in a comment, I can't remember her name. I'll remember when I see it. I can't remember off the top of my head. But when it pops up, I'll remember. But this is Tina. She phoned up a few weeks ago regarding helping with some printing and stuff. I'm not sure if you saw that. But she's also putting together a website, which is Independent Advice Net. Okay, so I'm going to put the link in the comments. The website is a work in progress, but it will give you an idea of the things that she might be able to help you with. Okay, so I'm going to chuck that. That's in there now.
No worries.
Okay.
Well, I'm using the Xbox at the minute, so if I was to check that, I'll need to go onto the phone and check it, because I can't see the comments on the Xbox for some reason.
Okay.
You don't get the comment box or anything like that showing up in that.
Right.
You just get the video.
Okay. Well, what are we? We're 27 minutes in. So if you check from about 27 minutes on the video and look in the live comments, you should see the link pop up then anyway.
No worries.
All right, so hopefully that will...
I seen you were on with Reverend Simon Sideways the other night as well. How was that?
Yeah, I don't mind going on there. It's quite a laugh, especially afterwards. I mean, the last time I was on a live stream, I was up till 11 minutes past 9 the following morning in the Discord afterwards. Last night I was in there for... I think it was last night. Was it last night? Or night before?
I'm not 100% sure.
I can't remember. But the other day I was in there for a couple of hours. I think I got off about 2 o'clock or something like that. But yeah, it's good fun. It's good fun on there. It's all good.
We said at the very start of the Simon Sideways show that you were on, the guy whose pal works as a taxi driver. They had I'm not sure if it was a neurologist or something like that, but it was somebody who works in the cancer department.
Right.
Basically stating they've had a spike in cancer showing through the vaccines. With the vaccine that people are getting, it's obviously changing the DNA, and it's basically tearing your immune system apart. You've only got like 10% of it left, and all these cancers are starting to run rife in people's bodies.
It doesn't surprise me at all.
It gives the cancer a bigger fighting chance to survive in the body and kill people off.
Right. Well, again, you know, excuse me. From my perspective, it wouldn't surprise me, simply because it's not been tested long enough to know what these, you know, any potential side effects are. It's like me. I'm on medications. I don't know, and nor does anybody else. I don't care what anyone says. Nobody knows whether or not the jibby jab is going to affect the medications that I'm on.
It's not just that. They can't give you a definitive on the effects that it could have over the next 10 years either.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean? Because they've not tested it enough. It's only come out this past year and a half, maybe 2 years now.
Yeah.
And and the cases are only starting to rear their heads. Now, you've seen footballers, I don't know whether they've had the vaccine, but a lot of them are having heart troubles. They're falling down in the pitch, dying of heart attacks and stuff like that. Now, it's getting a bit ridiculous. All these people are more or less being forced to be vaccinated.
Yep.
But again, everything is to be done by consent. How can they mandate something against people who have consent? You know what I mean? They can't go against your own consent.
You're right.
And it was a video earlier on for Alex Belfield, where a doctor who came in and he was talking about consent and how he feels that his patients, whether he liked it or not, they've got the right to refuse treatment.
Right, yeah,
and
absolutely.
He's got to be happy with that, and he has been happy with that. That's his choice, and that's what he was taught and how he's been taught as a doctor to treat his patients. But yet he feels that being forced, like the mandate is him being forced, and he's losing his right of consent to whether he gets to choose to have the vaccine or not. So it's basically like he's being forced, and he's put out there. He'd like to hear other people's opinions on the matter. Now that would be something I'd like to hear the black belt barrister's opinion on, because what he'd said is fact, 100% fact.
Yeah.
They're basically using words to take away your rights, and they're also pitting people against each other. Obviously, somebody wants to have the vaccine, that's up to them, that's their choice. Again, it's whether you've done your own research and whether you've done your due diligence and think that that's going to be a beneficial thing for you.
Yeah.
If you think something that's just been out that year is going to benefit you, well, that's up to you. You've made that choice, that's on your head.
Yeah.
Don't try and fuck the rest of us up just because you've made a decision that the rest of us haven't. At the end of the day, the Omicron variant isn't anywhere near as dangerous as a common cold or flu. Nobody's that worried about it, but yet people are being forced or mandated to take vaccinations.
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
No, it's wrong. Of course it's wrong. I mean,
ridiculous.
Anybody that believes in human rights, okay, anybody that believes in human rights has to also believe in the Universal Declaration on Bioethics and Human Rights, okay, because they go hand in hand, okay. Now, the Universal Declaration of Bioethics and Human Rights, Article 6, okay, I've got it written in front of me. Any preventative, diagnostic or therapeutic medical intervention is only to be carried out with the prior, free and informed consent of the person concerned. This consent should, where appropriate, be expressed and may be withdrawn by the person concerned at any time and for any reason without disadvantage or prejudice. Now, that is very important. So anybody that believes in human rights, any medical professional that believes in human rights, okay, who fails to take note of the Article 6 of that declaration as well, shouldn't be in the job, as far as I'm concerned.
Well, you've got to get it human rights, isn't it? It's Human Rights Act again. It's all acts in law, and companies, governments, these need to act within the law. Mm-hmm. You've got like a Boris Johnson and everybody else like that. Has he actually had a vaccination? You know what I mean? Do you see what was happening? Is it New Zealand or Australia? All their MPs and everything else are allowed not to take the vaccine, but yet all the people are being forced to take the vaccine.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And it's wrong, but
say that we're having to deal with at the minute, that you've got these people on the telly trying to tell you, you need to take this, you need to take this. Do you know what I say to people? Turn your fucking telly off, get onto YouTube and get the facts.
Right and all. Now the other thing as well is, I was going to say something then, and it's fucking floating away. I can feel it floating away. Oh shitting hell! This is really annoying when this happens. No, it's fucking gone. I had it on the tip of my tongue, and just as I was going to say it, it started fading, and it's really annoying when that happens.
Something will spring it back into your mind at some point if we talk about something in the conversation, and then it's just like, boom, aye, that's it, right there.
Yeah, I'll be talking to someone else and it will spring to mind, and I'll have to just say it, and everyone will be going, what the fuck? Nothing to do with what we're talking about now.
But, I apology. There was something that I was talking about earlier, and I had to get it. It's on my tongue, and I've got to get it out there.
Yeah, but you're absolutely right, and I totally agree with you. And as a lot of people, I'm sure in the comments, agree with you. We have to have that consent. I feel that a lot of people, just because it's the government saying you have to do something, a lot of people are, yes sir, no sir, 3 bags full sir, when we know throughout history that governments have got shit wrong in tremendous ways.
What people need to remember is the government don't tell us what to do. We put them in power. We put them in place.
Yeah.
We can remove them. They don't tell us what to do. They do not control us. They're only there to control what goes on in the background within companies and dealing in law. But they have no right to tell the people how to live their lives. They have no right to force anything on the people. Just like the energy companies, that, like I said a long time ago whilst I was working for E.ON, they have falsely advertised the smart meters, and they're trying to tell their customers that it was a government thing that had been rolled out
With the smart
and everybody's
meters,
going to have it.
Yeah.
And I turned around and I was telling people, no, it's no, the government don't tell us what to do, and they can't force anything upon us. That's our choice. We have consent. You know what I mean? And it doesn't matter what MD says. No one can take your consent away from you. No one has that right. No,
absolutely. But if you think about it, I'm going to have to wrap this up because it's just been 10 minutes now. So I don't mean to be rude, obviously.
No.
But again,
going for 5 minutes anyway.
A lot of people just forget. They assume that the government has control of them and their best interests at heart when they haven't. As you quite rightly say, that we put them where they are. We, us, the people, we put them where they are.
The people.
Exactly.
We, the people. That's all they need to remember. Whenever the Queen speaks, we, the people.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know what I mean?
Oh, my man. Listen, appreciate you calling in. Thank you. Kept you on for a bit longer than you wanted to be, or a bit longer than you thought you'd be. But there you go.
So
this is what happens.
That means I can get back to the live and get back to watching.
No worries, my friend. All right,
catch you later.
Take it easy.
Right, bye.
Bye. So there we go. Yeah, I see a lot of people in the comments agreeing there, as do I. Hello, good evening, and welcome. Can you turn your volume down a bit? Hello.
Hello, is it Dan?
It is.
Hello, mate. It's Mark.
Hello, Mark. You all right?
Yeah, not too bad.
Good stuff.
Not too bad. Yeah, I've just been watching Tommy Robinson. I mean, I've seen some comments in there, people asking what you think of it, not me, obviously you. And I'm looking at that, and I look at some of the comments, and some of the comments are a bit rude about him, and I'm thinking, the places he's going, mate, they are the places that we avoid. People that have made it, or middle class, they're the places that councils, they put people that have problems in certain places, in certain areas, and keep them to one sort of area.
Yeah, do you know what?
And Tommy goes right in the middle of it. There's a lot of shit going on, I mean, the only time this is always reported on the mainstream media is when it's a disaster, like a Dow Creek and all that idiot that fucking set like 5 kids.
Yeah.
I mean, there is that problem there, but there's some good, genuine people in them places. He goes in there, he gets a lot of shit for it, but he's doing good. And this is our... I mean, I know, black people look, I hate this, but this is our slavery.
Look, I'll tell you what
this is our slavery. This is our state slavery.
Yeah.
By the police, the courts, social workers, the whole lot, council, they've done this.
Yeah, listen, I'll tell you what...
I come from that in London. I've made it. I've got my own house and everything. I'm not middle class. I'm still the same, but I'm out there. I'm living in a little village in Norfolk. I mean, I've got a brand new car and stuff, so I'm okay. But they have been left, and that's always happened. A bit like when you go back, like I keep going on.
It's all right,
a bit like in history, you go back to remember, like in the Victorian time, we had the workhouses.
Mm-hmm.
Or people that weren't married, had kids out of wedlock, who were shoved in mental hospitals, shoved full of pills and forgotten, do you know what I mean? Or put in workhouses, to picking bricks.
Yeah.
And the poor have always been shot. And I think he goes in there where they won't go. And definitely the Daily Mail and the fucking Telegraph reporters ain't going to go in there.
Yeah.
And he gets in there and he gets sort of shit. It's a shit job what he does.
Listen,
and he's brave. He's brave, mate, and I see that. and I fed up with these fucking middle class comments from people that ain't lived that or seen it.
Right. My point.
You know what I mean?
My point of view. I have spoke about this before because I went down when Tommy Robinson was running for MEP. He done a session here in Liverpool, and I went down there to cover it. Now I got asked by a lot of people afterwards. My point. My thing about him is that a lot of people, and I don't know much about him. I have to be honest with you. Okay, I only know what I've heard. Okay. But
I've never been to anything like any Tommy event or anything. I don't know. All I know is what's on the internet.
But from what I can tell, from my point of view, is that he's done some stupid things. Okay, he's reacted in stupid ways to certain situations. Okay, and people remember that. It's the same with anything. Okay, you think about politicians. How many times can you think of good things that politicians have done compared to the bad things? Right, all the bad things come to mind, and I think it's the same with him in a way. Anybody that puts themselves out there, anyone that puts themselves out, of course it is. Anybody that puts themselves out there is going to get a some kind of retaliation. Okay, I get it. Okay, not as bad as him, obviously, but I get it on my channel. I get loads of shit, and I don't even think I'm that bad, right? But people generally remember the bad things that somebody's done. So I used to be a prick when I was younger. If all of you knew half the shit that I used to do when I was a kid, and I'm pretty straightforward and upfront with the stuff I used to do, but if half of you knew half the shit that I used to do as a kid, it would probably taint your view of me now. Okay, but I've changed since I've had my kids and whatnot, and I've grown up a lot, and and I'm a completely different person to how I used to be. But there is a forced narrative against anybody that goes against the grain, shall we say, that goes against the narrative. There's always a forced perception on people like that, and they're always going to be targeted by the people that have more power. And unfortunately, that changes people's minds. For example, the way that the press portray people. Like, for example, Tommy Robinson, when that time he was
that's bad. That's
when
bad
he was
what they do.
of course it is.
What they do is sick.
When he was at Centre Parks, for example, and I'll use that as an example because that's the most recent one that I've got in my mind. His daughter went to him and said somebody just touched her backside. Okay, so Tommy flipped, as any parent would. Okay, he went looking for the guy, but because I believe he hit the guy, and then he tried to restrain the guy until the police got there, and I think that's where the problem was. Okay, the police have, the police have either got him for assault or they've got him for holding him, for an assault by holding him there against his will afterwards. So, unfortunately, for somebody like Tommy, and probably me to some extent, if I need the police to help me out at some point because of what I do, they're going to find a way not to. They're going to find a way to stitch me up rather than somebody else.
Yeah, and they're going to set him up as well. They're probably going to set him up. I don't know whether that was I don't know what you're talking about, but it could happen as well. You know what I mean? And I think not with the press, but I mean with just local people who might see him and think, oh, here's my chance to make myself famous. You know what I mean? Yeah,
I mean there's a lot,
and that's a worry as well. But he carries a lot of baggage. I know that, but
there's a lot of people
what he's doing. I don't care what money he makes. It doesn't bother me, but. But he's making our police and social services that what we think of. I mean, I get police, I see police, I think I'm growing taller. It's not me, it's they're getting shorter and carrying more army on them. I mean, it's not getting any better.
For example, there's a comment on the stream now saying that TR is 100% controlled op. He's an actor playing a part. Now, personally,
that's just stupid. That's childish.
Personally, I can't
stuff and all that.
Yeah, I mean, I can't say for sure because I've not seen any evidence to make up my own decision. So until I see some kind of, I'm not suggesting that the person's wrong or anything like that. Maybe he's seen. Maybe he's seen. Well, no. What I'm saying is maybe that particular person has seen stuff that I haven't. Maybe he's seen some real evidence rather than just what people have told him. For example.
Yeah.
So I'm not knocking the guy for having that opinion, and he's quite entitled to that opinion. But for me, as I say, I wouldn't knock somebody for their opinion the same as I wouldn't expect somebody to knock me. But when it comes to, as you say, what Tommy's doing at the moment, I have to say, that if the film that is the documentary that he's bringing out, I'm not sure if it's out yet or if it's coming out this week, I think, or maybe, if that highlights something that is being buried by everybody else, and it enables some action to be taken to save the kids, then I'm all for it. I'm all for that. Okay, anybody that does anything like that can protect the children and highlight situations to the masses. Okay, it's got to be a good thing.
Yeah, I know what you mean. That's what I think. He's got to go in there and do that, but he's got baggies. But at the end of the day, if he brings that out, and and it is what he's saying about the police aren't doing anything to help these people, I think that's bad.
Yeah.
We pay for this, all of us. And I just think, what I'm just saying is some of the comments, about this shield for Israel, I mean, what is that about? I mean, to me.
I genuinely don't know. As I say, all I know is what I hear, and I
don't care about all that. I really don't care. I don't care if he's a multi-millionaire. If he gets stuff out there that and we get to see that, that's the main thing.
Yeah, of course that is. Yeah, as I say, I don't know. I don't know a lot of what people talk about with regards to Robinson, and I wouldn't get into an argument over it unless I've done my research on it, and at the moment I've got no reason to. Do you know what I mean? He doesn't interfere with anything I do.
I think we should give the guy a break, and just let him. I've never been into any of his events. I only just seen him on the internet. I've just joined Get Him and just seen his latest video just put out. And
yeah,
if what he's saying is correct, I mean, it looks like it is. I mean, it's pretty bad still. Jesus Christ, you just couldn't. But I mean, wow.
Well,
that's shocking.
Well, let's hope that
should really, really shame them.
Yeah, of course.
Despite, I mean, wow! Just look at it. Just look what he's saying. You think, oh, jeez, really?
Yeah, and as you quite rightly say,
2021,
we wouldn't expect it, would you? But unfortunately, and I'm not being disrespectful to anybody, but there are cultures that do this stuff, and they come to this country, which they're entitled to do, but but as far as I'm concerned, they should be able to integrate into our culture. They can still have their culture, do their prayers and all the rest of it that they need to do, right? But
well, I'm not going to say what I think about religion, because I probably upset a lot of people.
When it spills out and affects other people, okay. Like, for example, all these kids now running around with blades, okay? That might be normal where they come from. It might be normal to go around the street with a machete down your pants leg and stab somebody for looking at your girlfriend. That might be normal where they come from. But over here, it's not. You cannot bring that kind of... what's the word? You cannot bring that kind of... Jesus. Bloody words escaped me again. Culture. You can't bring that culture.
Well, that's it. Well, you can see. I mean, I'm a truck driver. I drive around London. You can tell who are the sort of people. You can just tell the gangs. You got to. I know you're not. I believe people don't like stop and search, but it's pretty obvious that if you're going to stop somebody, that group over there look dodgy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because I notice I'm not a policeman, but it's pretty fucking obvious to me. I'm a truck driver. You know. I ain't standing there talking about fucking Pokemon, are they, or whatever? You know what I mean?
Dealing Pokemon cards, yeah.
Yeah, no, they're doing something else. You can see that. It's so obvious to anyone.
Oh, no. All right, my man.
I'll go because I'm going to pee myself, mate.
No worries. Listen, thanks for calling in. Appreciate it.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say, give the bloke a break, I mean, geez, he's gone through hell. I mean, and so what? I don't care about... I know what makes people think because he's got a record and, he's handy with his fists and that, but, if what he's saying himself is true, wow, we've got a huge problem.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
If he brings it out, then we've got to at least respect him for that.
Jesus,
if nothing else, you've got to respect him for
people
that,
like you need to get in there and you expose it and all, because this is sick.
Yeah.
If it's true, and looking like it is, because you can see the comments of people that they say they live locally. I don't know. Might be lying, but it sounds like it's.
All right, man.
Not good.
All right, man.
All right. You take care.
Listen,
Cheers.
you too. Take it easy.
Yeah, bye.
Bye, mate. Bye. Which one's that? Is that one? I think. No, it's not that one. Oh, hello. Good evening and welcome.
Hello, Dan. How you doing? It's Ian.
Not so bad, Ian. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad. Bloody cold over here on Portland.
Is it?
It's freezing, buddy.
Mind you, it's shitty weather here.
Yeah,
It's not so cold, but it's wet as fuck. It's wet, fucking horrible.
It's terrible. I mean, so I tell you, I think that's why us Brits are miserable fuckers. You know.
Speak for yourself.
No, I just thought I'd phone because the last call, it got on to about the people coming over here and what have you, and not integrating.
Yeah.
Well, it's been like it for 70 years, because I remember my mother turning around and saying, even when they came over in the late 40s, right, because we needed them to come over it, they wouldn't integrate, yeah? People just would not mix, they wouldn't learn anything of ours. And of course, it was brought up in Parliament then.
Yeah.
And because people hate it, and they still haven't done so. They really haven't learnt bugger all, have they? Really? No,
it's been ignored for a long time, mostly ignored for a long time. Yes, they deal with the odd one because they've got to look like they're doing something. But yeah, they've a lot of it's been ignored for way too long.
Yeah.
And as I say, with regards to Tommy, whatever people's opinion of him is, whatever my opinion of him is. If he brings to light what's going on and some action can be taken with regards to that, then that's got to be a good thing.
Yeah.
Regardless to what you think of him for what he's done in the past or whatever else, if he can bring some proof and some evidence to light that makes the government or the police actually act, then that has to be a good thing for the kids.
Well, just like it fucking does, whether it will or not, it's another matter. I mean, people always bring stuff.
We won't know until it comes out. So I'm holding my judgment on that, which is why I say if it brings to light and it does what he says it's going to do, then at the very least we've got to say fair play.
It does. Oh, I've got news for you. My my bail.
Remind me. Sorry.
Remember old Bill just before Christmas arrested me because they say I had to go at my GP.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, put me on bail with conditions. Today I got released under investigation. So obviously they haven't got enough crap to do that one, have they?
Right. Let me ask you a question. Have they discharged you from the surgery yet?
Oh yeah. I'm on this special allocation.
Yeah,
service.
as a threatening patient, as a dangerous patient, basically. Is that what you're on?
So yeah.
Yeah.
That's what
I've been talking to someone today, somebody that messaged me for some advice. Is in a similar situation, and I've had to go through some stuff with him with regards to where he stands and what he needs to do next. But it's wrong. It's so easy for them to do that. But the thing is, it's for anybody to say that you're violent if you haven't been violent is wrong. And that's got that's almost like anybody that writes something down that's incorrect, it's libelous. So if somebody's turned around and said you're on this particular list because you could be a danger to the doctor or to whoever else, I'm looking into it as to how to get people off that list because they shouldn't be on that list. But there definitely needs to be a complaint made to the ombudsman, not just the NHS, but the ombudsman.
Yeah, because they've been trying to boot me off for years because I'm one of them patients that I won't agree with them. I won't agree with them half the time, and I will tell them what I think. If I don't like what they're doing, I'll tell them I don't like it.
Yeah.
And like it is nowadays with GPs and all this lot, they want their patients to be yes sir, no sir. I will do whatever you say.
Oh, of course, it's just anybody in a public, what's it called? In a public
public position,
public office, in public office of some description. anybody in one of those situations feel that they have got the fucking got the rights to treat us and talk to us how they want, and they haven't. But
No.
like the police have got this new thing, this fucking what's it called law, where you get more time if you punch a copper, for example. They're getting these laws and these legislations to protect them, and they're abusing it. So if somebody goes into a doctor and says, "Oh, look, doctor, don't be a prick. I know what I'm talking about. Just give me treat me properly," they could turn around and go, "Right, well, I've got the power to fuck you off, so I'm going to fuck you off. I don't care because I can get somebody else in here and earn off of them," and they don't give a shit. And it used to be a public service. It used to be all about the public, and now it's not about the public. It's about how much money they get in their pocket, and that's all it is.
Yeah. I mean, I think with me, it's more one of the reasons that led them to booting me off is because I'm one of them patients that have to have regular blood tests and all this. They don't like that because they only get so much money per patient.
Yeah.
And it's fine if they've got all these patients that hardly go and see them, but the patients that really do need to see them and what have you, it's really eating into their budget, and they don't really like it. So I reckon there's a bit more going on than what they say that I just pissed them off or what have you.
Yeah,
so,
this is why they don't like visiting people at home. Okay, this is what if the doctor has to visit you at home, they will do everything they can to get you to go in rather than visit you at home. And the reason for that is because while they're out the office, they're missing 3, 4, 5, 6 patients that they could be earning off of, and they're only dealing with one.
Yeah, it was with me. I mean, I'm not going to go into say it'll take ages. My wife, it was about 2003. We noticed a lump on her neck come up quite quick.
Right.
So I go to the GP. Right, we go to the GP, and he says, "Oh, it's just probably a cold or flu or something." I said, "No, it ain't, mate. No, I want to see another one." Saw a locum, same thing. Right. Saw another one. No, I want to be seen by St Mary's in Pompey oncology. Right. They done a needle biopsy.
Yeah.
Oh, it's inconclusive, so it's probably nothing. Right. No, I want another one. Right. And I said, "No, you take the whole lymph node out. Then you've got the whole lot you can do." "Oh, no, it's probably nothing." Right, so I said, "No, okay, this went on for weeks, by the way, because you have got a certain time limit for cancer patients, didn't you?" Well, you should have. And this went on for way over that. And I said, "Look, I've had enough of you assholes. Right? I want you to refer me for tomorrow down to Royal Haslar Hospital." That was in Gosport, because they've got all the best people over there, because it's a military one, right?
Right.
And within 9 hours, right, we found out we got, yes, it is cancer, and where it is, ovarian. And
Okay.
yet the NHS useless. And of course, I think all of this over this damn pandemic,
Yeah.
hundreds of thousands of people haven't even been diagnosed because the GPs are so fucking shit scared they lock themselves away.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And that, I bet people have actually that have got cancer has probably died from it when they could have probably been saved because of the damn.
Yeah, of course. Listen, anybody that may have died of cancer since the start of this probably had late stage cancer anyway. Okay, I'm not being disrespectful to anybody, but the chances are they had late stage cancer anyway, which is pretty much incurable in many cases. Not speaking as a medic, obviously. I'm just speaking based on what I've experienced and what I've learned over years. But the people that have been undiagnosed over the last 2 years are the people that are now going to suffer the most. Because they may have been on, I don't know, maybe stage 1, stage 2 cancer, for example. But by the time they get seen, by the time they get any kind of treatment, it's going to be too late to treat them, and it's fucking horrific. It really is horrific to think that potentially because of the way the NHS has shut down on the public, which it basically has, so many people are potentially not going to be with us in the next couple of years.
No.
And yet, what they'll do is they'll find an excuse as to why that's got nothing to do with the government shutting everything down.
Yeah, of course. I mean, there's nothing to do with this pandemic. It's all about like what you said, the mismanagement of this damn pandemic. Is the problem. I mean, it's all about yeah, okay, loads of people are going to be in stage 4, which effectively is death sentence. But it's not about that. It's about giving the time for them to come. It's about giving them that time. I mean, drugs can help. Give them them extra months, maybe even extra years. You know, I mean, that's what human beings do. They try and there's just no compassion in the health service anymore.
But
nurses do great.
Bushy Tail's just asked in the comments, do GPs get paid any extra money benefits from injecting vaccines? Yes, they do. It's not hard. It's not hard to find the information if you go online. They get somewhere between £10 and £15, I think it is, per vaccination that they give. Some doctor I saw the other day or today, I think actually Molly, Lost Souls Paranormal, was it you that posted a thing on your wall earlier? Doctor earned something like £60,000 in a weekend. Through giving jabs. He jabbed that many people. He earned about £60,000, if I remember rightly. Molly, tell me if that was you or not.
GP.
Yeah, it was.
Well, the GPs up where I am on bloody Portland, they have only done throughout this whole freaking thing. They've only done 2 days of vaccinations.
Yeah,
so they haven't earned much out of it. But it's just. But no, I mean the days of the old GP are gone. I mean when I had to move back down to Pompey for my wife because she was in stage 4.
Yeah.
We had one of the old-fashioned GPs, which he was my GP when I was a kid. He even came, you know, oh, Doc, do you want to come round for Lisa's birthday party? You know, yeah, why don't you come round? You know, up would come his MG midget.
Yeah.
And he would even, honestly, no word of lie, he even came round and said, oh, I was just shopping at Sainsbury's and I saw these and thought Lisa might like it. Because he knows how much Lisa loved animals, and he saw these 2 animal ice trays.
Right.
I mean, how many GPs would do that now? Not one.
None. You're lucky to see the same GP twice in a row.
Yeah.
Ever.
And I think that's dangerous. I think that's dangerous because some things I always used to insist on doing the same one, but if you've got complicated things, you can't. You know, I don't know. The GP. It needs overhauling.
Yeah.
And it's just crazy, buddy. Anyway, I'll let you go and let someone else jump on, buddy.
Cheers, my friend. Listen, thanks for calling in.
All right, I'll catch you later.
All right, take it easy. Ta-ra, mate. Bye. Yeah, before I answer another call, I just want to say somebody said we don't want an American health system that's all about dollars. We already have an American health system. If I remember rightly, the people at the top of the NHS are Yanks. Okay. Now I may be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that the people at the top of the NHS are Yanks, and it is about money. They are treating it as a business rather than as a service, and that needs to stop. Obviously, that can't carry on because people are going to die whilst people at the top are putting, you know, pound notes in their back pockets, and that's fucking wrong. Anyway, sorry about that. Next caller. Thank you, spirituality. Much appreciated. Hello, good evening, and welcome. Hello.
Well, is that you, Dan?
It is Dan, yes. Who's this?
Hi, it's Jay.
Hello, mate. You all right?
Yeah, I'm very well, thank you. Tried to contact you over the Christmas. I was going to come for a Christmas dinner, but we just didn't make it.
Oh, sorry, my man. What nightmare.
It's all right. Don't worry. Anyway, first time caller, but on about the NHS, I've just watched my mother be murdered over the Christmas.
Right.
In Fazakli.
I'm sorry to hear that, man.
Yeah, the 24th of December. Euthanised to death. Now, I don't know whether you've seen the article in the paper about someone trying to remove the father.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, in fact, how weird is this? If you're watching the screen, can you see that?
Wow. Yeah.
That's
that was me.
right. Okay, yeah. Yes, I watched the video, and then suddenly that popped up. I don't read the paper. I just saw that on the windowsill in a communal hallway, and I thought, oh, I better take that in because that might be worth a chat about. And it's been sitting on my desk. Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah. Well, that was me trying to remove my father. See, my father, she'd murdered my mother. I've got all the evidence. I've recorded it all. I've got it all. I have a body cam. You know what I mean? I've recorded it all.
Yeah.
Visually, I know audio. Now, my father's on the same ward as me mother. Now, I tried to remove him, but what they're doing, they're using the Doles Act, which comes under the Mental Capacity Act.
Right.
2005. Right, now I found out, the research I've done, that the dolls, so I questioned the nurses over it, didn't have a clue.
Yeah.
Now, the research I've done over the dolls, now the dolls, what they done a survey, I think it was 34 hospitals all over the country.
Right.
29 of them failed. Senior, top position nurses from, in that sector, they were like, we haven't got a clue how to do this, how to enforce it. We don't know what it means. We need training on it.
Yeah.
Now, I question these nurses because, as I say, I turned off, I put a shout out, to be honest with you. And I got a couple of people there, as you say, you've seen the video, do you know what I mean? And,
yeah.
But I got arrested on that. I got arrested over it. Now, I don't really want to say too much because it's still in that process of...
I understand.
I've got restraining orders on me.
Right.
Do you know what I mean? I can't go near the hospital now. You know what I mean? I know no one's allowed in anyway, so that doesn't really affect me. But I can't call the hospital to see how my father is.
Really?
Yeah. That's one of my restraining orders. I can't phone the hospital at all to inquire, to see how his well-being is. Because, to be honest with you, Dan, right, I personally think he's not going to come out there alive.
They're utter bastards, a lot of them. Do you know what I noticed? That what I found the funniest about this is it says tried to kidnap. Okay. Now I'm not going to go into this too much because obviously you've got stuff going on with this case. So, this is just what's been reported in the paper, so I can mention it. Okay. They've said COVID deniers tried to kidnap patient from the ward, but yet throughout the entire article there is no mention of kidnap, apart from in the headline. Okay.
That's not even on the supposed allegations.
No, I know. It's got them on here. It says what it is on here. But again, I'm not going to go into that too much, just in case. So I'll just touch on it because it has been reported in the paper, so I know I can mention those bits. But to say in the headline that tried to kidnap a patient, not try to take his dad from hospital, but kidnap a patient. Yeah. I mean, how bad does that sound? Kidnap a fucking patient. Do you know what I mean? The whole thing is fucked up, mate. Honestly, I'm so gutted for you. Genuinely, absolutely gutted for you. And the fact that they won't even let you speak to him now is
one of my restrictions. Well, to be honest with you, Dan, I can't even go on the hospital grounds. When they released me, they held me for 20 hours.
Fuck.
20 hours they held me. They released me. I couldn't go onto the hospital grounds. My car was still actually parked there. What happened? I went up on the Christmas day to give me photo. This is how I found out about me mother passing. I went up on the Thursday, which was the 23rd.
Yeah.
I got ejected out of there for asking very simple questions.
Right.
I'm not, I'm very, my approach, I'm very calm, I'm very collective, you know what I mean? I'm not aggressive in any way. I just wanted my questions answered. Anyway, they threw me out on the 23rd. I couldn't go in on the 24th because they wouldn't allow me. I phoned them in the evening, arranged to go in on a Saturday, which was the Christmas day.
Yeah.
And I found out on the Saturday when I went in with the presents for my mum and my dad, because they were both in the same ward.
Right.
And I found out on the Saturday from the nurses that my mum had passed away on the Friday. They didn't even inform me. They said we didn't have a contact number for you. But the previous day, I'd give them my mobile number to contact me because I wanted to speak to the doctor, the head doctor who was in charge of my mother, because I wanted answers. And he fobbed me off. I didn't end up speaking to the doctor who was meant to speak to. And he fobbed me off, and my mother passed away on the 24th. Like, you know what I mean? Well, she was murdered. Let's use the correct terminology. She was murdered on the 24th. But getting back to when they released me, I had to phone, when I got to the hospital, I had to phone the police to assist me. I could see from Lower House Lane, I could actually see my car on the car park.
Right.
I had to phone the police to assist me to go and get my car on the car park.
Well,
it's absolutely insane, mate.
One of the comments just come up. It says, "I would question that not being allowed on hospital grounds. It could be removing healthcare from use, and that's illegal."
Oh no, they've allowed me all that. They've given me the restrictions. They've allowed me if I had an appointment.
I was just going to say.
Before, do you know what I mean? They've allowed me all that.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? But I just can't. I just can't phone. That's the main one for me.
Have you spoken to a brief about this? Because those restrictions, I would say, are excessive. Not being able to speak to you.
Draconian. They're actually draconian. Like you know, who can authorise anybody to speak to anybody else?
Yeah, no, you're right, absolutely, and that's why I say it's excessive. And I use the word excessive because that's the word a court would use. So not that I'm in court all the time or anything like that, but because of what the stuff I read up on and shit like that, I just tend to use certain phrases. But yeah, I would suggest that it's excessive. I'd suggest that that a reasonable brief should at least be able to get the phone call restriction lifted, even if you're not allowed on the premises. I can get where they're coming from with that at the moment. Okay,
But that doesn't bother me too much. Do you know what I mean?
The phone call restrictions should be lifted. Absolutely.
Yeah, I agree. I totally agree. I'm going to phone solicitor tomorrow. Do you know what I mean? To the guy who was present when I give the interview.
Right.
Because it's you know what it is. They're trying to get me on malicious calls, saying I phone them up, trying to say I kill them. You know what I mean? The nurses, which is absolutely insane.
Right.
It's absolutely insane.
Unfortunate. The problem is the problem that we have, and it's a problem that or not a problem for the guy I was talking to earlier, off of air. He records every single phone call he makes.
Same as me.
On my personal number, I've got two numbers. On my personal number, I've got a thing set up on there that records all my calls on my personal number. Unless when I get the first call from a number, I get the choice to record it or never record it. So if it's somebody like a solicitor, the police, a hospital, a doctor, anything like that, I make sure that it's recorded. All the other ones I don't need to worry about. But for that, that's it's very difficult because people don't think about it. People don't think that the NHS is going to turn around and lie about your actions. But people don't think the police are going to do that, but they do. And this is why we need to take note of every conversation that we have with people. And if we can, to record it. But
well, I have a body cam as well. Do you know what I mean? I have a body cam and it's ready to go all the time.
Right.
But that's been confiscated. They've taken all my stuff off me, my phones, my body cam.
What have they taken that for?
For
is it for evidence?
For evidence. Yeah.
What do they need your phone for? If you got your body, was you filming on your phone at the time?
No. I don't have one of them technology phones. I don't have an iPhone or anything. I have one of the old Nokias. I mean, got rid of the technology, but that's why I have my body cam.
Which means there's no reason for them to have that. There's no reason for them to take your phone for evidence. What they're going to need is they're going to need the video evidence. That's what they need.
Yeah, they've got all that.
So they
I
don't.
said to them, it's all on, you don't have to look far. It's all on the body cam. What
Yeah.
you need is on the body cam,
Yes.
which will prove me innocent.
So
Simple.
yet again, your brief should be able to get that handed back to you, okay? Because they're only when they take your stuff for evidence, they are only allowed to keep it for as long as practically necessary. Okay, so they only need it for as long as necessary. A lot of people forget that, and a lot of people have their stuff, and the police keep hold of it for weeks, months, sometimes years, and they don't need it for that long. Okay, get off your arse, do your job, have a look at the phone first. Okay, nothing on the phone, have it back, job done. There is a piece of legislation from I think it's from fucking 1800s or something, or something ridiculous like that that states that the police have to give you your stuff back as soon as possible, reasonably possible, and if they don't, you can take it to a magistrate's court, and a magistrate's judge can turn around and say to the police, give it back. So there are options. They shouldn't take it in the first place, but they do because they know they can get away with it, and you then have to do the running around to trying to get it back. They don't give a shit because they're still getting paid and doing what they need to do. You're the one that's left up high and dry, screwed over, fucking wondering what to do next. So it's bollocks, mate. Listen, I'm genuinely gutted for you, genuinely am, and especially to lose your mum. And to now lose contact with your dad so soon afterwards as well. I'm gutted, and I wish there was something I could do. There isn't, but I wish there was.
It's so inhumane.
Yeah.
You can't. I just can't fathom the depths that they would do that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's a position of where you think, how can a fellow man or woman be so cruel to a fellow man or woman?
I think they, I think because of what they have to deal with on a daily basis, and let's face it, nurses and doctors and stuff see some pretty shit and horrific things. I think that they've learned to put up a barrier. Okay, to deal with things. So even if it's not a horrific medical incident that they're looking at, they're able to put up this barrier when dealing with certain people and take their emotions out of it. But it's
the people have lost the empathy, Dan.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They've lost the consideration, the compassion. You know what I mean? What I experienced, to be honest with you, it was like engaging. That's what all it was, with these dehumanized robots. That's all it was for me. I was sat there for over an hour and 20 minutes in one of the rooms, and I think a rabbit had done for quite a lot of that. And
Badger Set has just said, it was you that I was talking to earlier, wasn't it, Badger Set, on the phone? Badger Set's just said, can't you apply for power of attorney for your dad?
See, this is, well, you know what, we went through to be honest, we had approached it from every angle I could, damn power of attorney, do you know what I mean, all that, and they tried to use next of kin against me and all that kind of stuff, where really, if my father's in danger, or I have reasonable suspicion to think that he's in danger, and a power of attorney doesn't apply, you know what I mean? Because they try, and this is where they've used the dolls against me.
Right.
Do you know what I mean? Because the Dolls Act, it's all about the mental capacity now. He's not, as Dave was saying, he hasn't got the capacity. You know what? He was, I'll be honest with you, he was fully compass mentis to me. And even actually at one point when I first went in, he said, you know what, lad, get me out of here as soon as you can, they're going to kill me in here.
Right.
He knows.
Do you know one of the things as well, is since this whole COVID bollocks started up, they only need one doctor now to say somebody is not compass mentis rather than two.
Yeah.
And that has caused a big issue for people as well. I think they could probably foresee this coming. I think that's why they've done it, because they wouldn't get two doctors in the same place at the same time that say, that person's not with it mentally. So they've, so why there was no reason for them to drop it from 2 to 1, and I can't see it going back anytime soon.
No.
It's fucking horrible, man.
It is, like, but I keep on fighting, mate, you know what I mean? And I will fight till, I won't rest until I get, what is right for both of my parents. Yeah,
man, we're absolutely right and all. And I want you to keep me updated as well. I'm sure there's plenty of people in the comments, when you can, obviously. I know there's certain stuff you can't discuss and whatnot, so when you're able to, give us an update. And
I'll send you an email, Dan. I'll send you an email, mate, if you want to.
Oh, yeah.
I sent you one the other day. I'll send you an email. Like, I've got your email there. You replied to me, like, so.
Sound.
I'll send you an email and update you on. You know what I mean? But every head on it, mate. Is this is how we're going to crush this system, mate? Simple.
We have to.
More peaceful people, the better.
Yeah, and exactly as you said there about peaceful people, it doesn't need to be, unlike Extinction Rebellion trying to get their point across, for example, causing chaos and damage. You can cause chaos within the law, and if enough people, not that I'm inciting anybody to do anything, I need to make that clear on this channel. If enough people say enough is enough, and decide to peacefully do something about it, there is very little. Actually, I was talking to someone the other day, and I'm going to have to make this quick. I'm sorry, I really don't mean to be rude. But
it's all right, Dan. We'll catch up on a later date, mate. You know what I mean? As I say, I'll fly you an email, and I'm sorry to clog your line up.
No, it's all right, man. It's all right.
Just say hello and just chat, because you're only down the road from me. Like, you're in I think I won't. You're not far from me anyway.
By the docks.
I'm formed way, like,
Oh, sounds, yeah. Not too far.
I mean? So I'm not far away, like, And as I say, I'll hook up with you sometime, man, and we'll sit down, have a brew, and have a good chat, mate. You know what I mean? So
sound. Yeah, definitely. Well, give us a shout, man. Definitely.
I'll send you an email, like, you know what I mean, and we'll do a cross path at some point, mate. But as I've always said from the outset, Dan, you know what I mean, peacefully, lawfully, legally, and civilly, mate.
It has to be.
That's the way to do it, man.
It has to be. We have to do it that way until we cannot do it that way no longer.
Yeah.
And at the moment, we can't go. Yeah. We can't go that step too far yet. We have to do it peacefully, and as you say, until we can no longer do it peacefully.
Definitely. All right, Dan, thanks for your time.
Thank you for calling in.
I wish all your listeners a nice evening, and I'll catch up with you soon.
Oh, my man. Take it easy, my friend.
See you later, pal.
Ta-da.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thanks. Bye.
Spirituality, thank you. My GP would call the hospital and even forcefully threw me out, so I've been waiting for GP to justify her actions, but she even interfered in my dental treatment and stopped them. It's ridiculous. They seem, because they've got the power to, it's like, if I don't have to deal with something, I won't, I'll fuck them off. Do you know what I mean? So it's because they've got the power to they don't even need a reason to dismiss you off of their books as such. It can be for any reason they want. And unfortunately, it is leaving more and more people in a situation where they're not getting the support, or the healthcare that they need. Hello.
Hiya, mate. How are you?
Not so bad. Can you turn the sound down in the background, please?
Already done, mate.
Lovely job. Lovely. How are you doing?
Not so bad. How are you?
Good. Not so bad.
Just to let you know, because I've been listening to the show tonight, as you probably heard in the background. I'll be honest, I didn't expect to get straight through. My partner's just gone through cancer treatment.
Right.
And while I understand the gentleman who's on about his mum in the hospital and stuff, and my condolences, because I've been there, I've lost both my parents, it's not easy.
No.
It's not going to be a popular statement I'm going to make now, but we can't tarnish everybody with the same brush.
No.
Because I understand that a lot of people, I do agree with what you said about the the cancer treatment and stuff. However, my partner got diagnosed with cancer in the middle of the pandemic.
Right.
And it was actually our GP. Now, obviously we're not in a big city like yourself. We're in a little village, a little town rather. But the GPs I've got, anyway, I can't speak for the GPs, but the GPs we've got, every time we make an appointment, I'll go to see them. 9 out of 10 times, I do get to see the same GP,
right.
which is, and I understand that nationally. I've been told by quite a few people that's not the norm.
I was literally just going to ask you that very question because you said you're in a small town. I was going to ask you if you get to see the same GP, and that I would suggest is probably the reason why your wife managed to get. It was your wife, you said, didn't you?
Oh, yeah. Well, no, what happened was, she went to the GPs initially.
Yeah.
It took her 5 weeks for it to get in, which annoyed me, to be fair. Because 5 weeks is a long time to wait when you're not sure whether you've got cancer or not.
Of course.
They finally got her in there and said, we're not happy with what we're seeing. They then shipped her to Preston. From Preston, she went to Manchester.
Right.
Within a couple of weeks ago to Manchester, they had her straight on the chemo and everything else. And touching wood, she's got to go back on the 23rd, I think it is this month, for the all clear.
Right.
But, everybody's telling us that, obviously we're speaking to, professional-wise, that they think it's all over and done with.
Well,
it's fantastic if it is.
Of
we all
course.
hope it is. But listening to the show tonight, and I know it's probably not a popular thing, you know what I mean? And I would totally agree. I think this government, to be fair, has sold us down the fucking river, pardon my French, just because of the way they've done it. And the whole way they're running the country at the minute is a joke.
Yeah.
But on the flip side of that, there is some bloody good. My partner is a home carer.
Right.
That's what she does for a living. And I think the government have thrown not only the NHS under the bus, but I think they throw all the home care workers under the bus as well.
Say that last bit again, sorry.
I think they've thrown all the home care workers as well as the NHS under the bus.
Yeah.
Because they've worked right through the pandemic. And I'll be honest with you, I did a right snotty email to my local MP a couple of weeks ago about it. When it came out what the PPE they were charging for the PPE. Yeah. And it was a government member that got the money off the PPE.
Yes, yeah.
And yet she was working up until the point she found out she had cancer, where she had to stop. But she was going out at 6:30 in the morning and coming home at 10:30, 11 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
With an hour break. But what a lot of people don't realise that are not in the home care situation, the hour break isn't like a 1 till 2. It's like you get 10 minutes here, 15 minutes there.
Yeah, of course.
And it adds up, and that's basically how it is. And it annoyed the hell out of me when I heard the PPE that, the government had got this lovely handout. I didn't expect any different, to be fair.
No.
But it did annoy the hell out of me. You know what I mean? And I do agree with anybody. And that young lad that's, with his parents and stuff, I do agree with him. He needs to go back and say, look, I've got rights as a child.
Yeah.
These are my parents, and I'm not having this. I want to know what the hell's going on. And if they use the excuse that, as he said, he didn't have a contact number for him, they have a duty of care. They failed on that.
Yeah.
So the minimum I go down with on that route is I'd be going straight to the Ombudsman over it. And I don't know what your views on the Ombudsman are. I've got hit and miss with mine, to be honest.
Look, it's the same. It's the same with any organisation that oversees another. Okay, they're all supposed to be independent, but they rarely are. Okay, and by which I mean what they do is they hire X from that industry. Okay, now I understand why they do that in some cases, because they need people that know what they're talking about. But everybody that works for them is hired from the industry that they're watching over. Okay, a lot of them are probably friends with them.
Oh yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Well, that's the problem. I'm going to publicly say it now, and I hope you don't mind it. But we've got a crime commissioner that's recently just put an advert up on the local papers and stuff, saying he's trying to now take over the fire service. This is the same crime commissioner that has been criticised from nearly everybody that's dealt with him, including me, to be fair.
Hang on, is that? Let me.
He's about as useful as a chocolate fire guard.
Hang on. What? I know which one you're talking about. I can't think of the bloody force name now.
Cumbria.
Oh, it's a different one. Okay, fair enough. No,
yeah, he does all over the Cumbria, but he's now announced that he's now going to take over the fire service side of it as well. Yeah. Because I'm going to quote him on it because I thought it was highly hilarious. All these organisations need to work together. and he got absolutely crucified in the local media.
There's another one. I think it's West Mercia. I think it is. I might be wrong. I think it's West Mercia. Wanted to join with the next force. I can't remember what force it is off the top of my head, and also take the fire brigade over as well and run the lot. When you do that, you're fucked. I'm telling you, you're fucked. The fire brigade and the ambulance are the only two at the moment that do not discriminate against anybody. If you're in a house that's burning down, they will go in and they will put it out, whether you're black, white, fucking gay, straight, whatever.
Yeah, exactly. Don't care what you are at the end of the day.
Exactly. The same as the ambulance. If you're in need of emergency medical help, they will help you regardless to who you are. The police are the only ones that I know of at the moment, and this goes all the way up to the crime commissioner because he's in charge of the chief constable. They're the only ones that will decide whether they bother to fucking look into a crime or not.
Well, I can honestly say, hand on heart, the crime commissioner that we have is about as useful as a candle in a hurricane.
Yeah.
Because he refuses to question the chief constable, no matter what the force does or what she does.
Yeah.
And I can prove that, so that's why I'm happily saying it, because obviously, at the end of the day, we know you have lots of people watching your shows, and, you know, and good on them, I'll give them a wave from, you know...
I'll give them a wave for you. In fact, I'll give them that for you, look.
I'll do, because at the end of the day, to me, it's ridiculous how a gentleman... No, I'll be honest with you, I'm not. You're probably more educated than I am. No, well, you are, because you know a hell of a lot more than I do. You know what I mean? We each have our own traits.
Yeah.
We will say. And I cannot get my head round. And if you can, please point me in the right direction, because, you know, I'm banging my head against the wall on it. I can't get my head down now. Anybody who's connected with the police, which is, in my eyes, an organisation, and I'm using these terms loosely, by the way, an organisation that is to support and protect the general public, can then take on an organisation under the same hat that is there to put fires out and protect the general public.
Yeah.
However, the fire service do it, as you just rightly said, whether it be black, white, pink, orange, brown, doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Fire's a fire, they put it out. But the police, which we can prove, and it's common knowledge nationally, and again, just to clarify, I'm not racist in any form, I've got Asian friends and stuff, but in some cases, not so much the Asian side of it, but the white side of it, won't touch a case.
Yeah.
Because it's too, what's the word I'm looking for? It's too volatile to get involved.
Yeah, yeah.
And that's basically what they tell you off the record. It's too volatile, we're not going to get involved in it.
Yeah, yeah. I agree.
Now, from my point of view, I think that makes no sense.
If they have the choice, if the police have a choice, in my opinion, they would rather turn down particular call-outs in favour of others. Okay. Yeah. When they get to a call that's dangerous or volatile, they get that, and I reckon when they turn up, some of them will go, "Oh, fucking hell," but others will go, "Sweet, I can get to lay the boot in here." Do you know what I mean? You've got the two spectrums there. You've got some that don't want to get involved, and you've got others that are psychotic enough to want to get hands on and start throwing punches and stuff. But absolutely, when it comes to, as we both said there with the fire brigade and that, they will do their job regardless to who you are. They do not make a decision as to whether or not to attend. They just go and they do what they've got to do. And unfortunately, this is one of the main issues we've got with the police, especially over the last 20 years or so. It's probably longer than that, and it's got worse. They just don't want to get involved in situations that are that could be a lot. As we say, could be a lot of paperwork. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
So.
I'll agree with that. Yeah. That comes on to my second little point, basically, which is where, and I'm not going to mention any names or anything or what the case is about, but
right.
I spoke to you about a week ago regarding one of the rescue staff.
Yes.
Getting a visit and a few hours. We will say cups of tea.
Yeah.
That's a nice way to put it. He's approached me tonight and says, can I contact you? Because obviously he's not had your number or anything.
Right.
And I said, well, actually, when I see him online, next I'll give him a shout and find out.
Okay.
He's inquiring, he hasn't been to see us a brief yet, because we're totally blunt, and you'll notice yourself, if you've had, well, we know you've had dealings with them, the local yokels won't go against the local yokels.
Yeah, yeah.
But he's looking at, after information that I give him and information he's watched on your show and stuff, because I'm on call, so I've got this number, about the opportunity of possibly putting a formal complaint in for wrongful arrest.
Yeah.
Because he's been looking at it, and I'm not going to lie to you, I've looked at it as well because he sent it to me to look at. And if I'm right, if I'm wrong, I say educate me, because I can do with the education, to be fair. The wife will tell you that regular. But if you're arrested for a theft, that is to take property with the
sole intent of depriving them for it permanently. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that's theft. Now, if you take something without that intention, it's not theft.
No, and the fact that you took it straight to a to the animal shelter as well proves that it wasn't. I mean, the police would do the same thing if they saw a dog on the street and they caught it. They would probably take it to the station first, and they would find a rehoming centre for it until it can be rehomed. So it's exactly the same as what you've done.
Well, that's it. And this is what I've said. I'll be honest with you. We brought to the local joke shop.
Yeah.
We're still waiting for a response, in that surprise. Asking how we'd gone about making this formal complaint for wrongful arrest.
Right.
And obviously, as you say yourself, it's the local joke shop, and we're still waiting for responses.
Yeah.
But I understand that they got 14 days, is it, to officially respond?
I think it's longer. I think you put your complaint in. You do it through professional standards is the best way. First of all, professional joke. They're probably going to turn around and say no, sorry, no issue here. Then you need to go to the IOPC. They will probably turn around and say it's a joke as well. But once you've taken those two routes, some people disagree with me on this, okay, and that's fine. But I think that you should take the routes that are on offer first of all before you even think about taking it to a court of any kind, because a judge is always going to, or a magistrate or whatever it is, circuit judge or whatever, and they're going to turn around and say, what have you tried to do to resolve this? If you turn around and say, well, I told them, and they go, have you made a complaint? And you go, no. And they go, well, why are you wasting my time? And it's going to go against you. So you should always, in my opinion, follow them two routes, even though we know we're probably going to get fucking told to do one. It's always best, in my opinion, to follow those routes first of all. And then you've always got that to fall back on and say, look, I have tried everything within my power, and I've got nowhere. And this is my last chance is to bring it in front of you.
Right, okay. Now, I do have one question for you, which has just popped into my head. The officers in question that arrested them, or invited him for a coffee, we will say, in his opinion, and obviously, you know, I've seen what, you know, he's told me all about himself, were decent enough. They talked to him, he asked the question straight out, am I under arrest?
Right.
They said yes. He said, right, I'm not saying anything further, then let's go to the station. And then he climbed in the back of the van and away he went.
Yeah.
When he was in there 5 hours. But again, if I'm wrong, say so. But I know the old days when I used to get lifted on a regular basis, it had to go through a sergeant or an inspector to authorise an arrest.
Not necessarily an arrest, no. Detention has to go through the custody sergeant. A custody sergeant has the last say on whether or not you get put in a cell. Okay, right. So I've known people to get arrested, taken into custody. The custody sergeant turns around and said to the coppers, "You fucking idiot! Why have you brought him in here? Let him go."
Yeah.
Okay, so it's
what he's looking at doing is, rather than go, see, he's the same attitude as me.
Yeah.
Don't go after the little fish. Go after the big one.
Yeah.
And he knows the people that came out to invite him for a coffee are little fish.
Yeah.
And he knows. He wants to go after the big ones. The question he had for me, which I'll be honest, I couldn't answer, was: is it the inspector he goes after? Is it the desk sergeant for the custody?
Yeah.
Or is it the chief constable herself?
That I think in that respect, I think that you would need to speak to a brief with regards to that. Okay, I know so much, but I will always, if I don't know, I'll always look it up, or I'll go and ask somebody that I know that does know. With respect to that, I think that you should speak to a brief to get clarification on that. I don't want to give you, the last thing I'll ever do is give somebody information that I know is not correct or that I'm not 100% sure of.
No, that's common sense. You don't need all that. That's just courtesy. At the end of the day, that's just doing what you do properly, basically.
Yeah.
And that's fine. Is there any recommendations you have? And again, I'm putting you on the spot now for people that we won't. How can I put it nicely? For members of the bar, we will say that don't actually drink with them. Because I know locally, to be blunt, you've got no chance of getting anybody to do anything remotely close to that because you won't touch it.
Look, the end of the day, the solicitors have got a code of conduct that they need to adhere to. Okay, the police have got their legislation. You've got Section 26 of the Criminal Justice Act, I think it is. I think it's that one, which is basically if they use their privileges and powers in a way to benefit or detriment somebody when they know that they should be acting in a different way, then that's a criminal offence on their part. It's actual criminal offence. It's not a breach of policy. It's a criminal offence. They've got legislation that says that. Let me I want to make sure I give you the right thing, so just stay there for a second. Yeah, Section 26, Criminal Justice and Courts Act 2015.
Right, okay.
Now, if you look that up yourself and have a look, it is some legislation is really difficult to understand. This particular act is very easy to understand. So look it up. That is the one that very rarely gets used. It should get used a lot, but it very rarely gets used. Which is shocking, considering how many times police actually breach that legislation, and you never hear about people getting done under that act. But that's the one that you need to look into, I would suggest.
Fair enough. Well, I will get looking at that, no problem. But I thought just ringing to say there was, I regularly listen to the show now. Every time it pops up, I put it on. I'll be honest with you, you even educated me, which I don't normally admit to.
Well,
I know everything.
Well, I did have a long conversation with your friends. I can't remember his name now. Him and his wife. We spoke on the phone, and I'm hoping that they're going to get somewhere with the info. The advice I've given them so far.
Well, they're doing what you've told them to do, because as I said, they were quite shocked when they spoke to you, because he rang me and said, he knows what he's talking about, doesn't he? Well, yeah, he does, because I've been watching him online. So, they're doing everything by the book as you told them to do, which obviously will keep you up to speed on what's happening with that.
Right.
But yeah, basically, he's like me, the attitude of, don't pick on them in those, because they're only there because they've been told to be there.
Yeah.
But I always thought, and again, if I'm wrong, by all means educate me, but if you're two idiots fighting in the street, then you've got the powers to arrest them. But if you're physically leaving the station to go and arrest somebody to bring them in, you've got to get it rubber stamped by somebody above them. Or it used to be like that. Whether it's now or not, I don't know.
If it's a crime that's occurring at the time, then they've got the power of arrest without a warrant, which is what their warrant card is for. It basically gives them that temporary warrant to arrest you on the spot, basically.
Yeah.
But if they're going to go and arrest you for a crime that's not actually committing now, for example, if you was a drug dealer, for example, and they need to go and arrest you because they've now got all the evidence against you, and they need to go and arrest you, they get a warrant in order to come round and arrest you. But if it's a crime that's occurring at the time or about to occur, or for example, if it's after the crime and you're running away from the scene, then they have that power. But anything else, they need to get a warrant in order to come and get you for that.
Right, that's what I want to double check, because what I've advised him to do, because that's basically what I thought myself in relation to the warrant bit, is I've told him to make a request him for who issued the warrant for his arrest, aka when he came out to arrest him.
Yeah.
And I've said that's the person, in my opinion anyway, but I'll double check it, that you go after.
Yeah.
I said, because that's the idiot that put his name on a bit of paper that hasn't bothered checking the facts.
Well, it would be multiple people then. I'm going to have to wrap this up, I'm afraid. But you've got your custody sergeant who's authorised your detention. You've got the person, if they've come out to arrest you after a crime and they think they've got the evidence to arrest you, then they should have a warrant to come and arrest you in order to do that. So whoever stamped that warrant and the custody sergeant, I would suggest both need to be taken to task.
Fair enough. Right, well, I will take care of that and I'll pass the message on. Much appreciated. Have a good evening.
You too.
And have a few beers and enjoy the rest of your night, and I will sit here and giggle away at some of the stuff you say.
All right, man.
All the best.
Take care. Bye now. Bye. Right, just to let everybody know, I've got another phone call. Let me answer this and then I'll tell you. Right, hello. Hello, who's that?
This is Finn.
Hello, mate. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Not so bad, thank you.
Yeah, can you hear me all right?
Yeah, of course I can. Yeah, no problem.
Beautiful. How are you?
I'm doing all right, thank you. All right.
I just wanted to talk about something that happened to me about almost a year ago now.
Okay.
Yeah, I was filming at a police station outside.
Right.
And I had a load of police officers run out, tackle me to the ground, and they got a warrant somehow, and they raided my house.
Right. If you're arrested, and you'll have to excuse me because since the stroke, my brain goes a bit hazy at times. So without, I'm not using that as an excuse, but without looking it up properly.
It's fine.
From what I believe is that if you are arrested for certain offences, then the police are allowed to search a property. Okay.
But the thing is, on the Met website, it says that I'm allowed to film, which is what I told them.
Yes, you are. Yes, yeah.
They didn't seem to care.
Well, this is what I mean. For certain offences, okay. So, for example, if they think that you've been out stealing things, if you get arrested and you've got things on you that don't belong to you, then they can go to your property. Once you're in the cells, they can take your keys, they can go to your property, they can let themselves in, and they can search for evidence that relates to the offence.
They let me go
of theft.
43, found nothing, and then let me go.
Right.
And then they raided my house 2 days later.
For what was the reason for raiding your house? Did they tell you?
No. They just said I'm a suspected terrorist.
And they didn't give you any paperwork?
Nope, nothing. Just turned up, took me to Southwark police station, and I sat there for about 12 hours. They let me go, and then I got NFA about a month later.
Right.
And they gave me all my stuff back. They took my phone, both my phones, my iPad, my laptop.
Okay, just hold tight for 1 second. I need to go and get a book out the other room. So just bear with me 1 second. Make some space. Oh, right, I'm back.
Yeah, it's not that much of a deal. Like I don't care anymore. I didn't even bother to follow it up with anything. I just wanted to go back to work. I didn't really care. But that was just something I wanted to share and to try, and anyone that wants to do that in the future actually follow through and sue the crap out of these scumbags.
How long ago was this, did you say?
About a year ago. Right,
so it's probably a bit late to do too much about. I'll tell you what I will do. I've got here, that's what I just went to get, the PACE, Practical Guide to Police and Criminal Evidence Act 1984. This was recommended to me by Gail Hadfield Granger, who went and trained as a solicitor after her boyfriend at the time was shot by Greater Manchester Police. So I'm out of breath now. I only went in the other room. So no, don't be soft. So I talked to her now and again, and this is a book that she recommended. So I went and got this, and this has got some very useful, very easy to read information about PACE, okay, which is what they would have searched your property under, okay. They would have used PACE in the Police and Criminal Evidence Act to search your property. What I should do really is I should go through this book and I should do a series of videos explaining each bit. And I think I'm going to do that.
You used to do quite a few.
I did.
Like, they were so like based in facts.
Well, I want to try and get back to. I mean, the news ones that I do take up an awful lot of time, and it takes up that much time. I can't do the ones that I was doing initially. Like when somebody comes to me with a video and says, "Look, this is my arrest. Can you do a video and show us where they went wrong, etc." And I just haven't got the time to, or didn't have the time to do that. So what I need to do is try and balance my time and try and put out maybe a couple of videos a week on the news, try and keep them short, but also try and put together some informational based ones as well. But you bringing that up, what's happened to you has made me realise this book was in my cupboard in there and I forgot about it. So now that's out, I'm going to leave that in front of me and I will do some videos on that over the coming weeks, hopefully.
Yeah, it's interesting the legislation you were talking about before, because these people knew that I wasn't a terrorist. They knew I was a chef. I'm a chef by trade.
Yeah.
I currently work. I work at the Savoy.
Big up the chefs. So am I.
Yeah, big up. We're the closest thing to slaves in England currently.
Yeah. Well, I haven't done it for a while now, but you know, I've spent from the age of 14 till about 7 years ago, working in kitchens.
Yeah, it's a hard job. Do about 75 hours a week. But,
not wrong.
But yeah, they knew I wasn't a terrorist, and they carried on, and they were like, "Yeah, but fuck it, we're still going to search his house." And that was for me the main thing which made me go from I respect the police, you know, to fuck them.
Yeah.
I want all of them. For me, my opinion now is anyone who has given anyone so much as a fine for COVID, needs to be charged in a military tribunal because of where things are now.
They were wankers, mate.
It's a bit extreme, but just following orders, even though it's not law, and stopping someone from working and then fining them from trying to work and feed their families and pay their mortgage, you fining them like £20,000 if they kept on staying open. Yeah, that is criminal. Cool. You deserve to be tied to a noose in London, in my opinion.
Exactly what you just said. Just following orders, it doesn't wash. Does not fucking wash anymore.
Nuremberg Code proves that.
Yeah.
You know, look at the Spanish Civil War.
Well, this is what
so many. Sorry, go on.
No, this is partly what the Criminal Justice and Courts Act is supposed to cover for when the police abuse their position, either for gain or for detriment to somebody else. But it never gets fucking used. You never hear of anybody getting done by it. Sorry, go on.
One of the reasons why is because over the past 50 years, they've been integrating themselves into every single aspect of government, going down to school boards, actual teachers, you know, indoctrinating children, doctors, which you were talking about earlier, and the fact they're pumping hormone blockers into 6-year-old kids. You know, all of these things is because they've integrated into every single aspect of government, like the communists did. Yeah. You know, I'm pretty much a full-blown anarchist at this point. Like, I do not want any seriously, I do not want any government whatsoever. You know, government creates problems and then says, "Oh, now we're going to fix the problems that they caused in the first place." No, the only way that they can say it is you've got to vote for us and give us more money. The reason that we are in so much debt is not because of the taxpayer, is because of what they're spending our money on. If people actually did some research into what they did, like bomb sniffing elephants, they spent like 10-15 million pound on that. Bomb sniffing elephants, like what the hell is that? 15 million pound.
I can't say that's one that I've heard of, but I will certainly look into that.
Yeah, no, seriously, some of the stuff that they spend our money on is criminal. And I'm pretty much a full-blown anarchist at this point. I don't want any government whatsoever. I want local community government, local community policing, where everyone knows who the policeman is. Everyone actually knows who their representative is. They know where they live, not in a violent way, but they know where they live. They know all of these things. You can knock on their door. Hello, you know, all nice.
Do you know,
things to be years and years and years and years and years ago.
Yeah.
Now it's just we pretty much live in a communist state but without the communism as a title.
Yeah.
The way things are run is pretty much a communist state. We're very, very close to China, especially with these vaccine passports coming in. That's going to bring in the social credit system slowly.
Yeah.
And that's the way we're going. And the thing is, most of the people that live in this country, I'd say about at least 40%, 50% of this country is in a cult-like mass formation psychosis where they're just following whatever the TV says.
Of course.
And they'll get, no one's ever thought about overdosing on vaccines or destroying your immune system because you're taking too many vaccines too quickly. As long as the TV says it and the news person says it,
information is power, as they say, and he who controls the information controls the power. It's not about not necessarily about money. It's about the information and what information is disseminated to the public and what's kept behind. Okay, as you say, with regards to community policing, etc. When I was a kid, we knew our community police constable. Right. In fact,
instead of taking you to jail, they'll take you back to your house and tell you.
He was actually a friend of the family. Okay, our community police officer was a friend of the family. My sister used to go to school with his daughter, and we was friends with his family. But we knew him, and I was more scared of him taking me home than anything else. Now, when you have that respect, that's because I respected him. When you've got respect for somebody, and they come up to you in the street and go, "Listen, lad, you've been a dick. Come on, I'm gonna have to sort you out." Most of the time you'd have gone, fucking fair cop, all right, Gov, let's go. But when somebody comes along that you don't know, so this is this could be a copper, you've never seen before, comes at you, he's got no respect for you, you then give no respect back, and it causes a standoff, and then we end up with a fucking a problem, and that's where they've given the police cars rather than told to walk around the beat. That's why they're all fat cunts as well at the moment.
There are cars. They're our cars.
Well,
we own them.
Well, you know what I mean. They've been given.
But they don't know. The police don't know that. They think they own all of the stuff. Like, mate, we pay for you.
Yeah.
You own us. You don't pay tax. You pay tax on tax. You are ours. We own. When you're in that fancy dress, we own you.
Yeah.
You are ours. Work for us. You do as you're told. But they don't do that. Most everyday people don't see it as that now. They see them as the goon squad.
Yeah.
The government deployed police, secret police, the SS, the stormtroopers. And everyone's scared of them, and that's the thing. Most people now, every regulation which isn't law, every regulation they're following is not because of trust the science or because of COVID. It's because they're scared.
Yeah. Because
they're scared of what the repercussions are going to be, and that is a communist state.
And
that is not a free society.
And I have to be honest here. I have to be on the balance side, not balance side, but on the flip side of the coin. There, a lot of people will just do as they're told because they're afraid of losing their job. Now, I get that it's a hard place to be when you lose your job. Most people, including the police, including NHS workers, etc., are working. They're 2 paychecks away from being homeless, as most people are. But what is more important? The future for your children and your grandchildren. Okay, growing up in a world that is not fucking narrated by George Orwell, or struggling for a little bit before you get back on your feet. We've all had to struggle. We've all lost jobs at some point or another. I've been homeless.
Everyone's been fucked over by this.
I've been homeless 3 times since I've lived in Liverpool. Right, I've slept in a post office doorway. Right,
I'm sorry for you.
No, look, it happens. I'm not saying it because I want people to feel sorry for me. I'm saying it because we've all been in a shit position, a shit place. Right, I've lost job, I've lost my own company. Right, and I ended up with nothing. So from the point where I had a house, a missus, a dog, a fucking, do you know what I mean? All the rest of it, and I went from that to sleeping in the doorway of a post office to living in a 1-bedroom fucking bedsit. Okay, we all have to struggle at time to time, but what is important, I think, is not what you have to, what is important is what you have to do for your kids and your grandkids.
That's all I care about now. All I care about is getting rid of this government. Like I've been going to protests since just before the start of COVID, when they had all the human trafficking ones, which they snuck under the rug. Obviously, everyone here knows about the Rotherham grooming gangs.
Yeah.
You know, the police are friends of rapists. They don't arrest them. Usually, a lot of them are rapists. So, it is what it is. But One of the things you said as well about the police bringing something where you can't punch a copper.
Yeah.
That is because people were defending themselves at the protest because the cops were going in and beating the crap out of them.
Yeah.
And people were defending themselves. Now, what I have to say about that is, okay, you can't punch them. Two things. I'm not advocating anything. I'm just giving you two facts. One, defense spray, you can buy off Amazon, completely legal, 3 cans for 15 quid.
Yeah.
Also, it's legal to carry a crossbow, people. Just some information there, because it's going to get to that point, but soon they're going to be coming to doors looking for unvaccinated people, and you better defend yourself.
This is part of it. This, as far as I'm concerned, you've got this latest legislation where you're not allowed to have weapons in your house, even if they're on display in your house, and never leave your house.
Bullshit,
okay,
absolute bullshit. That
and the thingy, what's his fucking name, law? What's that copper that got dragged down a fucking road? I can't remember. Basically the law about assaulting an emergency worker, right? Both of those have been put in place ahead of what they know is coming, in my opinion.
Yep. Okay. Exactly, because they know at some point the tide will turn.
Yeah.
There have been like 76 pandemics in history, and in 74 of them, when the pandemic has come to an end, there's been a mass uprising.
Yeah.
Only twice in all of history, when there's been pandemics, has there not been an uprising. In all of the other ones, the other 74, there's been an uprising, and it's coming. I promise you, it's coming, and they're scared. Because they know more and more people are starting to wake up. People are waking up from this cult-like mentality, and they're starting to go, "Oh shit! I've had three vaccines, and I'm still getting COVID." No, more people are getting COVID with the vaccine.
Yeah,
that's a fact, and people are starting to wake up, and they're like, "Oh shit! Oh my god! I've literally sold my soul to the government, and they've screwed me over." Well, I have two opinions on that. One of them is, "Ha ha! We told you, you called us conspiracy theorists. You can live 6 feet under now because you gave us all that abuse, and now you've woken up to what's going on. Fuck you." And my other opinion is, good. We need more people. We need more people. So I'm stuck in. I'm a very angry person. You know, for being a chef, it was so hard to find work for so long.
Yeah.
And
it is fucking working as a chef is impossible. And
scraping the bottom, trying to get money to live.
Listen, fair play on where you're working as well. I went for a job when I left college. I went for a job at the Kensington Park Thistle.
Oh, okay.
I went for a job there. I was the only one there in a suit. Every other fucker was there wearing jeans and shit. You know, the London mentality, so to speak. And and I was the only fucker there in a suit. And I didn't even get a call back to say thanks, but no thanks. So, fuck you. So, so I went and worked for the Freemasons instead.
You worked for the Freemasons?
Oh, cooking for them, yeah. Not doing anything else.
Not them.
It was all right. Do you know what? It was good because at the time I got to know, you know, the high rankers in the high rankers before anybody says anything in the area, and any issues that I had while I was working there were dealt with. Do you know what I mean? Can't say fairer than that. But as soon as I left there and started realising, you know, what police were actually all about, started changing my opinion of them. Anyway, Finn, listen, man, I'm going to have to cut this short because I need to go for a piss and I need to take some more calls. But listen, I appreciate you calling, man.
You too.
First time caller you are, aren't you?
Yeah. I've never caught your live streams because I've been working, but I've always watched the other videos you do. But whenever you're live, I always jump on. I'll even try and get on the phone. I'm always in the comments. You know, your comment section. You know, you got a lot of well clued up people in there that know what they're talking about.
It's a good, definitely a good community on here. Definitely,
you've got a very good community here, and you know, I'm very happy to be a part of it and what you're doing and bringing awareness to topics that need to be made aware of, and I have a lot of respect for what you do.
Sweet.
I saw
Cheers,
you with
man.
Mike Glabbery the other day. You're in a town centre. I saw it.
It was in Liverpool town centre.
That portable TV thing.
That's it. It wasn't as exciting as I hoped it would be, but do you know what? You can't plan these things. It is what it is.
The thing is, you're going out and doing things, and that gets all my respect, because there are a lot of people that have opinions and they don't bother doing anything. Me and you, we're actually going out and trying to do things. We're protesting. We're trying to actually make a change. We're not just saying things and doing nothing. And that's what you need. You need more people to be proactive and do things, because that is how we're going to make a change and how we're going to save and get our country back.
Yeah, definitely. All right, my man.
Yeah,
listen, thank you again for calling. Don't be a stranger.
I won't have you back. Thank you to all the comments, by the way. They've been sending me some love, so thank you very much for that.
No worries, my man.
Yeah, the name's Finn, by the way.
All
really
right.
nice talking to you.
And you, Finn. Take it easy, man.
Good evening, everyone. See you. Goodbye.
Ta, mate. Ta. Right, folks, I'm sorry, but I need to go and drain the main vein, so to speak. So, look, I could do this, but oh no, I'm in the wrong fucking way again. Look, let's get over this way. Let's see him. Where is he? Wrong way. Can we get on him? We'll give you. We'll look at Smudge for a little while I go for a piss. No, it's the wrong way. Bloody hell, it's all impossible doing this. Which bloody way am I going? No, that way. There we go. I'll let you watch Smudge for a minute and I'll be back in a sec. Hello. Oh. Say hello. No. Say hello. 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 Oh, now I've got to move the bloody camera again. Stand on there a minute. Oh, now you got my fat head in the screen. Let's drag that out a bit. There we go. Oh, hello, Smudge. Hello, good evening and welcome.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, mate.
Hello.
I'm just wondering if you could share a story for me.
What's that?
I've sent you an email from Wheels Media. It's basically, there's a guy, he's bastard his girlfriend while she's pregnant, killed the baby inside her.
Oh, shit.
And he's got life, but he's got a minimum term of 12 years. And I have started a petition, because I think in that respect, life should mean life.
Is this Will's?
Yeah.
Yes, okay. I've just opened me email there. I see it. What, half hour ago it was, wasn't it, about?
Yeah.
Yeah, I see it.
You know, I don't know if it's something that you want to cover on your channel or not, but I'm just asking if you don't mind, please, could you share it about, because you've got a bigger channel than me.
I'll tell you what I'll do. I'm going to chuck the link in the comments now.
Yeah.
Anybody want to go check this out? If you right click it and open in another window, you can check it out after the stream. But I will whack that in there now. There you go, change.org. Is that all? Yeah, that's the whole thing. Yeah, there you go. I'll put it in the comments now. So
thank you, brother.
So anybody that wants to check that out, as I say, if you right click and open in a new window,
it is also on my about page as well.
Right, Will's Media on YouTube. I'm
only a small channel, you see, so I probably can't get it about as much as you can, mate.
Will's Media. Let's have a look. There you are.
Hi and welcome to the channel.
Right, I will chuck your channel link in the comments as well. So if anybody wants to go check that out, then they can go check that out too. Okay, so there we go. Unfortunately, we can't do a great deal, but we can do what we can. No. Do you know what I mean? So
that's all I'm asking is, it's a story that I don't agree with men hitting women. I'm sorry. I don't, under any circumstances.
No, of course not.
This one is, she's pregnant. He knew she was pregnant before he got with her.
Right.
So, and then he decides to do this. And he's got previous convictions for attacking other women.
Right.
As well. So, he should be, life should mean life for this guy.
So much for the police fucking protecting women.
Yeah, they're supposed to be doing more to do with domestic abuse and stuff, and I don't feel enough's being done. And that's why I've started this petition, because I feel if we can get enough signatures on the petition, then maybe I can take it to 10 Downing Street,
right,
and turn around and say, look, can you relook at this sentence? Because I know, or believe, I don't know for 100% certain, I believe they can readjust a sentence if they think it's too lenient.
They can, yeah.
Yes. There's enough public outcry.
There doesn't
necessarily
necessarily need to be a public outcry. If you think, and this is one of the things that I found out last year, I think it was, if somebody's given a sentence, if anybody thinks that it is too lenient or too severe, anybody, you can get in touch and with the, I can't remember who it is now. I'll have to look into it again properly, but you can contact whoever it is and say, look, you need to look at this sentence again, because I believe that. I mean, it helps having lots of people behind you, but I believe it only really takes one person to make that complaint. But the more people you got behind you, obviously, the more weight you've got.
Well, this is why I've started this petition. I've just spoken on Film Boy's live chat as well.
Right.
And he's sharing it about. GB Orders has also put it on his community page. I've put it on my about page. I mean, I've only got 103 subscribers, so I'm not a very big channel.
Yeah.
I only started just over a month ago, so.
All right, no worries. Well, listen, man. If I can put this channel to any use at all to help, not just fucking get back at police that have been wankers, but anyone that's been an arse. If the system has failed somebody and somebody's got a piss poor sentence or something like that, or somebody's got a ridiculous sentence for something stupid, if we can put the channel to any use and get people people that agree to help out.
Not everybody's going to agree with me on this.
Yeah.
It's my personal opinion that life should mean life for this guy. He's got previous convictions for assaulting women. He's had 2 charges of GBH, an ABH, plus something else. I can't remember. There is a story on. I'll send you a link to the story that I read as well. In a moment, I'll email that to you so you can actually look at the story yourself as well.
Right.
But he's been done for, I think it's 4 or 5 different offences, and he's got a minimum term of 12 years.
Right, okay.
Even if he does them 12 years, he's 35.
Look, in America, what is it they do in America? You got the 3 strike system, haven't you? If you get banged up 3 times, I believe then for even if it's shitty, stupid crimes, I think it's 3 for the 3 strikes. and then you can get life.
Well, if you get done for drug dealing, the first time they'll give you a fairly big sentence, like 2-3 years. Then the second time they'll give you a bigger sentence of 4 or 5 years.
Yeah.
And the third time they'll give you 7 to 10 years, because one of my friends got 7 years.
Right.
For having 2 shots on him because he'd been done for dealing in the past.
Right.
And he got 7 years for 2 shots. You know.
Yeah, man. I still think I think in serious crimes, not stupid crimes like getting caught with a bit of weed on you or something like that, but with serious crimes of a certain caliber and above, I think if you get done 3 times, I don't think that life is such a bad idea. I don't think that turning around and saying after three serious offences, like indictable offences, shall we say, then you get a fucking sentence that you're certainly going to think about for the next 20 years. Do you know what I mean? But
I watched you and Marty in Liverpool Town the other day.
Yeah.
When Gamer went and jumped off the Rainbow Rock and knocked himself out.
Face planted. Well, I found out today that that's actually called an anti-terrorist block.
Is it?
Apparently so.
I thought it was something to do with LGBT.
It's been painted as that, okay, but apparently those blocks, there's some in Southend, I'm where I come from, and somebody posted in one of the Southend groups today, like this anti-terrorist block has, it'd been painted with a face on it, and then I realised what those were. They were to stop cars getting up on there and driving into things.
Oh, because of the Westminster Bridge attack?
Yeah, things like that. Yeah, so they've got these big blocks of concrete that have been positioned in places around town centres and stuff. And apparently it's supposed to stop vehicles getting up onto like pedestrian walkways and stuff like that. Yeah.
I thought they put them in there because of the LGBTQ.
Like they've just painted it that way to make it look pretty, haven't they? So yeah, man. Listen, I hope that you get some signatures and stuff. I can't tell people to sign stuff. They've got to look at it.
No,
I'm happy to put.
Not asking.
I know. I'm just saying that I'll put the link on there. If people want to check it out, then by all means they can go and do that.
Yeah.
But hopefully you'll get some, some signatures and whatnot on there if people agree with it. So.
I mean, it's only been up like 20 minutes. I think I've already got 10-15 signatures on it already.
Right, cool.
I am sort of trying to get it about as much as possible. I've asked Ryan Rampage to share it, DJ to share it.
Right.
I am in contact with quite a few people.
Cool.
So I have asked quite a few people to share it about for me. I just know you've got quite a big channel, and I watch your channel quite a bit. I am a subscriber.
Good stuff.
And I have been a subscriber since I first found your channel.
There you go. You've got a couple.
I believe in what you're doing.
So you've got a couple of people in the comments there. I've just scrolled back a bit, and there's a few people that said they've signed it. So all good stuff.
All right.
All right,
thank you for your time, mate.
No, thank you for calling in. Appreciate it.
I will apologise if I've upset anybody bringing this up, because I know for some people out there, this may be a raw subject, but
right.
I just feel myself that, this is just wrong.
Yeah.
I mean, I've dated women who've had kids or been pregnant, and my ex-missus was I'll put it in a polite way, a working girl.
Right.
And she had a baby to a punter. And I actually brought that baby up for 6 years as my own.
Well, fair play to you.
So, I know myself how it is. And I still speak to this girl to this very day, and I still speak to my little stepdaughter. And I send her a birthday present, I send her Christmas presents. She's now 7 years of age, and I just sent her a mobile phone for a Christmas present.
Well, fair play.
I if that child needs anything, I've told my ex to ring me, and if I can help her, I will.
Yeah. Not too many people like that out there, so fair, respect for that.
As far as I'm concerned, that's my child. That's the way I look at that baby. She's mine.
Yeah.
She's not that punter's. She's not, she's not wanted. It's not that she's not wanted. She's loved. She knows she's loved.
Yeah.
Every time I talk to her mum on the phone, she's like, "Oh, is that my dad?" She actually thinks I'm her dad. She doesn't know what has happened because she's so young. And she actually calls me dad, and she actually thinks I am her dad.
Right.
Even though I'm not. I've never told her I'm not.
No.
I've always made out that I'm her dad, and I always will. I have actually said to my ex, I don't want her to know.
Yeah.
Unless my ex decides to tell her.
Right.
But I said, as far as I'm concerned, that child is always mine. And I've told my ex, if she wants to go for child support, I'll pay child support for her.
Well, good on you.
You know what I mean? I love that child to bits, I've been there since virtually day one, and I'll be there for the rest of her life. I've actually started a savings account when she was born.
Right.
And every month I put £20 into the account, and that's for her to go to university or to pass her driving test or whatever she wants.
Right.
And I'm going to continue every month putting £20 into that account for her.
Oh.
I know it's not a lot, but £20 a month if you work it out.
All adds up. Absolutely, all adds up, mate. Yeah, absolutely.
And I mean, I've been doing that for 7 years now, and it comes direct straight out of my account and goes straight into her account. My mum can't touch it. I can't touch it. The account's locked until she hits her 18th birthday, unless she goes to university.
Yeah.
If she goes to university, there is a clause in the account that says that she can get access to the money for university purposes.
Yeah.
If not, she gets it when she's 18, and then she can use it to pass a driving test or, put a deposit down on a house if there's enough there. I mean, I don't know what it would be there, but I'm not going to stop putting that money in there for her. No, I never will.
Fair play.
I mean, I've got 4 kids of my own.
Yeah.
And I do the same for my 4 kids. So it costs me £100 a month.
Right.
Just in paying for kids. You know what I mean? But
respect to you, my man. Listen, I don't mean to be rude. I really don't, and I hate having to say this to people today.
Come on quickly.
Genuinely.
My email. If you ever want to chat, or if you ever come into Norfolk, please let me know, and
no worries.
I'd love to meet you.
Well, for everybody watching, I am going to be in London on Wednesday. For everybody watching, just in case there's anybody out there that's in or around London that fancies coming to say hello. I'm going to be in London on Wednesday. Most of the day, I'm going to be there from about 5 to 12 until about, I think, 7 or 8 o'clock. So I will be around. So if there's anybody out there that wants to come and say hello.
But I find it hard to get places because I'm a wheelchair user, you see. Big J actually gave me my tagline, auditing done on wheels.
Yeah, I just noticed that on the channel.
Yeah. DJ's actually done a lot of work to my channel, the banner.
Right.
That's from DJ Audits. And my profile picture, the Wheels Media profile picture, again, is DJ Audits. So,
sounds.
I have a lot of respect for the guy.
All right, my man.
The same as I have a lot of respect for you as well, because I do watch your channel quite a bit, and I have downloaded quite a few things from stuff that you've put up. You actually gave me the link to the AOPP memo.
Oh, yes.
Council memo. And I actually forwarded that to my local council because they banned me from recording where I live.
Right, okay.
They put me into one of these pod things, which ain't really suitable for me, but it's only another couple of weeks and then I get my bungalow and I can't wait.
Sound.
But I'm going to go.
All right, my friends.
Get on and answer some more calls, but I just wanted to ask if you could read the email and just, as you've done, I have emailed you a few times before, but this email I really wanted to sort of ask you to really put it about for me.
No worries. Well, that's done. Right. That's done. So, as I say, hopefully you'll get some.
Thank you to everyone on the channel, and thank you, Pat, for. Well, Dan, sorry.
That's right.
For everything, mate.
No worries.
And I am sorry if I've upset anybody bringing this subject up, but I just felt that, it's too lenient. So I felt it had to get out there.
Cool.
And I felt you were the right person to talk to.
All right, my man. Well, as it says on the screen, any people can phone me for practically any reason, and if I can help, I'll help.
Yeah. Okay, mate.
All right, mate.
If you could look into how we go about bringing up the lenient sentence for me.
Yeah.
Because I have tried myself, but I can't seem to get much on it.
Right.
And then maybe if me and you can work together, if you want, I'll send you an email with my mobile number on.
Right.
And then you can call me if you want to, and we can discuss it and try and get this sentence.
Sounds. Drop me an email to remind me, because I'm not going to have time to do it before Wednesday. I've got a lot of stuff I need to prepare for Wednesday, because I've got something going on Wednesday in London. So I need to prepare all for that.
I will be watching when you upload it.
Well, it'll be a live stream.
Oh, will it? Oh,
yes.
I'll be watching that then.
It will be a live stream. But what
I watched you a live stream when you did it from Liverpool.
I will put a note.
You were having problems with your screen.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to put a notice out on my Facebook, my Twitter, and on here on the community channel, community tab, to say that I'll be going live at whatever time it is I'm going live at. Yeah. So keep an eye out for that.
Yeah, I have got a Facebook group as well, Wheels Media on Facebook. So
cool.
In case anybody wants to check that out, I do upload all my content to public. I don't put anything as private or members only.
All right.
I do everything as public because I don't believe in doing members only stuff, because I like everybody to be able to watch my content.
Yeah.
But thank you for your time, mate.
All right, Wills.
I hopefully speak to you again soon.
Take it easy, my friend.
All right, mate.
Good night now.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Hello. Hello.
Hello, Dan.
Yes, I knew it was you.
How you doing?
I haven't quite got the voice for it, but there we go.
Just going to mute my audio on the YouTube. So how are you doing this evening? You well?
Not so bad. I just want to say one thing to somebody in the comments before I carry on, Dan, if you don't mind. Where are you? Yeah, Tiffany Lewin. Can you do me a favour? Can you... I'm reading some of the comments. I haven't gone back to read them all, because I'm talking to people and it distracts me. But I've seen something here about you. Lost Souls Paranormal's replied to you saying yes, you could have sued them if they'd fired you based on you saying no to an experimental jab. Can you try ringing in so I can speak to you? Give it about 10 minutes or so and try ringing in if you wouldn't mind, please.
I won't be that long.
Thank you. Sorry, Dan. Go on, mate. How are you doing?
I'm very well, thanks. How are you?
Yeah, not so bad, thank you.
Not so bad.
I've got corona, as you can see. So I'm yeah. So.
Well, you're looking sparkly for that.
Well.
Excellent. Well, that's good to see. It's a very, very good plan for a Sunday evening. I'm not quite so lucky myself. I'm feeling a bit rough today, but I don't think it's the Rona. I've done the test and
none
of that shit going on. But I thought I'd just call in, say hello. It seems that the voice is very popular. I'm going to try, if you don't mind, a bit of ASMR or AMSR or whatever the fuck.
As long as it's not BDSM, I don't mind.
So here you go. I'm gonna try my sexiest eating of a Tunnocks tea cake. Are you ready?
Okay. Well, hang on a minute. I think Lost Souls Paranormal has gone to sit on the waterproof.
Is she? All right. Okay. Good. That's well. I kind of thought that it was in her best interest. Oh, Monkey Black was in the house as well. Okay. Here we go. So here comes the foil wrapper. Can you hear that? There's the foil wrapper. And the tea cake has been released. I am now going to bite the top off. Marshmallow and chocolate complete. Are you ready?
See, even that turns me on.
Oh, that's good. And now I'm going for the chocolate biscuit base. Oh, Oh, that's good. There you go. It's my first attempt. What do you think?
Well, let's ask Lost Souls Paranormal.
Throw it open to the comments. Yeah, so the growl for Lost Souls Paranormal is as follows. There you go. That's me done for the evening.
Well,
I'll let you next caller call in.
We're
Have
not,
a lovely night.
We're not going to hear from Lost Souls Paranormal now for another 45 minutes.
Excellent. Bless you. Good show as always, Dan. Great to see you.
And Jim,
I'll catch you soon. Take care, mate.
Take it easy.
Bye-bye.
Oh dear. There you go, Molly. Your ovaries just erupted. Oh, fucking hell. Well, it all goes on this channel, doesn't it? Hey? Yes, blaggers, yes. Only 2 so far. There's still plenty there, but they won't be for long. Lost Souls Paranormal is in a quivering mess on the bathroom floor. Well, look, I mean, what can I say? You know, that even gave me a semi. Hello, good evening and welcome.
Was that Lawrence Fox online there talking? It sounded like Lawrence Fox. Come on.
What, the last caller?
That sounded a lot like Lawrence Fox, man. I'm sorry if you can hear the echo in the background. It was just a quick call on that one, man. That does sound like Lawrence Fox, man.
I've got to be honest, I don't know what Lawrence Fox sounds like, but there we go. But he's got a fantastic voice and he's got to be honest.
Aye, definitely, man. He's definitely got a voice for the radio or something.
Yeah. Well, I've been told he's got. I've been told he's got a face for radio as well, but I best not say that out loud. Oh dear! It all goes on here, doesn't it?
Doing a voiceover for 50 Shades of Grey.
Yeah, well, he needs to put it to use, doesn't he? If you've got something that's fucking, do you know what I mean, that you can make money out of, then do so.
Aye, definitely. Well, I'll let you go. It was just a quick call on that one. That was all.
No worries.
Hopefully, who you need to get through will get through.
All right, my man.
Okay.
All right, take it easy. Oh dear, we have some mad shit going on here. Not quite as mad as that, but there we go. It's getting there. Get Hayley on next. Hayley? Who's Hayley? Who's... all right, Tiffany, no worries. Well, do us a favour though, Tiffany. Give us email me at some point and let me know what's going on if you can, if you don't mind. Because I might have some advice for you. Can we have a slot each week where he reads a chapter from the book? I'll tell you what, shall we just get him to read the legislation? The most boring thing ever is the government legislation. Well, I'll pick a specific act each week, and we'll get Dan on just to read the act as it is on legislation.org. Hello, Athelstan. How you doing? Hello, good evening and welcome.
Good evening, Pat.
Hello, who's this?
This is a person that you know very closely in my name. I go by normally as Mr. Blackburn.
Oh, hello, fucking hell, mate, hello. I didn't recognise your voice then. Fucking hell, how you doing, brother?
I'm fucking brilliant, bro. Are you?
Doing all right, mate, yeah, doing all right.
I'm doing magic, me, mate. I just thought I'd join in for fucking shits and giggles. I won't take a lot of your time because people want to talk, but aye.
That's all right. There's plenty of people in here that like you. There's some that don't, but that's part of the fun, isn't it? It's part of the fun.
Only some.
You're not work. You need to work harder on that.
No, big up, Pap, yeah. While we're on the live, I said, absolutely fucking brilliant spending some time with you the other day, mate. It was absolutely fucking magic. I loved every second of it.
It was a good fucking day, wasn't it? I've got to say. And
it was. We had a good fucking giggle, mate.
Good evening on the beers as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah, man. Didn't get into trouble or anything. Couldn't believe it.
I know. It went really smoothly and very nice.
And it.
One thing though, Pap,
go on.
Listen, yeah.
Go on.
Right, so you remember the chap that came and met us later on in the day? It was near to the end of the day, so we were still in that corner where Rad Gamer fell out and knocked himself out.
Yeah.
But the other chap, he came very just late after that. What the fuck would he? What was his name?
What, Spence?
No, so there was that guy. He chilled with us for a bit, but then he left.
Right, the only ones I remember, and I've got to be honest, I don't remember a lot. There was Danielle and Mike, I think, that turned up.
Listen, so I'm not all about the subject. There was a guy, yeah.
The Scouser. Was he the Scouser?
A Scouser guy.
Oh, shit.
On his own, he had his face fully fucking covered.
Oh,
and his name was something like, police uncovered, corruption, police corruption uncovered.
I know who you mean. I can't remember his fucking name now. I know who you mean, though.
You know what I mean, though? Yeah.
Go back. Listen, go back through the video. He says his name in the video.
I've looked through it. He's not. I don't know when he's not there. He was the guy that was there with us, yeah? You remember when we were looking down that little fucking weird wishing well shit?
Yeah, he's the one that was saying about it, yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, Brian. Much appreciated. I'll have a look through my recordings tomorrow, and see if I can find his name.
Fair play.
But he's usually, I'm sure he's on here somewhere usually.
I can't find him, Pap. I said to him, and I said, thank you for you guys coming. I'm going to give you a shout out.
Right.
So I promoted the other people.
But not him.
I cannot find him. Who the fuck he is.
No, I will look through the recordings tomorrow, mate, and I'll see if I can find it. Or him.
Have you seen Carl yet?
Who?
Carl. So Carl was the guy that was saying, excuse me, you might have eaten some cannabis and didn't know what the fuck's going on.
No, which one was that?
Carl. So the older gentleman, the trousers resembled like chef trousers. And he was saying that he'd eaten the cannabis and he didn't know what's going on. He was bare paranoid. He didn't know what was going on. They were freaking out left, right, and centre. Oh
fuck! I honestly, I'm struggling to remember, mate. Seriously, that drink has just it's wiped my memory. I have to look back at the videos to fucking remind myself. But I will look back. I'll see if I can pick up their names and whatnot and give you a shout with them. But
yeah, listen, I'm not too harsh, but I obviously I said to you about give him a shout, but I can't shout you whatever the fuck you are, do I?
Have you had a drink tonight?
Yeah, I've had a few.
Yeah, I thought you had.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but I could just tell you've had a few.
You know, we're really good though. I won't lie. So I got that Uber taxi from your house.
Mm.
And I got dropped off down at Midlet Town, and I got the scooter.
Yeah.
The scooter, it still only took about £7 off my bill.
Really?
Yeah, I've still got fucking £21 left.
Fucking hell. Hang on a second, Marty. Brian, that is fucking unbelievably generous of you. Thank you so much. It's just...
yeah, no, I just see Brian's.
No.
Big up, Brian.
He's just put a ton in.
I see it.
Fucking hell, Brian. Thank you so much, my friend. Much appreciated.
Fucking hell. That's called devotion, bro.
I don't even know what to say. I genuinely don't.
Respect, man.
Wow.
You know, I'll say it for you. Super appreciated. Massive engagement. But you know what? YouTube will took 30 quid of that, the dirty stealing bastards.
They will, which is unfortunate, but
Yeah, bastards.
still, I can't say anything other than fucking wow, thank you.
No, that is beautiful.
Wow.
But I'll fuck off anyway. I'll let you go and speak to your card, my guy. Yeah.
All right, my man. Listen, you're welcome up here. Anytime you're up here, give me a shout, man. Apart from
my guy.
apart from Wednesday, I'm going to be in London on Wednesday. So
I've got by the way, just to let you know and let your viewers know, I've got UK audit. No, sorry, I've got Bothered Now UK audits coming up here next week. I'm going to spend a few days up here in Leeds, so we're going to go smack it hard. So I'll be ready for it.
yeah, I'll keep an eye out for those videos, man. I don't get to watch everybody's videos. I'm subscribed to plenty of channels, and I wish I had the time to go through everyone's videos, and I don't. There's a certain few.
If you had the time to watch everyone's videos, you would be fucking something special.
Yeah. So what I do is I normally look.
Impossible.
There's a few people I will watch religiously, and there's others that I will watch when a title grabs my attention.
That's it.
But yours is one of the ones that I watch most of the time, I've got to say. And I'm not trying to fucking blow smoke up your arse or anything, but I've known you for a while now. Do you know what I mean? So
I'll leave you with this. I'm gonna end the call now, but what I will say is, I am a kebab lover, and I swear to God, that kebab that I got near yours, Pap, it was not fucking magic.
Well, it
was beautiful.
I don't do kebabs myself, but fair enough, mate.
Well, as long as this call won't fucking pay by the second call, I wish you well.
All right, man.
See you later, buddy. Have a chat with me, mate, yeah?
Take it easy.
Top man. See you
so,
later.
mate. Ta. Nice to get blaggers on. Oh, here we go. Go on. You're going to make me twitch again.
There he is again. How you doing? Are you well?
I am.
Excellent. So I have some paracetamol in my hand. Would you like me to read the instructions?
You're going to read the instructions. This is almost solely for Lost Souls Paranormal.
It is, but we've got to keep her sweet, because it's only her and Josie who are modding this evening, so they've got to have some buy-in, right?
Go ahead.
Paracetamol, 500 milligram caplets. For the relief of mild to moderate pain, including headache, migraine, neuralgia, toothache, sore throat and period pain. Also for the symptomatic relief of rheumatic and muscular pain, aches and pains, sciatica, fibralgia, lumbago, joint swelling and stiffness. Warning.
Oh, we lost you. We lost you for a moment there.
Oh, talk to a doctor at once if you take too much of this medicine, even if you feel well. How about that?
Well, look, I've got to say, right, I am all for the fanny, right? To put it blunt. But I'll tell you what.
I can turn you, can
I? Well, let's put it this way. I'm not standing up on camera just yet.
There you go. Right, I'll leave you to it then.
All right, my friend. So that, mate.
One, bye.
Oh. Oh, fucking hell. There we go. Lost Souls Paranormal said boom. Now, was that an actual... Did you actually boom? That's the question. Certainly wouldn't need any paracetamols, would you, Lost Souls Paranormal? I can't see that being an excuse, unless you want him to read the packaging. Oh, dear. Oh. Hello, Finn.
Mate, whereabouts in London are you going to be? Because I can get a train into London. I'd love to come see you. Whereabouts are you going to be?
I'm getting off at Euston.
Houston?
Euston Station. And I will... Just bear with me 1 second and I'll tell you...
Because I'll generally come up and see you.
Bear with me a second, and I think
No worries.
there's that. So I think I'm gonna I get off at Euston, and I think I'm heading towards Oxford Circus. I think, but I can let you know on the morning if you want to email me.
And where can I find your email?
policeabusingpowers@gmail.com. All one word, all lowercase.
Nice and simple, no worries.
Yeah, email me. Let me just say it's Finn. Where you going to be on Wednesday? I'll come and meet you, and I will give you an email and let you know exactly where I'm going to be.
Amazing. And also, big up to Marty Gladbury. I'd love to have a chat with him as well. He is an absolute legend. I love what he does. I love how he speaks to the police and puts them in their place. If he's listening, big you up. I'd love to have a conversation with you. You are the guy. But yeah, have a good evening.
Sweet. And you, man.
Thank you for letting me know.
No worries. Take it easy.
Thank you.
Sorry, mate. What am I doing in London? I can't tell you that. I'm afraid. I can't tell you what I'm doing in London and until I get there. But I can assure you, if you miss it, you will be kicking yourself. That I guarantee you. Okay. Not like the Liverpool, because we went to the Liverpool thing and we didn't know what was going to happen. So we had to make do with what happened. But with London, I can assure you, it's something you do not want to miss. Yeah, definitely something you do not want to miss. But other than that, I cannot say anything else at the moment. Danny Dyer, how you doing, mate? Well, do you know what, Brian? It will once I've done it. Once we've done the live, it will be on the channel, so you can always check it out later. I will also be doing a separate video about it on probably the following day, depending on what happens. But I genuinely cannot say any more than that at this time. But I do know for a fact that it's something that if you can watch it, you will want to watch. And I can say that hand on heart. Right, I need to go get another beer. So stay there. Do you know what? I probably shouldn't be eating this after talking to Dan, but I'm hungry. Fancy a sausage? Yeah, Josie, I'm getting there. I think it's about 5 to 11. I'm getting there. It's always a good crack on the Revs live stream, Danny. Oh. I do like a sausage. Love it. Right, okay, line's still open. I can't remember the phone number. 0151 528 9590. 0151 528 9590. Get on the blower, get on the dog and bone, give us a bell, let's have a chat. Anything you want to talk about, share a story, whistle blow, talk shit, call me names, I don't care. There's got to be some people out there that don't like me. I'm still waiting for you to phone. Molly needs an IV saline and the RNLI. You know, have you flooded your house, Lost Souls? Yeah, Finn, you can call back, mate. Yeah, anybody wants to phone up. If you phoned once, you can phone again. There's no limit. You haven't got a, you haven't got a limit on how many times you're allowed to phone. Hello, Finn.
Hi, mate. How are you?
All right, mate.
Yeah, no, I'm loving this. First time in the stream, I'm loving it.
It's not usually this mental, to be honest.
Absolutely, absolutely loving it, mate. No, I wanted to talk about, you about the 4 BLM protesters that toppled the statue down.
Haven't they been given? They've been given the name the Bristol Four or some shit, haven't they?
Yeah,
like
they admitted to it. They did it on camera and got found not guilty.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I believe what they actually said, and I might be wrong. You may know more than I do about this, but I believe they said to the judge that they was doing the service because it was causing offence.
Well, if COVID sites cause me offence, does that give me the right to go and destroy them?
Well, this is the thing, isn't it? It's kind of opened a doorway to an awful lot of things, I suggest. And the judge, I think, I genuinely think that somebody's going to turn around and say to the judge, right, we need to redo this and we need to give them something because this is going to open the floodgates to all sorts of shit going on.
Yeah, the thing with me is I think that question will be asked, but they already know the answer will be no. They just get off on it because it's a very, very left-wing cause. And because of that, and as I said before, that they've integrated themselves into every aspect of politics and government, that's how they can brush it under. Same with the Ghislaine Maxwell trial. She was charged with trafficking, but no one's going to know who to. Yeah. Because they said that for our safety, we're not allowed to know, which actually means there's so many people on there who are in government or in high positions, and celebrities and everything. Absolutely. That people are going to absolutely lose their shit when they find out the politicians who have not. That's not the only island. I can promise you that. That is not the only island.
Of course it's not.
Multiple islands just like that.
Absolutely. Totally agree with you.
But because Jeffrey Epstein was an Israeli Mossad, right? He had his own island because that was his whole blackmailing. That was his whole thing. It was blackmailing people so then they could change the way politics was because they've got dirt on people so they can open certain things and shut certain things and do certain things.
I said it earlier, information is power.
It is.
And that's all you got to do. All you got to do is get some dirt on somebody and you can affect all sorts of change.
Yeah, because when you've got like Ghislaine on that throne, I think it was in Buckingham Palace. I'm not sure it was. It was in some palace, and she's got that picture on the Queen's throne, and like
there was a picture of her in a like a cabin type house with that piece of shit.
That was that's a different picture. That was the one where the Queen was pictured in the exact same cabin.
Yeah.
This was one on an actual throne.
Oh, I've not seen that. I would have thought that is one of the biggest no-nos in this country is to sit on the Queen's throne.
Yeah, well, I'm very, very against the royal family. Like, I think they're personally illegitimate. They're German. The whole thing stinks of corruption. Like, I'll give you the fact that Prince Philip's will, no one's allowed to see it. What happened to FOIA? What happened to public information access requests? Why can't we see what's in the will?
What they'll do, they will let people see, but not until everybody that's around now is dead. The same as this.
No one's allowed to see it for like 70 years.
Yeah, that's what I mean. The same as this corona shite, right?
No. A judge I know you took the Pfizer in the 75 years. A judge has just ruled they have to release everything in 8 months.
Right. Okay. I haven't seen that, so I'm glad you pointed that out.
Brand new information. A judge has ruled that they have to release everything within 8 months.
Right.
And they are shitting themselves.
So that's clearly a judge that's not on the payroll.
Yeah, because they tried to say they didn't have enough people on payroll to do it.
Yeah.
It's like, mate, you're making billions and billions of dollars, and the taxpayer is paying for it.
Mm-hmm.
You can't fill that office up with more people.
Yeah, of course.
Because that information will prove
that they could employ a small country of people to do that paperwork for them.
100%. If you can employ people in sweatshops for $3 an hour.
Yeah.
At that capacity, I'm sure you can employ like 20 people at like 30 grand a year.
Yeah.
For a year to get all the information out.
Yeah.
But they've got 8 months to release it all. The judges just ordered it.
Good, fucking good. Glad to hear it.
But yeah, Pfizer is the bioweapon. It's true. The vaccine is a bioweapon. You know, when have you ever seen a vaccine mandated with a passport? When have you ever seen a vaccine that's been rushed through, still in clinical trials until 2023? So everyone who's got it, you're a guinea pig.
Yeah.
You've got an experimental jab in your body. Now, no matter what BBC News or ITV News tell you, that is a fact.
PAP,
you're going to have to live with that.
Whatever BBC or ITV News tells you, PAP News tells you different.
I've been saying since Trump ran for office that everything the news tells you, turn it upside down, and that's the truth.
Mm-hmm.
That is the truth. With almost everything, you turn what the news says, turn it upside down, and that's what it means.
Everything they come out with, they're trying to hide from something else.
Yeah.
Trying to deflect from something else.
Either that, or they put the blame on something for what they've done to get it off them and onto them. For example, the Russian collusion, which found out that they had actually paid for the dossier and created the whole thing.
Yes, to deflect. It's deflection. It's a fucking standard practice, isn't it? Somebody comes at you, you deflect their attention to something else while you fucking destroy the evidence and get the fuck out of there.
Yeah, pretty much. But I feel that's why the tensions are rising so much, because people are realizing more and more that they are in the right in what they're believing and what they're seeing with their own two eyes. And they're fed up of seeing something with their own two eyes, and then a fact checker saying, no, don't believe your eyes, that never happened. Well, excuse me, I've just fucking seen it. What are you talking about? So, there's a lot of tension. I think 2022 is going to be the year of chaos and the year of exposure, and the year where
I'm not so sure it's going to be this year. I might be wrong, but I think they're going to hold on by the fucking skin of their teeth as long as they can before it goes tits up for them. I suggest if it's going to happen this year, it's going to be towards the end.
Of course. The next 6 months is gonna be very important with how many people start to realise what's going on, and if enough people within 6 months start to, that's when it's going to be dangerous for them, because they're going to lose. They've almost lost hearts and minds. I think in 6 months they would have lost most of the hearts and minds.
Yeah. Listen, Finn. I just want to say thanks to Robert Paris, because he's just tagged me in the post regarding what you've just told me, the 8 month thing.
Big up Robert.
Thank you, Robert.
Check your Twitter, Pap. I've tagged you.
So I'll check that. Actually, I'll bring it up now. I'll have a quick look, because it might be something I can share on here. So let me have a quick nose.
The thing with Twitter as well is there's a lot of bots on Twitter. A lot of bots pushing agendas, like vaccines and everything like that. There's a lot of them on there.
Yeah.
Twitter is a horrible fucking place.
Here it is. FDA will have 8 months, not the 75 years it requested, to release all documents related to the licensing of Pfizer's something vaccine. I don't know what the fuck that says. Comirnaty. whatever. COVID vaccine, a federal judge ruled on Thursday. Judge gives FDA 8 months, not 75 years. US Food and Drug Administration have got 8 months. Sound. I will definitely look into that a bit more. Even if it's not for the channel, it's definitely, something of interest for me. So I will definitely take a look at that and dig up some bits and pieces. So thank you for that, Robert, and thanks for bringing it up, Finn. I appreciate it.
No worries. Everything's about trying to wake up the fellow citizens of this country, and also keep an eye on what's going on around the world. Because I think it's Kazakhstan. Their government's in the shit. Like, they are uprising like crazy there.
Yeah, I have heard
very
about.
Violent. It's extremely violent. Like, people have had enough, and that's going to come here soon because civil disobedience will not work. It will not work. I can promise you, civil disobedience will not work.
We have to be careful what we say on here, Finn.
No, of course.
What you said so far is fine, but we have to be careful where we take the conversation. Okay, just for the sake of the channel.
Yeah, but no exposure. Public information requests, getting as much information out as you can, that's going to be one of the key, because when they start to lose the control of information, when they can't censor everything they want to, that's when it's going to start to slowly get out of the grip's going to get looser and looser and looser when more and more and more information, especially when it's freedom of information requests and it's coming from government figures.
But what they're going to start doing is like in some countries where you're restricted on the internet. What will start happening is you're going to get more and more draconian measures on Twitter and Facebook and all the rest of it with regards to silencing people. You're going to get more of this fact-checking shit going on. Okay, they're going to pile millions and millions of pounds into that to try and call everybody a liar. Then I reckon they're going to turn around. Right, we've already been told about rolling blackouts and stuff like that because there's not enough electricity to deal with everything that they want to do. Okay, like with trying to go into detail with stuff can be a bit difficult for me, but I know
they've shut down the pipelines, because they're shutting down pipelines, and they're starting to import energy from Saudi Arabia, and it's costing them a lot more.
Yeah,
that's one of the big problems. They're shutting down pipelines like they've done in America and Canada.
So, and we'll end up losing access to internet sites. I guarantee it. We'll start losing access to internet sites and places where we can share things. And it's going to be a big problem. At that point, I think it's going to be too late, really, to do anything peacefully.
Exactly. That's why I was saying that it's not going to work, because whatever we try to do peacefully, they'll block it off because they control everything. They're in every single aspect of government. They have control over everything. They've got people in every little pocket.
Yeah.
So whatever happens, they'll shut it off. Telegram's going to fall soon, I think, because everyone's flocking to Telegram.
Yeah.
So I can see Facebook buying out Telegram, or even Google buying out Telegram.
Well, one of the problems as well is things like Telegram, right? And you think about Google, you think about Facebook, you think about these other platforms, Twitter, and all the rest of it. When the government sees that what the potential behind a particular program, they go in and they invest and they become involved in that particular business. Okay, so Facebook and Google definitely have had CIA backing. Okay, and we know
100%.
Well, Google, we know for a fact that information's out there. Facebook, I don't know for a fact, but I'm pretty sure that Facebook has got some kind of money from the government, from the American government.
They do, especially the American government. Like there's a lot of detail, especially with the election, the US election with Facebook. Won't get into that now, but they do get money. They do get subsidies.
And it's going to happen to the rest of the places as well, because look, they can spend billions of pounds buying into a company. They're going to make that money back anyway. But remember, it's not about money; it's about information.
Exactly.
So if they can get onto, I mean, look at WhatsApp. WhatsApp's supposed to be encrypted. Do I believe it's still encrypted? No, I don't.
Nope.
No, I don't. Not since Facebook took over. Before, maybe, but not now since Facebook's took over, because Facebook's sole business model is about information. That is their business model. They are not going to buy into companies or buy companies out that give them no fucking information. They get no advertising on there. They don't do anything. They don't get no money from it. So what are they getting out of it? Information, guaranteed. And as I say, the same with things like Discord, Telegram. I do not doubt for 1 minute that these places will either have been approached or will be approached. So
no, I completely agree. I think more people need to start moving to alt tech like Gab, Rumble, DLive, these sort of sites which actually do allow proper free speech and the freedom of ideas and challenging ideas and all of that stuff, which Facebook will not give you.
No.
If you try, Facebook come out in court about 2 months ago, and their fact checkers went to court and they admitted their opinion.
Yeah.
In court.
Yeah.
So everyone that's been banned, everything that's been suppressed over the last 2-3 years, they've been suppressing that, and they've just admitted it based on opinion.
And what people need to do, but they won't, but what people need to do is every single one, if you go through your profile, you've got a thing that shows you your profile health, and it shows you where you've been flagged, called a liar by the fact checkers, or some kind of fucking thing put on your post. Every one of those is calling you a liar. Okay.
Yeah.
So that is defamation of character. Every single person that's had a post removed, revoked, or had a notice put on it saying that this is bullshit, this is why, should put a claim in to Facebook saying that it's an opinion, not a fucking, not a fact. And it's an opinion because you've said it's an opinion in a court of law. And therefore I want fucking some kind of compensation for you calling me a fucking liar to the world.
Yeah. I completely agree. However, there is zero accountability for big tech, for corporate media, for governments in most respects.
Yeah.
There is no accountability. It's swept under the rug, and that's it. Facebook, I think we can also, I don't know this for 100%, but I think it's pretty obvious that they probably do pay judges off to vote to side with them and to go in their favour.
Yeah,
I think that's kind of obvious that a lot of judges do that. Not all, but there will be some.
I think when it comes to the Senate, I mean, we've seen the Senate grill people. Okay, really grill them.
Only the GOP.
Now,
only the GOP.
What my point there is that there is a certain limit, a certain level of people that you can backhand. Okay, and give a fucking envelope under the table. When it comes to things like the Senate, for example, I think that's probably even the Senate don't know what the FBI and what the fucking CIA and everybody else gets up to. So they are out of the loop. Okay, they're not the kind of people that are going to get bribes and shit like that. And I have to be careful what I say on here, but they're not the kind of people that are going to get bribes and stuff. Whereas the CIA, the judges, the FBI, the police, all these people easily have access to getting those brown envelopes stuffed with dollar bills. And that's why I think the Senate can and does rip to shit lots of people. I think a lot of places wouldn't get to the Senate because of the judges and stuff being paid off. But unfortunately, some of them will get to the Senate, and that's where they get ripped to pieces. And in my opinion, that's there's a certain level that you'd go to in a government hierarchy above which you can't pay off, if that makes sense. And as I say, the Senate and all that stuff, they're completely separate to the CIA. They don't know what's going on in the government agencies as such, which is why they have to get them in and question them when they do.
Yeah.
But it keeps the public thinking that the government are doing something.
It's all Hollywood. It's all Hollywood. Like with the Senate, we can say the Senate are doing things, but when it's come to censorship, they've done nothing.
Hang on.
They let Twitter continue.
One second. Sorry, Richard Upton. Who are you talking to? Kim, shut up and get a job. What she said. Why would you tell her to shut up for saying that? I don't often kick people from here, but do you know what? you'll go sit in the naughty corner for a little bit. Sorry.
No, absolutely fine. You gotta do what you gotta do with your chat. But yeah, you know, they've been saying for years they were going to do something about censorship on the big tech platforms, and they've done absolutely nothing. They've done absolutely nothing. These people they all say the right things and they do nothing. Yeah. Especially when it comes to re-election. You've got the midterms coming up in 2022. They're coming up very, very soon. They will say all of the right things.
Yeah,
and then go and do the opposite.
Oh, of course, absolutely.
You had the new New York governor. He said he wasn't going to bring in vaccine passport. So now in New York, you can't even go into a McDonald's without having your vaccine passport on your phone. Yeah. He promised he wasn't going to do that. The first day he got in, it was the second law he passed.
Yeah, well, they don't care once they're in, do they?
No, these people are liars, which is why people need to really think before they vote, because it's horrible to say, but a lot of people are voting the destruction of this country. Yeah. And don't even know it, because if you don't care about politics, then don't vote. Please don't vote. If you don't care about politics, if you don't care about making sure that what your opinion is actually based on facts and, you know, actual quantitative data, then please don't vote, because your vote is potentially destroying the country. Yeah. Now,
I'm not very into politics, as if you watch the channel for an extended period of time, you'll know that.
Policing, you're more specific.
I don't get involved in politics. I don't vote. I don't get involved in politics. Okay. If genuinely, I do look at candidates when it comes to voting, but I look at them and I think, no, tear the fucker up, put it in the bin, forget about it. If there was genuinely somebody out there that grabbed my attention, simply for grabbing my attention because what they've got to say isn't regurgitated bullshit that the last 10 candidates have said, exactly, then I'd probably think about it. But at the moment, I've seen fuck all my life. I've seen nothing from anybody that proves that any of them is worth fucking voting for. Any of them.
Yeah, but you don't need to be in like know everything about politics, but you need to actually know what if you know what I mean. You actually need to know the candidate you're voting for. If you're just voting for someone because he said the right things on a CNN town hall or on a BBC News Question Time, just because you heard them for an hour talking and getting some nice PR on a corporate media site. Oh yeah, you're right. That's not enough to give them a vote. You actually need to know what their policies are. Yeah.
No, absolutely. When I say that, you know, I'd see what they've got to say. What I mean, I don't just mean I'd read the leaflet that comes through the door.
No, I get what you mean.
I would look into it.
You're analysing on them to make sure that you're voting for the correct person. Like, you're a very clued up person. I'm talking about people that don't really have a clue about politics. You know, don't know, you know, about the police and their rights and all of this, and they just wave their flag and say, okay, do what you've got to do, blah blah blah. You know, violate my rights, I don't care. Yeah. Them sort of people, I don't want them voting, because they're destroying this country. And, you know, I look back to 2000, this country used to be so different 22 years ago. And that's not even, I'm not that old. I'm 25 years old, but even when I was like 6-7 years old, the country that I knew then and the school that I went to then and what I was taught is completely different to what things are now. It's completely different.
Yep, absolutely.
And it scares me. It really does scare me. Like when I see what children are being taught, like what I learned for like the puberty and I forgot what they call it, but the talk they do in school.
Take this book home. It's called My Mummy and My Mummy. Do you know what I mean? It's like, what the fuck?
Stuff, you know, used to be told, you know, what a penis is, what it does, and all that stuff, and now they're being taught some really sick stuff.
They are, but they're still being taught that, but they're being taught it at a much younger age. Okay,
and and transgenderism and all of these these kids don't need to know that. Know that when you're 18 and you're an adult who can make your own decisions. And the thing is, if you try and go to your school board and complain, you will be thrown out in a lot of cases. I've read so many cases where people are thrown out of meetings for bringing this stuff up.
Totally.
And it's like, how dare you? At the end of the day, my biggest frustration is we pay all of these people. They work for us. And we're paying them to fuck us over in every single aspect of our lives.
Yep.
When it comes to our job, our taxes, our school, our NHS, our police. The only thing that works well is the fire brigade. It's the only thing that seems to work well.
Everything we've been conditioned to do is for the benefit of others, not for us. We think we're going to work to build a nice life and have a nice house and have a nice car, and we don't own any of that shit. Okay. Yes. Okay. We do because we're told we do, but we don't. Okay. We have to pay. The car is owned. You might go and pay for a car, but why do you think a car can be taken off you? Because you're the registered keeper and you don't own the fucker. Okay.
I know it's horrible. It's absolutely disgusting. It twists my stomach.
It doesn't matter what you do nowadays. Okay. Years ago, maybe you'd work, you'd do what you can to provide for your children. These days, you try and provide for your children. When you die, most of the money gets fucking ripped off.
Yeah. They take off your money in inheritance tax. They tax your money that you've already taxed.
Yeah, you've been taxed on it probably 3 or 4 times already, and then they tax you again once you've died. And you want to give it to your kids for a better life, and it's all bollocks, mate, and it really winds me up. It genuinely winds me up. And we've got the police who are the government's fucking strong hand. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, they are. Do this, do that, clear these people off the streets, and then they organise a little bash up in the corner.
Yeah,
and they film that. That's going on the news. Anti-vax protesters beat up police.
Yeah,
that's not what happened. They completely changed the narrative, and it's sick. And I feel like we're almost powerless because the only thing that I see us being able to do that is non-civil disobedience. Everyone stop paying their taxes. Bankrupt the government. Bankrupt them.
Well, I've said this about for example, your gas and lecky company, right? Now, if everybody didn't pay their bill, and I mean everybody didn't pay their bill 1 month, right? So they go 30 days without any fucking payment. Okay, they'd be fucked.
Yep.
The company would be fucked. It's the same as if everybody turned around and said, "I'm not paying my council tax this month," and every single person done it. The council will be fucked. Okay, they'd have to rethink what they're doing. Okay, they can't put everybody in prison. That's the thing. Okay, they can't put everybody in prison. Yeah, of course. Fat Girth, you've said they're already bankrupt, and they are. Of course they are. All these companies are pretty much bankrupt as well.
They just print money. That's why our money's worth nothing now, because the inflation's through the roof.
Yeah.
They just print more money, and they print more, and they print more, and that fucks us up because our prices go up and our salaries stay the same.
Yeah, but
the government, they got a pay raise during the pandemic when we weren't allowed to work, and we gave them a pay raise.
Yeah, but people assume it's the cost of things that are going up. It's not. The cost of bread is still the same now as it was 20 years ago. Okay,
yeah,
it's the value. It's the value. It's the value of money that's gone down. Okay, so you're paying more for a service because the value of money has gone down, not because the cost of service has gone up. And that's what a lot of people don't realise.
You're 100% right. And the companies, they still need to make what would be the same profit, so they put the money up to cover the inflation.
Exactly.
Which hits us, and our salaries don't go up.
Why do you think? Why do you think in fucking what country is it? It's an African country. They've got like $100 million bill. Or $100 trillion bill, sorry. I can't remember what country it is now.
It might be the same country, but there's one country, they don't even put prices up in their shop anymore because they change so much.
Right.
They don't bother to put prices up.
No, with this one, they've created so much money out of nowhere from the government, and I can't remember what fucking country it is now. Zimbabwe, that's it, Dan, thank you. Zimbabwe have got like $100 trillion bill because money means fuck all, and that $100 trillion bill is worth about 10 pence. Okay, well, it was about 5 or 6 years ago when I looked it up on Google. But
you might as well use it as toilet roll. You might as well use it as toilet roll because it's cheaper.
Of course. You could go over there. You could come back with 10 British pounds worth of Zimbabwe money, and you would be on paper a multi-trillionaire.
Yeah.
It's fucking ridiculous.
Is that one of your commenters said that the whole thing, they think the whole thing is planned, and to be honest, you can't disagree with him now. You really can't. One of your commenters said that he thinks the whole collapse of the economy is planned, and it is. Go on the World Economic Forum and look at the Great Reset, Davos.
You will own nothing and you will be fucking happy.
In 2030, you will own nothing and you will be happy. This is the reality, and people don't want to look at that. People just say, "Oh, you've got your tinfoil hat on." They're literally telling you. They're literally telling you, and this is what frustrates me, is because it's them people that are insulting us who are fucking us over.
Yeah, and they're doing it right under our noses.
It's not even under our noses. They're doing it in front of our faces.
They're not trying to hide it, and that's the worst thing. Listen, Finn, just give me 1 second, mate. I'll be back in literally 2 seconds.
But no, big up the commenters. The commenters know what they're talking about. You'll be happy, yeah, you will be. Zimbabwe used to be the breakfast of Africa and wealthy country. Yeah, about 50 years ago, it used to be. Cashless society, social credit system. Yeah, in Sweden, they've actually now they put in chips. They're not forcing you to, but people can choose to get a chip into a chip implant into their forearm, and that will do your cash. That will have your Vax ID card on it. And I've been talking about that for about 1.5 years now. I said that's what's going to come, yeah. And in Sweden, that's what they have now. You can opt to have that on. And they say it makes everything easier. You can pay, get into your house, and do all of this for a chip in a... Finn, is that you that spoke to me in the chat? Yeah, Joe, that's me. Hello. Big fan of your videos. You need to start posting more.
Do you know what, Finn? I'll tell you something that I've got another call coming in, so I'll have to finish this up shortly.
That's absolutely fine. They come first.
One thing, before I do, one thing that I used to say when I was younger, before my eyes were open properly, I used to say, "Oh, wouldn't it be good, right? If for example, you get your national insurance number."
Yeah.
Let's say, for example, your national insurance number, okay, was linked to you, okay. It's linked to your national insurance number becomes your registration number, for example. It becomes your passport number. It becomes, all of these things. This is years ago, before I realised what was going on in the world, and I thought how easy it would be to have one fucking ID, one number, one ID, basically, to be able to do fucking everything, instead of having 20 different cards in your pocket and fuck knows what else. But as I say, before my eyes were open, now I realise how fucking ridiculous that is. But it's what's happening. As you say, we get given a chip. That chip will have a single ID in it. That ID will hold your DNA. It will hold your fucking medical records. It will hold your passport. It will hold your travel permission, okay, because remember they don't want us to have cars anymore, okay, so also you're going to have to travel generally on public transport, so you're going to be tracked where you're travelling. You can't just get in your car and fuck off somewhere. They'll know exactly where you're going. All of this stuff, every single thing can be done on a single fucking chip or a single card, a chip and pin or whatever. And it's fucking frightening, mate. It genuinely is frightening to think about it. I know some people go, "Oh yeah, but it's so much easier. It's so much easier, not for you."
If you want to do that, that's your choice to do it, but don't impose your opinion on the rest of civilization. If you want to get a chip inside you and be tracked like a dog, you go do that. But don't you fucking dare try and get me to have that in my body. My body, my choice. Doesn't just work for abortion. It works for everything.
Yeah.
Stop being hypocrites.
Yeah.
The last thing I'll say before I leave, the brain chips that they're putting into people's heads, if Elon Musk is doing them, one thing I'll say about that is when they can do that and they're in your brain, they can also inflict you pain. Just remember that.
Yeah. Well,
if you behave badly, they can trigger something in your brain which stimulates pain. They can do that to you.
Well, before you go, Finn, just think about some of these Hollywood films. For example, is it Escape with Sylvester Stallone?
Yeah, they're all subliminal messages.
If you think about that, okay, and there's a few others where they're in prison and the guard sits in his tower, and on his tower he sees a little red dot on his fucking screen. Every single red dot is a person, and it tracks them around the prison. Okay, and if they need to, they can press a button and they can fucking either give everybody a stun and knock them to the floor, or there's another one where they're wearing metal boots and they can lock them down and stop them from moving by magnetising the floor. Okay, that kind of thing is a bit out there, but it's the same sort of system.
it's the same principle. You got to think about it relatively and not go to the extreme, because when you do go to the extreme, that's when you start to sound crazy. You've got to use the tools around you and what's actually happening now to try and create actual links which actually mean something. Yeah. Like I was talking about, I've been talking about the microchipping for about 1.5 years. I never thought it'd be in the vaccine, but I said that in some point they could bring that out as a choice, like they brought the vaccine out as a choice, and soon maybe you'll then be forced to. But they don't say force, they just say, we're not forcing you, but you can't work, you can't go out to eat, you can't go anywhere unless you get it. But we're not forcing you to.
Yeah, we're just taking away everything you want to do until you agree.
Just going to take everything away from you, but we're not forcing you to get it. Yeah. And for me, that's criminal, and that deserves more than a protest. But that's all I'll leave it as.
Yeah, all right, man.
And yeah, thank you.
Listen, do you know what? Do you know what I'm going to have to do, Finn? I'm going to have to get you on to a what's it called? A fucking Zoom. Or
I'd love to. I've been on a couple of different channels. I usually do American channels.
StreamYard, that's the one. I've got to work out how to run StreamYard through my OBS. But once I've worked that out, if you want to come on and we'll have a debate and we'll get people on to ask questions and stuff. Okay, and you can,
I'd love it.
You know, you can respond as well.
I'm all for debate. I'm all for ideas and debating and challenging ideas. I'm all about that. I'm not one of these people that says my opinion is that's it and no one else can. All about opinion, all about opening up, because when you debate, it opens people's eyes. Yeah, and that's what it's all about. That's what you're doing. What you're doing is you're trying to expand people's knowledge in certain areas, and I have so much respect for you for doing that. But yeah, love your chat, love to you. Amazing what you're doing. I'll email you Tuesday night, Wednesday morning about where you're going to be in London.
Sweet.
And I'll see you there, sir.
All right, man. Nice one.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Take it easy.
Yeah.
Tarfin, bye. Oh, hello, good evening and welcome.
Hello.
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 Can you hear me?
I can.
Hello, Dan. How's it going?
Not so bad. Who's this?
It's After Julie from Blessings from Julie.
From where, sorry?
Blessings for Julie.
How you doing?
How are you?
I'm not so bad, thank you. Not so bad.
Low.
What can I do for you? What do you want to talk about?
You're very low, Dan.
Am I?
Yeah, can you speak up a bit, then I can hear you.
Is that any better?
That's better. How are you? I just wanted to comment on. Remember, I was doing the public safety campaign against doctors and the murder of Jacqueline Trigg.
I think so. I can't. I've got to be honest. I'm not going to say for sure, but I think I remember vaguely. Yeah.
Yeah, but the doctors were attempting murder on my wife, and I was trying to out it to all politicians and the fraternity, and everybody turned the doors on me.
Right. Gotcha now. Yeah. I remember.
Yeah. And then we had an incident where Brian Harvey came on as well, and I got him to speak to you about his troubles and strife. Yeah,
I remember now. Sorry, it's difficult to remember something, so I do apologise.
Well, I'm trying to just jog your memory a bit. Anyway, it's been a few years down the road, and I got to the High Court, the probate court, and advised them that the property they're about to disperse, because I was, they give me one of them, they served me. The murderers served me and the corrupt solicitors, and it says you'll have to appear in the High Court. I got it kicked out of the small court and threatened to sue them for $1 trillion.
Right.
Yeah. And I got it sent up to the High Court where the judge was corrupt.
Okay.
It's a master. He's the master, and then the Admiral Marshal so advised them all that you cannot disperse the assets of this lady. She's been murdered. And it's a big conspiracy where the fraud and everything's been embezzled.
Right.
So so it shouldn't go ahead. So they, what they did was, I said I'm not getting involved because I know it costs thousands of pounds per minute.
Yeah.
So I'm a barrister, and you haven't got the authority to disperse the assets of any murdered person.
Right.
And they says, I emailed them all the paperwork with forged documents and all things related to it and police corruption.
Mm-hmm.
They ignored it. they gave me a £10,000 fine and paid the stamp duty on the £500,000 property, which was worth over millions. And says we're going to stick that. If me and Julie don't pay it, we're going to stick it onto the assets. Yeah.
Right.
So they can't be dispersed to the the criminals who are saying that they're family members and all sorts. Which made me laugh, and she nearly had an heart attack. You know what I mean? I said, that's great. I've been waiting for that. And then I got back to land registry, and then I found out that the property had already been dispersed to a man who's under medical, what was it, under the Mental Health Act, and he'd bought the property, the bungalow, which had 7 acres, and they dispersed it, maybe a bungalow with about a half an acre plot.
Really?
The rest of the 6 acres, 7 acres onto the other land, and then my 17 acres, where the horse used to be in the paddock, they added that onto the old farm that we were on, and it was all hunky dory. But I found when I spoke to the land registry, and I've been telling them for 3 years or 4 years actually, that there's criminal activity going on. Yeah. Then when I got back to them and I said I want to take back, I want all the the details on this property going back as far as possible, and they said it was back to the one farm was back to 1530, was it you? Yeah. So I got the history on 1530 onto that one. And then, because I did notify the Duchy of Lancaster as well, there's fraud being committed in the name of Her Royal Majesty.
Yeah.
Who is, you know what I mean? She's the Duchy of Lancaster. Anyway, Savills were involved. The Savills estate agents.
Right.
We've got a few other big estate agents involved. They're all criminal fraternities. You know what they're like, the Bard. Anyway, the deceased person had already sold this property to the mental patient for $425. Yeah, 6 months prior to the court case.
And 3.5 years after she died.
And 3.5 years before she died. After she died, yeah. Which was kind of funny. Anyway, then the owner before that was a lady, an Omar Gask, and then a Mr. Gask. Mr. Gask had died 30 years ago. Yeah, he apparently was selling properties as well.
Really? Jesus.
Yeah, that's on, can you? Yeah. I've still got the police harassing me, going down, blowing their lights at me every day. Yeah, I've got people telling me I fought the law and the law won. It's having a laugh. But now what I'm doing, I'm warning the general public, that anybody who didn't participate to help me, I was working to 128 million per inch. Yeah. So
right.
I'm serving the Duchy of Lancaster, because everybody talks, nobody gives you answers in this world. I'm going to give you results and answers. I'm serving the Duchy of Lancaster. I'm serving every other duchy under her, every police force going. 5 police forces have been involved in the attempted murder of me and my wife, and I'm not having it. You know what I mean? I'm going to serve every politician and their secretaries who have ignored me, from Corbyn and his brother, the actor, the activist. They're all in the same gang. They're the same hands washing each other. So if you go on a protest, the people from the lodge, I'm going to do every lodge in the country, because I'm a living man. As a living man, I'm going to claim the world, the spaceship that we're on. It's not a planet. It's a ship, mate. And if you don't wake up and learn, and I want to talk to the MOD who's in charge, because the politicians are all muppets. Yeah. So I'm going to take them to the cleaners, and you watch what happens. And I'm burying my 21 grams of soul on this. And the general public need to know. Yeah, and if you want to hear what I'm up against, go to Twitter and Blessings for Julie.
What's that?
Make you laugh, brother. That's where I'm at now. So it's all gone to the cleaners. I've got Lloyd's Bank crying because Lloyd Bank, who have helped and aided and abetted and dispersed my thingy, and the ex-bank manager ran off with £1 million of my satanic cash, Luciferian cash, which I used to work for the Mint and print. That's the biggest sin I did in my life, was work for the Mint and the MOD and British Aerospace and every kind of Royal Ordnance Base, from submarines to making everything I've made in England. That's the manufacturing base I've been to.
Yeah.
And I got onto a business. Bishop Desmond Jadu, who's trying to be the police commissioner in Birmingham, but he didn't get enough votes.
Right.
He's banged up a few dodgy policemen and everything. But he was on the telly the other day about ethnic rights and shaving. They were telling the West Indians that they can't have locks. Yeah.
Right.
If a person wants to grow locks or hair, yeah, your hair is your natural defense against disease. No one tells you that, do they?
Right.
Yeah. No one tells Phantom's hair, then Delilah, that story is gospel. You cut your hair off, yeah, you're finished. They tell you to shave your armpits and everything, yeah, where your glenoid glands are and your cannabinoid glands are, yeah, and they shave your private parts, yeah.
Right.
The hair wasn't just a misfit design for the human nature body. It was there for a purpose.
Right, okay.
You know what I mean? Yeah. So there's going to be 5 hospitals, every hospital in the country, every doctor, including the doctor who gave the first medical injection, because that hospital, the Wolfsgrave Hospital, I'm going to take to the cleaners, because he knows, yeah, the deputy head of that one knows, Derbyshire Queen knows, Warwick knows, yeah, and who was the other one? Burton Queens as well. So, Warwick. So 5 hospital heads are hiding from me, and they all know. And I've got the evidence they gave me that sends them to jail for the perjury and everything they've done against me, the wife, and the general public.
Yeah.
It's a mass mutilation of the general public. Yeah. And I'm going to expose it to high heaven and the education system. Every teacher in school and thing you are doing the... I went to a school, because they always say, go to school. If you're going to tell somebody anything, yeah, I even went to my school and told me teacher, yeah, I'm going to take the school and the teacher to the health. For every celebrity as well, because I tried every celebrity going, and they're all in the firm, mate, because they've all got something on them. There's nobody left in this, on Facebook, everywhere. They're all throwing satanic hand signals, and they think they're clever. They've never met a free living man like myself.
Yeah. No, but listen. The way I see it, right, is if you've got evidence of something, you need to follow it up. Okay, no matter what it is. And it's what I say to people that have any problems with the police, for example. You know, don't just sit back thinking you're not going to get somewhere.
It's not a case of that evidence. It's a case of even the Secret Service who are tapping my phone on a regular basis and listening to this call as we speak.
Right.
Yeah. I'm talking every celebrity from, what's his name? What was his name? Who was on the American Celebrity, that comedian? I forgot his name. Jim Carrey.
Right.
Jim Carrey says, what you trying to do? He done one of my flyers and he on Twitter, and he tweeted it for a bit. Then he can come back to me and he said, what you want? I said, we're going to India. I'm trying to get health medical for my missus. I'm trying to raise about 200k. And he says, all right, yeah, that's a lot of money. Then he got back to us saying from Tom Hanks Studios. And they said, oh, we wouldn't mind doing your story. I said, and he says, if we get the money together, would you sell us your book? I said, mate, my book's at 87 billion. Yeah, now it's at trillions now. I said, and you're going to go for me 200 grand to put a shelf my book and keep me quiet. I said, you must, smoke the roses or the coffee. Even Madonna, Mad Madonna. Yeah, I said I could help her with the voodoo problems, but she don't want to know.
Oh, Madonna's a fucking nutcase.
She's not. You know what I mean? It's just somebody who's been abused and used. She's a victim of her own. You've got to feel sorry for them. You cannot. It's a shame. It's a crying shame. Even Lauren and Hardy, watch the news and watch the hand signs on from your news reporters to your television reporters to your thingies. I'm a non-conformist here, and I'm an independent. I never joined the firm. I was offered many a time. Yeah, they don't offer you. They say doors can be opened.
Yeah.
And I never bent over, brother, because I didn't need billions. I'm going to take trillions, mate, and I want grams of soul. Like the gram of soul, 21 grams of my mother's that were ignored, whether she was my physical mother or my, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Mother is a mother. She doesn't have to give birth to me. She respect her like a mother. She's my mother. You get what I'm saying? And for Blue Cross, who stopped aiding and abetting in the theft of my horse, yeah, I've even got the church involved, because the parish council was the ex-bank manager, and he's in the and they were looking at the mineral rights on the land we were on, and they've all lied and said it was Duchy of Lancaster when I was there. So I'm paying money to the Queen, and the Queen didn't even own the land.
Yeah.
How diabolical is that? I forget Prince Andrew, hiding, and he sold his mansion for 33 million. The Queen better give me the jewels in the Tower of London, mate. Won't pay what I want. Yeah, I'm telling you, she hasn't got enough Navy forces. Send all your men and all your soldiers. She knows where I live and what I do. Yeah, come and do me. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm a living man, and when you want to take my sins, I help make war, love, and peace at the same time.
Yeah.
To tell you why, I work for the MOD, and they do not break bread. They even murdered our own soldiers and sent them out there and saying, go to war, and your guns don't work. And nothing works, your radios, your guns, and no one can lie to me because I was there and I helped manufacture them.
Yeah.
So anyone with blind eyes who think everybody on the telly loves you and we're going to watch Coronation Street and Neighbours and get indoctrinated by them lot as well, they're all Muppets and they're in the Shalom crew, and I got nothing against Massad and Judaism, because they can come and see my father, and my father is beyond heaven and hell, because there's no such place, because I'm from beyond the stars, and there's no stars. You don't even know what the stars look like, because it's only a projection in the sky. No one even knows what a black mirror is. Ancient giants. I'll give you ancient giants, mate. They never went away. We're building our giants' shoulders. They wipe us out century after century. You'll have burned the books. How many centuries have they burnt books? Every time I get reincarnated for my in sins and I never learn my lesson, I come here and I get disgusted every time I come here. And I'm disgusted. You know what I mean?
Mate, it's fucking shocking. I mean, as you talking about the things that you've been through as well, and you reminded me of when we spoke before, because my brain goes a bit fucking skew with sometimes and I forget stuff. So, but you reminded me of all this stuff and some of this stuff we've spoken about before, and it is fucking. Do you know what I mean? When somebody goes through so much shit, it breaks most people. Do you know what I mean? It's broken me. I've been.
A story, Dan. Let me tell you a little story here. When I was 11, I went to school. I got caught for nicking bikes. This is the only criminal thing I did. I nicked bikes for the big lads. And the big lads nicked the bikes, and they sold me a frame of a BMX. They stripped it down and they gave me the frame. I took the frame and I went and bought all new wheels, new thingies, and I put it on there and everything, and I made it into a bike. Then I got nicked. And when we got nicked, a murder detectives, because there was a bunch of lads going nicking bikes, about 5, 6 youngsters nicking bikes. And they said this was a menace, 5 or 6 lads, black, white, Chinese, a lot. No ethnic diversity with them, punks, rockers, and blacks. You know what I mean?
Right.
Everything, mods, the works. Nobody cared. They all mixed and played together. They got nicked. All the big lads grassed the young ones up.
Right.
My mate, I went to the school. The police officer didn't like me. It must have been a nonce or something. Anyway, when we went to school, there was a murder committed on a lady in Handsworth. A lad from our school done it. The police tried to set me up for the murder. Another black lad in the school, was spreading the rumour. I knew the police already had him as a muppet because he'd been in trouble. They had him. He was spreading the rumour. I was involved. My mother, I'll come home and I said they blame me for that murder. My own mother said to me, oh my God, son, have you done it? And asked me that question. I never spoke to her properly again for months. I said, how dare you, mother? Even asked me that question.
Right.
I told the little black kid who done that to me, I said, Karma's a bitch and he's going to get you. That same Jamaican lad went to prison for murdering and setting on fire the post office in the Birmingham riots in Lowlands Road, and he never did it. He never did it, and I'll swear on my 21 grams he never did it. His brother got murdered in Jamaica and came from the other side, and for 5 years he tried to get in touch with me and tell his brother to go and clear his name. And because he wants a disgrace cleared on his his name. I went to Whitton Cemetery to find a neighbour of mine. I couldn't find him. I kept going to this one grave. And I said to Judy, come here and read this man's name. Who's this person? I keep coming back to this grave here. she read the name and she said it's what was his name? Keith Moraine. Yeah, I used to call him Lorraine because I was a child and I couldn't say his name properly.
Right,
this
right.
In the 70s. Yeah, I couldn't say his name properly. Yeah.
Right.
When I told his brother and I went to see him, yeah, and I said, remember what you told me and what happened to you? And I said, that's karma, brother. And he cried a bit and he said, why would my brother come to you and not come to me? I said, well, he's here. You know what I mean?
Okay, now.
That's life. They don't want to hear it, do they?
No. Listen. I hate to be rude. I've got other callers trying to call through, and I've got about 15 minutes before I'm gonna wrap this up. But
anything you want to see the truth, look on Blessings for Julie. The countdown's happening. I've got a Desmond Jadu on a board. He said he's going to help us. Says I won't sue him. You know what I mean? Whether he helps me or not, I don't care. You know what I mean? Because the father, I have got nobody on my side because all my friends and family are so scared. And when the court case went down, it was on the 11th of August. And on the 13th, so you had Bloodstock on the 11th, it's a satanic day. And on the 13th on BBC One, I see my family on the telly. What was he pay for less? Shot well for less. So the Secret Service, because I know they control all the media. Yeah. They're trying to show me you've got your grandchildren in Kent in our hands, mate.
Yeah.
I said, I found it because they robbed me 100,000, well, my family, and I laugh at them. I found them up and I says, you better be careful because my deceased sister come and told me, she said, don't worry about them. You carry on doing what you do. You made a word with the deceased lady. You follow through. Their karma's theirs and yours is yours. She goes, you chucked it with everybody and they knew who you chucked it on. But she said it in Indian, but it can't say, I'm trying to translate it the best I can. And she goes, they made bedfellows with the wrong people.
Yeah.
And I even warned them. I said, they went through all your banks, all your clothes. I said, I wouldn't be surprised if they poisoned your clothes like the Fox Black is sent to the Native American Indians. Governments have been poisoning people for centuries. This is nothing new. Nothing new.
Yeah. No, I'll get
you. Your time, totally. Bless your audience. And do what I'm saying. Do not take anything that it doesn't work once. You're going to take it 10 times over.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Nothing but your pride.
Absolutely.
Love you.
All right, man. You take it easy, yeah?
Everybody, 2022 is going to be the blessed year. Love is coming in abundance.
I hope so.
Yeah, I've got to get back because I've got a date with Harvey. I'm going to wind him up.
All right.
I think he's another my side.
All right, man.
I like to wind him up as well. I said, whether he is or not, I don't care. I'm going to look after him.
All right, man.
You know what it is? Everybody's got their own karma. I can't change it. You can't change it. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, then.
Yeah.
Love you and leave you.
You look after yourself, yeah?
To all the viewers.
All right, man.
Keep smiling and don't let the resonance be down. Laugh at it. Don't get angry. As soon as you get angry, you're earning, all you're doing is generating a tumour.
Yeah. All right, my man.
Thank you then.
Take it easy, yeah?
Yeah.
All right, mate.
Can I just say, a friend of mine, a brother of mine died. His name was Byron Winters. You know what I mean? Can get all his family and friends send prayers to Byron Winters' family. Thank you.
All right, man.
Blessings.
All right, take it easy. Bye, mate. Bye. Bye. Hello, good evening and welcome. No, I don't know what's going on here. You going to talk to me today? Hello? 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 Nige? Hello? 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 It seems to be doing something. I think it's because you're doing a video call. Try doing just a voice call. because I can't use my video on the Skype anyway. So try it while I'm using it on the live stream. So try doing, if you can hear me, try doing a voice call rather than a video call, because it is really struggling to do anything, and I'm not sure why. Hello. I'm going to have to try another call, and you're going to have to try back in a minute, I'm afraid. Sorry. Ah, my God, that was loud. Hello, good evening and welcome. Hello.
Just a wee quick one again.
Go on then.
You were talking about, your man Flynn was talking about Facebook and how nobody's able to prosecute them and stuff like that about certain things.
Yeah.
The reason that will probably be because you're trying to go against a dead entity. You're going against a company, the name Facebook.
Yeah.
Facebook isn't a person. So what they need to do is they need to go for somebody like Sir Mark Zuckerberg, go for the name, and you need to hold them in a private capacity under full commercial liability in a private court. So you've got to hold private proceedings, and you've got to bring in your affidavits of truth to prove your information, and they've got to try and rebut your affidavits. On top of that, there was another thing I mentioned with Ghislaine Maxwell, and how the videos have disappeared and nobody's really got any information on them. Well, there was apparently a lawyer who had them, and he passed the information to, I think it was some sort of ex-cop or ex-FBI.
Right.
After he'd passed the information, I think he'd been murdered. The guy who'd got the videos, his name was Mark Duggan. If you know Sean Atwood or you've seen any of Sean Atwood videos, he was doing a lot from Ghislaine Maxwell and Epstein at the start.
Right.
And he had contact with Mark Duggan. Mark Duggan fled to Russia, and he's holding all of the footage from the Epstein mansion in Epstein Island. And he does know, and he has seen, that there is high-profile people in there who will not want to be known.
Yeah.
Someone else had also seen the videos and confirmed what he was saying, but he wasn't going to release the footage. Apparently, if anything happened to him, he did have a dead set trigger so that all the information and all the videos would go out.
Right.
What's happening with that at the moment, I'm not 100% sure, because I've not been watching much of Sean Atwood anymore. But if people want to find out more, just check Sean Atwood out for Mark Duggan. He obviously fled to Russia. He was getting a lot of people following him about in Russia as well, so I don't know if he's still alive.
Right.
But that was something, it was just obviously Flynn had said that, and I thought it's best to mention because people can dig for the information and they can find it.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough, and you're absolutely right. So you need to hold somebody to account personally, rather than the entity, as you say, the business entity. I mean, I've run businesses myself, and you know, you've that's why they call it a limited company, because you have limited liability. Which means you can,
because if people are chasing the company name and know the person behind it,
exactly,
they could chase the person in the office. So they would obviously, if you were the one running the company, they would need your full name and address to then serve you papers to hold you in your private capacity in court. Yeah,
totally agree with that. Absolutely.
So it's just the routes that people need to go down. And in case you've not got my name saved, it's Alan.
Alan, to be honest, Alan, through the Skype, I don't save anyone's names. If some people have their name attached to their Skype and it comes up when they ring, but most people it just comes up the number, which is why I'm always asking people who they are. It's impossible for me to,
because I'm phoning through the mobile, isn't it?
Right. So yeah, it's just it gets a bit much sometimes trying to remember and trying to write names down while I'm talking and stuff. So. I'll continue to ask. Unfortunately, who am I talking to?
I'm happy with that.
Listen, can you do me a favour, just to lighten things up a little bit? Right. Can you say, and this is not a piss take at you, by the way, can you just say there's been a murder?
There's been a murder.
I fucking love it.
If you want some fun. There was once a mouse called Keith who circumcised boys with his teeth, but it wasn't for leisure or sexual pleasure, but to get to the cheese underneath. There was also a girl called Louise whose pubic hair hung to her knees. It wasn't for The cars work together tonight. Had a sweater, so in winter I couldn't freeze. They're a bit tongue twisters, but there you go.
Brilliant. Thank you for that. Thank you for taking that in the spirit it was intended. All right, my man.
Catch you later.
Thanks again. Take care. Bye now. Bye. Love it. There's been a murder. See, I can't roll my R's, so I can't do it very well. I should have done, shouldn't I? There's a moose loose about this house. Oh, brilliant. Right, Nigel, try again. Try it on a voice only rather than video, because I think he was trying to get through on a video. And for some reason, it's not working. Oh, that's it. Yeah, Lost Souls Paranormal. That's how it goes. It's hoots, man. There's juice loose about this house. Oh, right. Let's try again. Hello. 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 I genuinely have no idea what is going on. Can you hear me? Hello. Don't forget to subscribe if you haven't already. And just for fun, we'll do that again. Don't forget to subscribe now. There we go. Don't forget to subscribe if you haven't already. Hello, Nigel. I don't know what is going on, mate. It's genuine. It's got to be your end, and I don't know why. Oh my god. Right. Okay. I will try calling you, Nigel. All right. So let me try this. Hang on. Ring. It's not letting me ring. Let me try this again. No, what's going on? It won't let me ring. It will not let me ring you. I'm clicking the ring button and it's not having none of it. Right, hello? I genuinely don't know what's going on. Don't have this trouble with anyone. What the frickin' hell are you doing? Nigel, I've got no fucking idea what is going on. I'm clicking the answer button. It says it's answered, but it's not doing a thing, mate. And I don't know what's going on. It's not letting me ring you either. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to close that. And... no, I don't know. Nigel, let me know in the comment there, right? Can you actually hear me? Can you hear me now? I mean, I've tried to call you back several times and it's just not having none of it, and I genuinely have no idea what the fuck is going on. I think I've said fuck far too many times to get this monetized. You would phone, but you're watching snooker highlights. Well, fuck you then. No, I'm only joking. Right. Yeah, Lost Souls Paranormal is definitely pushing 40. If you've seen any of her pictures, you'd know that. That was a joke, Holly. Sorry. Right, it still says you're typing, Nigel. You can't be typing that much. Oh, fucking hell. I don't know what's going on. Sometimes. What do you mean sometimes, Holly? Anyway, I don't know what's going on with Nigel trying to call through. I've got no fucking idea. But if anybody else wants to give us a ring, you'll have to wait a minute till I see the phone number come back through again, because I can't remember it. Here we go. 0151 528 9590. Give us a ring if you are wanting to share a story, whistleblow, talk shit, call me names. I don't care. Get on the old dog and bone. Give us a fucking bell, and let's have a chinwag, innit? MILFs are good for an hour. Do you know, unless they're riding you. They're only good for an hour if they're underneath. If they're riding you, okay, they're about fucking, what, I'd say about 5 minutes max. And then they've got to roll over. How do you do a video call but not a Skype call? I've literally, I only do Skype at the moment. I need to work out how to put like what's it called, StreamYard, for example, which you can do. Anyone can do StreamYard. How to run it through OBS and then bring it up. I will work on that this week and see if I can get that set up for next week. The only thing that I will say to anybody watching is, if I do that, I won't just be accepting anybody, because there's been a lot of porn bombing and channels being taken down. So for that reason, I will only, on the StreamYard, I will only accept people who I've spoken to before. Other than that, whoa, my God, that's loud. Other than that, it will, you'll have to phone on Skype. But yeah, let's try this again. Hello. 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 It says the call's been answered. 21 seconds, 22 seconds. But I've got a blank screen. Well, I've not got a blank screen. It shows that you're trying to come on the camera. The thing is, I don't know if you can hear me or not, Nige, but the thing is, I can't use my camera on that, is the first thing. Doing a camera, only I can see you, and I've got to look over there away from everybody else. I can still hear some crackling, so it sounds like you're putting a microphone in, for example. I've got a bit of crackling, but that's it. I've got no other sound at all. Have you tried? Can you let me know in the comments or something, Nige? Can you hear me? Can you let me know in the comments if you can hear me? Can you let me know on the YouTube comments, on the live chat? Yeah, you can. Have you try calling me using rather than using Skype to call me? Try calling me from your actual mobile on the number that's on screen. If you try and do it that way, it's not Skype to Skype, it's your phone to Skype, and that might have a difference. It might work. But I genuinely have no idea what's going on. It's a fucking nightmare getting the camera off with all the wires in it to show you what I can see. But I can see a square where there should be a camera that's not showing anything. But it's counting down that like we're on an actual call, 2 minutes and 48 seconds, etc. So try giving us a ring back, but try calling on the landline rather than the Skype number. Oh, hello, good evening and welcome.
Good evening, boss.
Hello, who's that?
Rich.
Hello, mate, you alright?
Yeah. I just wanted to say about my experience, my wife, with the old bill.
Right, yeah, go for it, mate, yeah.
Well, to cut a long story short, I had a wall built outside my house, and the neighbour across the road saw some kids kick it down, and we pursued the kids, and the police were more interested in us pursuing the kids than they were the criminal damage that they caused. Cut a long story short, they wanted to do us for assault and kidnapping.
Really?
Yeah, they weren't considered, even though the guy across the road was outside having a cig, and they kept the wall down. The police said that one of them, the kids had said when we caught them, that what had happened is that they'd fallen in the wall, even though this guy is a grown man. He's a reputable character, if you say, respectable character guy, as we are. We're not middle class or geez, but we've done nothing,
Right.
There's no. So, but they were more interested in us than they were in them. They caused the issue, and they turned it around on us. It was a matter of like put up or shut up. And
yeah.
Basically, all I had to do was go back, and the wall had come down in the first place.
Right.
I didn't rebuild. Go to the insurance. They in fairness, the insurance, they've gone through that. They've rebuilt the wall, etc., etc. So the wall's up now, as we are.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is the police were more interested in me and my neighbour at the time when the wall came down. The first time, I don't know how it came down, whether it just fell down or because it was an old wall. I didn't rebuild, etc. I'm not blaming the kids the first time.
Yeah.
But the second time, I got a witness when it was still pretty fresh. The day it had been rebuilt, kids have kicked it down, like I say.
Right.
The neighbours pursued him, let me know. And they're more interested in us than they are in them. Well, this is where it all goes wrong for me.
Well, regardless to how old the kids are, if you've seen them committing an offence, okay, first of all, if they're committing an offence, and I can't remember what section it is now, but you are allowed to make a citizen's arrest using obviously with reasonable force, as they say. The police don't bother about reasonable force; they just go in fucking full pelt. But grabbing somebody and saying you're not going anywhere, we're calling the police, that's reasonable force. I don't know what the situation was with regards to that. I'm presuming you grabbed hold of one and kept hold of him.
I'll tell you exactly what happened. Listen, we've all been kids. If one, your mate's sticking around, one of you kicks you, you're on a push bike or something, or you're pushing a mate, you push him in a wall. It wasn't like that. It wasn't at all like that. It was a matter of like they've all, my mate's seen him across the road. He said he just kicked the wall down. Basically. Right. He just decided to kick the wall down. It wasn't let's push one of your mates at the wall and let's piss off and laugh at him when he's falling over the wall. I mean, if it's one of them, they're dicking around, I can accept that.
Yeah, so it's like it's almost like the wall was the target.
Yes, exactly.
Rather than an accident. Yeah.
Exactly. If it was an accident, if it was like that, I'd say, look, it's boys are boys, aren't they?
Yeah.
Like I say, we've all been there, but it wasn't like that. The guy's outside having a fag outside his back door, and he's seen them. They just decided to knock the wall down. And then when he chased after him, and I've heard the commotion, obviously, because I'm sitting inside having my tea. I've gone out and pursued him after. We've caught two of them. The rest of them have gone, and the police are more interested in us.
Right.
and that's the top and bottom of it. I've got no criminal record. Neither has my friend or neighbour across the road. Neither of us have ever been. And he's actually. I've not been in the armed forces, but he's been in the military.
Yeah.
And I just think, well, why do anything? Because all they do is they turn around. They just want an easy life, don't they?
Look, if it was you that phoned them up because your wall had been damaged and you hadn't got hold of anybody, they would go, "Oh, there's not a lot we can do because there's no witnesses. We've got no fucking suspects, and we're not going to bother coming round to see you." So when something does happen and you do collar somebody, as you say, their focus is on you for collaring them rather than them for doing the damage. Now, when
exactly. I would have happily sat there on my tea all night, and the guy would have had a fag and gone back in his house and had a beer or whatever, or extenders, whatever he was doing. But what's happened is they created this situation, and it's just gone back on us. And this is what it really infuriates me, and this is why I would never. They say, "Oh, get involved, do this, do that." Why?
Yeah.
For what? To have the tables turned on you?
Yeah. In most cases now, any criminal damage in most cases, unless you've got it on camera, and even then the police want you to fucking go sourcing the footage for them. Unless you've got on camera somebody doing the damage, they're not fucking interested. They don't want to do. They don't want to do the legwork anymore. When I was a kid, I mean, I was a dickhead, right? When I was a kid, I used to do all sorts of shit like that, right? Purposely, because I was a little prick, right? I remember one day, and I've said this on stream before, there was somebody had put in a fence post, and they had a big fucking patch of wet cement, and it just called my name. Do you know what I mean? I was about 14 years old, and it just went, "Come here, come and write in me." Now, instead of putting my initials, okay, I wrote my full fucking name like a twat. Okay, and I had the police come knocking on my door over it. Right now, if the person had come out and collared me, I would expect them to hold on. At the time, I would have fought them. Don't get me wrong, but I would have expected them to hold on to me till the local bobby turned up, took me home to get hiding from my mum. Right, but now again, they don't. Okay, they want to. They. Like I said earlier on the stream, I don't know if you was listening earlier on the stream. I
have been listening.
It's all fucking hell. What was I saying?
We're in communism, aren't we? That's the college. That's where we're going now.
They're afraid of acting on certain things. You get two types of cop. You get three types. Okay, you get the very rare police constable that is there actually to make a difference. Then you get one that just wants the fucking pension, okay, and wants to do as little as fucking possible. And then you get one, that loves the fucking thrill of the fight and wants to join TSG and get hands on with every fucker. Do you know what I mean? That's the three that I see, and unfortunately. Unfortunately, we are seeing less and less of the first type, which is genuine people that want to make a difference. They start with good intentions, lots of them.
All right, some of them do.
But then they are so quickly tainted by their colleagues that they get taught by their colleagues. Fuck that, we won't bother going for that one, we'll do this. And what happens is shit rolls downhill. So the people above them, the rookies are learning from the person above them, that person above them is learning from the person above them, and it all stems up to the person in charge, right? And if the chief constable lets people get away with shit, it rolls down the hill, and it gets to the point where they don't want to do any fucking work. Excuse me for swearing, but they don't want to do any work. I've known people to contact me saying this has happened, that's happened. Police have said they won't do nothing unless I can find some evidence for them. I'm like, what the fuck? It's their job. That's why we pay them.
Of course, I know. It's frightening.
The fact,
really scary.
The fact that people trying to defend property and persons, the fact that those people can get into trouble for doing so, makes you think to yourself, why the fuck should I bother? And then and they wonder why people get a hiding. You know what I'm saying?
I wasn't. If they were kids, I wouldn't have.
Well, no, I'm not. I'm not for a moment suggesting that.
I know exactly. Not what you're not using me as an example, but exactly.
No. I'm not for a moment suggesting that you did or you would, and I'm not suggesting anybody should. But it happens. We see more and more people get a hiding because people don't want to go to the police.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I don't trust them.
So it's.
I don't trust them. And listen. And when people say step in and help out, I wouldn't do it because they've got all the laws. They've got everything protecting them. What we've got protecting us, we've got nothing. We've got nothing. And the tables are turned. If somebody wants to, I don't know. You're going up a cop that's having the shit beaten out of them.
Yeah.
Pardon me for swearing.
No, it's all right.
But where's our protection? They've got everything behind them. They've got nothing.
Of course, and they give themselves more protection while taking ours away with the Harper's Law and things like that. You know, and all it takes is for look. I've said this to people before. Assault of an emergency worker could be that they've stubbed their toe whilst arresting you. Okay,
it's farcical.
True, that's the truth. It could be that they've stubbed their toe or they've bent their finger back or something like that whilst they're trying to rough you up and get handcuffs on you unlawfully, and yet they will end up with an assault of an emergency worker charge for fuck all.
Yeah, if you've said something they don't like, they can throw that at you, and you've got nothing to back yourself. So they can throw everything at you.
And this is exactly why, even with body cams on the police, they have a very they're quite 170 degree or thereabout field, but when you're close to somebody, it sees nothing. Okay, so what they do is when they arrest you, they shout, "Stop resisting," and just that phrase, anybody walking past hears that phrase, and it's a social thing, right? It's like, because you believe what the police say. If somebody went to that person a day later and said, "Did you see what happened?" They're going to go, "Yeah, he assaulted the police because the policeman said he assaulted him," and they're just going to assume that it's happened, and that's what they do. I know we're going slightly off topic here, but I kind of sometimes go on a bit of a fucking tangent.
Nice to see you back, by the way.
Thank you. But yeah, it's fucking ridiculous. As I say, it just makes people think, what is the point? And I think this is why police have got more time to go after hurty words on Twitter and whatnot. You know,
exactly.
They love it. They love it. They love it. They know they're going to.
They've got resources for that.
Yeah, of course. You know, they haven't got the resources to go and ask people if they've got any CCTV that covered a particular area where a crime happened, but they've got resources to send a van and 3 coppers round to tell you that your thinking is not on par with the rest of us.
Yeah. Well, I've got another story. I've got a classic. I can tell you one more, and I'll go because there's plenty of other people that want to get here. But I'll just tell you another story. It's a little off the subject. I live in a rural area.
Yeah.
And I live in rural Cheshire, but there's a farmer that was telling me a story about he had CCTV of 2 guys cutting a hole in his fence, going into his property, and he had a diesel tank within a barn.
Right.
They broke into the barn. They drilled a hole in the tank because it's locked. They siphoned off diesel. The diesel's then spilled off into got into the water supply.
Right.
He's called the police, and he's been fined by the Environment Agency for the fuel getting into the water supply. Yeah, that's how it works, isn't it? This is how law-abiding citizens are treated in this country.
Yeah.
And I'll just leave it at that.
Well,
the coppers also had the CCTV footage of 2 guys going in there with empty tanks and coming out. You know what they said to the guy? They said to my friend, the farmer, even though you can see them going in there and breaking in there, you can't prove they're coming out with fuel.
Right.
Because it's just siphoned off fuel. I mean, it's just. Can you just? This is the world we live in.
They walk in with jerry cans.
Walk in with jerry cans. And they're walking out obviously with heavy jerry cans.
Jesus.
And they said that even though we can't prove because you can't actually, the camera doesn't doesn't actually show them siphoning the fuel off from the tank.
That's it.
And they're saying, well, you can't prove that they've taken the fuel from the tank, and the farmer just said, "Go away," basically, without me swearing.
Jesus.
And I'll leave it at that. And just, and I'm not making that up. That is
I believe you. I totally believe you, mate.
That's the world we live in today, in England.
And it's getting worse. And it's getting worse by the day.
and they don't give a shit, do they?
No.
And the BBC don't give a shit. None of the mainstream media. I'm not criticising the BBC. I'm not, they're all as bad as each other.
Yeah, of course.
Well, that's somebody else I was shouting. But thanks for listening.
No worries. Thanks for the call. You were first time. You were first time caller.
I am Rich.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you for calling. Appreciate it. Don't be a stranger in the comments or on the calls. So.
Right.
Brilliant.
All right.
Take it easy.
Good night.
Good night, mate.
All right. See you later.
See you later.
All right, gents. All right. Cheers and keep the good work up.
Thank you.
You're superb.
I'll do my best. Hello, good evening and welcome.
Hello, Roy Carter here.
Hello, hang on, I recognise that voice, I think.
No, you don't. I've never spoken to you yet.
Oh, no, okay, no, I don't recognise your voice.
I sent an email, you asked me an email once or twice.
Right.
My problem I'm trying to sort out and get things sorted out on is people who live in, what do they call them, association houses.
Right.
Now, I've got a right arsehole moved in next door with 3 kids, 2 dogs, 2 bikes, everything. It's a bloody nuisance. And no matter how I complain to the people who run the association, they seem to be doing everything for him, and my situation just gets worse. Have anybody else experienced this in this community of yours?
Right, I'll put this out to the community just in case they didn't hear you properly. So you've got a housing association housing.
Yeah.
Somebody, was it a neighbour? Did you say a neighbour has moved in?
I've moved a neighbour in about a year ago, nearly a year ago.
Right.
And I think he's been chucked out from where he was before.
Okay.
And he's nothing but bloody nuisance with motorbikes.
Causing you problems. You've made complaints and they're doing nothing about it.
Well, I've been complaining to the council, to their tenants association, whatever they call it, squad, and no matter what I say, even the police have been involved, what I say, it starts off, they need me to think I can believe in them, and after two or three sort of calls with them, I just find wasting my time, because they're doing them the favours and not me.
Right. I mean, if there's anybody in the comments that's dealt with a shitty neighbour, you're in association housing, then make yourself known in the comments, and we'll see if anyone in the comments has had something similar. Now, I personally, I know a friend of mine was having some problems with the neighbour, and the housing up here was pretty reasonable. And when I say they were pretty reasonable, I had to get all the evidence for them, obviously, as you know, just like the police. But with the evidence I had, it was enough that they couldn't deny anything was going on. I think if you call people, hang on a second, Brett, tell the caller to mind his own business. It's all very well minding your own business, but when it's affecting your quality of life, if you have a neighbour that's affecting your quality of life at your house that you live in and expect to live in peace and you know the rest of it, then it's not about minding your own business. It's about doing what you need to do in order to keep that quality of life. All right, well, okay, but you have to be careful when it's a joke or not, because you know I want people to be able to come in here and discuss things without feeling, you know, unwanted. So if it was a joke, fair enough. Just stick a smiley face at the end or something. Sorry. Lost Souls Paranormal's just said, can you be more specific with what's been happening?
Well, what it is, he's breaking all the rules that they state. And one of the rules is you cannot have a motorcycle on the premises.
Right.
He's had 6. I complain, I don't think about it.
Okay. Well, there's the same here. I mean, I live in flats. My next door neighbour had a motorbike in the backyard. Housing used to come round and put letters through all our doors saying, "Oh, look, that's not allowed to be there. It's got to be gone." Blah blah blah. But again, I personally, I've not been in the situation that you're in, so I couldn't necessarily give you information on what to do because I've not been through it, which is why I've said, you know, I'm happy to ask the the community here, but it sounds to me like he's breaching his terms of his tenancy. If you look through your tenancy agreement, for example,
he's breaking everyone.
For example, it would say in there, for example, you're not allowed to work from home, for example. There's stipulations within your tenancy agreement of things that you're not allowed to do. Have you, somebody's just put there, as I was going to say, have you kept a log of the times and like a diary of the incidents? I know it seems like a pain in the arse and a waste of the time, but sometimes it can help.
Yeah, they tried that with me, and the guy who done it was an ex-copper, and he wanted to talk over to me every time I talked to him, and in the end I said I didn't want to talk to him. His manager, who was on the one that I was complaining to.
Right.
And I'll give you an example. The last time they tried to get in touch with me and get me involved in something, they got a community policeman involved.
Right.
And when I first started speaking to him, everything was okay. The next time I spoke to him, I said the bloke's bloody evil. No, I don't think he's evil. And the next time I talked to him, they changed the rules from not having motorcycles on the premises to he can have more than one. Somehow he's got the rules changed, but I don't know how genuine that is. And because now he's just taking even more of it.
Right. It's unlikely, in my opinion, it's unlikely that he's got the rules changed because it would be stipulated in the tenancy agreement. So right. if that's the agreement that is signed, unless they change the tenancy agreement for everybody, then they can't, as far as I'm concerned, they can't change the agreement for one person only. It has to be for everybody across the board. You would have had a notification if there was a change to your tenancy agreement. It's a tough one. I mean, do you ring the police when it happens, when there's things going on that, like...
I can only call the police when it's a criminal offence, like...
Yeah.
2 rounds with him, 2 or 3 times he threatened me, that's when I called the police.
Right.
He just goes off his nut.
Okay, what about for example, breach of the peace, like making too much noise and that kind of things? Do you call the police if that's the situation?
No, because I'm told that's down to the association.
Right.
Not the police.
Well, you've still got a breach. You've still got a breach of the peace, which the police need to deal with. And I would suggest, any time you can call the police, get a new. And I think somebody said it there as well in the comments. Get a crime reference number or a report reference number. Do you know? I'll tell you what I'll tell you what I'll do, right? Because I want to be careful that I don't give you information that is not right, because I've not dealt with this situation myself. If you can give me a little while to look into this, okay. If you can email me.
I've emailed you. You gave me an answer once.
Right. Okay. Do us a favour and email me again, and just say we spoke about my shitty neighbour or something like that. Okay. I'll know exactly who you are then. Then give me a little time to look into stuff for you. Tell me who you're in the email. Don't do it on here because you don't want to dox yourself. But tell me in the email who your housing provider is. Yeah. Okay, and I will look into some stuff for you and see if I can get some kind of answer for you. I can't promise. It's not an area that I've dealt with before as such, but I promise you I will try and find some info for you and try and help you, any way that I can.
I'll give you another example, Dan. I'm a full-time carer for my wife, but basically I'm gradually losing her.
Right.
And he stands up like underneath the window in the garden, revs the fucking life out of it.
Okay.
Just to intimidate us. I've told the coppers this, and he says, these people have hobbies. You can't stop them having their hobbies. Oh, fuck me.
Right. Okay. It could be. Now, I'm not saying it is, but it could possibly be that the person, and I've said this to somebody else recently about a situation they're having. Sometimes people will get put in houses. They've had trouble where they've lived before, and they've grasped people up. Okay, so they have to get moved. Okay, so the police work with the council or whatever to move them somewhere else. Okay, and in a way, because they're a grass, they're kind of they're an asset to the police, and the police don't like, you know, pissing them off in case they don't get any more information from. Now, I'm not suggesting that is the case, but is a possibility. Listen, I'm going to look into some stuff for you, and if you email me, and I will do my very best to give you some. If I can't give you information that will solve an issue, at least I might be able to give you something that you've not thought of, and hopefully that might help in some way. But as we've said, you need to make sure that you jot everything down. You need to make a diary, whether it's a video diary on your phone.
Well, they told me that then. But the trouble is, I said, there's this copper who was ex-copper who was on their staff.
Right.
So I said, I'm not going all through that crap. I said, I've got videos, I've got recordings. If that ain't good enough, what is? Do you want to know?
Right.
I've got a recording of a ranger that they class him as, who's come round laying all the laws and rules down to him. I can hear him listening to him. Yeah. And as soon as the boat goes away, he just carries on to what he's doing.
Right.
He's had a letter from their so-called semi-management that you can't do this and you can't do that. And I say to them, well, come round and catch him and you'll see for yourself. And they've done it.
Right. Well, you have the right to live peacefully without people pissing you off and disturbing your peace. Yeah. Okay, that's something that's important. That, you know, it's a fundamental right to be able to live peacefully. Okay, without fucking fear or shit from anybody else. Excuse my language. And although it may seem like it's pointless at the moment, just if you continue to keep a note of things that have happened or happening, the time, the day, what it was, if you can video. You know, if he's revving his bike outside, if you can video it, the video will have metadata that says what time of the day it is, and you can't change that. So you've got all the proof, you know, of times of day and what's going on. Do that for the time being. Give me a little while. I can't do a lot before Wednesday because I've got to prepare myself for going to London on Wednesday. But I promise you, towards the end of the week, I will try and get some info for you, and I'll send something back to you by email. As I say, I can't always promise that I can give information because I'm not legally trained. I can only go on what I know, and you know the research that I'll do, and I'll always look into stuff as best I can for people, and I'll never say to somebody this is going to work if I'm not sure. So I will always do what I can, and I will send you whatever information that I can get to try and help you, because it must be horrible, especially being a carer for your wife as well. The pair of you have got the right to live in your house in peace, and for somebody to keep disturbing that and upsetting you, causing you alarm, distress, harassment, all keywords, by the way. That's something needs to be done, and if I can help you with that, I will do. If I can't and I can find somebody that can, then I'll put you in touch with somebody else.
Yeah. If you give me your number, I can call you sometime off the line. I can tell you a few more home truths. But the trouble is, it takes a lot of explaining to do some of these things.
Yeah.
As I said, I'm just hitting my head against the brick wall all the time. He comes off all right, as though he's in the right and I'm in the wrong.
Yeah. No, I get it. I do. I understand. Although I've not suffered it myself, I do get it. Listen, send us an email, just say it's me, we spoke about my shitty neighbour. I'll know who you are. I will email you back with a phone number, and we will arrange to have a chat, and then I'll get you some info.
I think I've emailed you and I've used the name, what was it, Henfred, but my name's word for
Right, okay. Oh, right, yeah, it wasn't long ago, was it, you emailed me? I don't think.
Yeah, a couple of times, that's right.
Yeah. Okay, just...
Your memory's not working too bad, mate.
So, it's only because you said Henfrid. That's why I remembered. I thought that's an unusual name. Just as I say, just send me another email, just so it goes so I've got one at the top of my email list there, of my inbox, and I will get back to you as soon as I can.
Okay. Well, while you're there, you was having problems at work with people getting through to you.
Yes.
I phoned about 10 times, nothing, and this time I got through.
Right. I'm not sure
When
what's.
you were having the problems earlier. Never mind, that's not your problem, that's my problem, basically.
It's on you, mate. It might.
Anyway, I will send you an email.
It might be if I'm on a call to somebody else. It might be. It will ring your end, I think.
Yeah, it was ringing
But
as well.
it won't go through until I hang up on the previous call. But yeah, well, I'm glad you got through anyway.
You talking anyway at the time. You trying to get someone to call you.
Oh, he might have been on still. I've been waiting for somebody's been calling, and I've been waiting for it to load properly on Skype, and it hasn't. So that might have been what it is. But yeah, give it.
Okay, then, Dan, I'll send you an email, and then I'll wait to hear from you, mate.
All right then. All right. Thanks for that.
Okay,
all right.
thanks a lot, mate.
I'll speak to you later.
Okay. Cheers.
Bye, mate. Bye. Bye.
Bye.
Right. Oh, God. Right. I'll take this one, then I've got to give my ears a break. Hello. Good evening and welcome.
Hello. How are you?
Not so bad. Who's this?
My name's James from Northern Ireland.
How you doing, James? James, did you say?
Yeah.
Yeah. How you doing, James? You all right?
Not too bad. I was just wanting to get some information off you. But I can understand with your previous caller, I'm in the same kind of situation.
Right.
You know, and what I was being advised was, you know, to go to the council, record everything, date everything.
I think that's what I think that's what he's been doing, but he's been getting nowhere with it. I think that's what the situation is. He's had the police involved, and the police don't want to do anything about it. And the council seem to have changed.
It's a civil matter.
Yeah, but the council seem to have changed their mind about allowing motorbikes on the property. Even on my tenancy agreement, it states things that I'm not allowed to do, and one of them is I'm not allowed to have a vehicle on the property that is being worked on, for example. Now, I know that will probably be the case in most, if not all, of the like housing associations, for example, to stop people shitting up the property with oil and all that kind of stuff. But he's heard that, or he's been told that this bloke's allowed the bike on his property now, even though in his tenancy agreement it would state that he's not. So it seems to be shifting goalposts, so to speak.
Surprise.
Yes, yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm. But what I want to ask you about is just something specifically. You know, I watch a lot of the YouTube, the American auditors and that.
Yeah.
And what I think is in the UK, which people aren't aware of, to get records. You know, and police records.
Right. What you want to know how to get them? Did you say?
Yep, how to get them. You know, it hasn't actually happened to me. It's my neighbour, and it's her neighbour that's causing the problems.
Right.
And we're wanting to find out, you know, what you send to the coppers and that. You know, about getting open records requests. I don't know what we call it over here.
It's a subject access request over here. Okay, a subject access, a FOIA request, a Freedom of Information request, is not for information, for example, that you're looking for. So a subject access request, which is what it's called here, I'm presuming it would be called the same over there, but I may be wrong, would be any information that they hold on you, or in this case, your neighbour. So your neighbour would need to do the subject access request.
Yeah.
They ask for any and all correspondence regarding, relating, intimating, mentioning them, anything at all like that. Now, what they'll do is they will redact anything that identifies who has said whatever they've said. But, as I found, they will miss stuff of what has been said, and you can work out from what's been said who said it. Okay, so you will get a lot of stuff that's redacted so don't be misled thinking that you're going to get all the information that you want. You will get stuff that's blanked out, but you can, and in some cases will get enough information to indicate what's been said although it may not say who's been said it. But if you've been dealing with the issue, then you know who said stuff anyway, if you know what I mean.
Yep. The other thing is, do we have to pay for open records request over here in the UK?
Over here we don't.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I've never paid for anything. I've done these requests and I've never paid. The only time you have to pay is if it's going to take, I think, longer than 8 hours. I think it is. So if it's going to take longer than 8 hours to compile all the information, then they ask you to pay, I believe. That's definitely true with a freedom of information request. I'm sure it's the same with a subject access request, but in most cases, subject access requests literally doesn't take that fucking long to do anyway. Everything's, they can find everything on the system very, very easily. They haven't got to go searching for documents. Everything's on their system somewhere, unless they've lost it on purpose, that is. But yeah, as far as I'm aware, and I don't necessarily know so much about. Are you in Ireland? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know necessarily as in the Irish side of it, but if you're, I would assume, and it's not difficult to find out. It would say on the website anyway. Just go to the police website and type in subject access request, your local force, and it should take you to a page that allows you to make the request online. On that page, it will tell you if there's going to be any cost involved, and I'm pretty sure, even over there's no cost involved.
I really appreciate your advice. Another thing, keep up the good work, keep the good fight, and keep in good health.
Thank you, and you, my friend. I hope you managed to sort your problem out anyway.
If I have any problems, I'll email you.
Oh, give us a shout. Yeah, defo. All right, my friend.
Right, cheers, buddy.
All right, take it easy. Bye bye now. Right, I'm sorry, folks. I've literally got to air my ears for a bit because they are sweating like a bastard, and I've just realised what the time is as well. I'm sorry, caller. You'll have to wait a minute because these are fucking red, raw, sweating. Hello, Smudge. Do you want to come say hello? Smudge? Come here then. Psst, psst. Come here. Psst, psst, psst. Come and say hello to your fans. Come on. Come on. Psst, psst. Fuck you then, Smudge. You ignorant twat. Anyway. Smudge is not interested in being on camera at the moment. He's gone camera shy. Jesus, my ears. Fucking hell. How you doing, William? And where you gone now? Oh, he's fucked off. He's fucked off. Never mind. Fuck the cat's feelings. He gets fed and he gets stroked. That's all he needs. Do a Q&A for a bit. All right, I'll do a Q&A. You want to ask me questions in the comments? I'll do a Q&A for a little bit. Come on in. 9.5 inches. Just in case Holly asks. Oh, your cat died today. I'm sorry to hear that, William. All right, MPO, no worries. Send me an email. I will get to it as soon as I can, promise you. She was old. I'm sorry. Look, somebody's come on with a serious thing that his poor cat has passed away, and people are asking me now silly questions which I need to answer, which is gonna make me seem really heartless. But I'm not. Genuinely, I'd be gutted. I mean, I was gutted when I had to give the dogs up, and I'd be gutted when this little bastard choke when this little bastard pops his clogs. But excuse me. Oh dear. Is that Corona? condom or no condom? Condom. Definitely condom. And a little tip for you: if you turn it inside out, you can use it twice, so you get twice your money's worth. Would I rather give up smoking or give up coffee? That's a good question. A bloody good question. Excuse me. Jesus Christ. I don't know. I'd probably rather give up smoking than coffee if I had the choice. But I normally have a cigarette with a coffee, and I drink about 30 cups a day. My favourite cake, somebody asked me that earlier. My favourite cake is a coffee cake, but without the walnuts. I hate walnuts. And when I say coffee cake, I mean with thick coffee cream in the middle. Thick. Not that thin shit you get out of Asda, but proper, layered on. How many times a day do I feed Smudge? He gets fed 3 times a day. Where did I get the shirt from? Your mum. I know I got this T-shirt from eBay actually. Animal rights. I did notice that when I was on a call earlier. You said that. I will have a look shortly. Sorry, Arctic Void. I couldn't resist that one. I'm only messing. Should the UK have legal red light areas? Do you know what? I don't think that's such a bad idea. It gets people off the streets. Okay. It gives them a safer place to do what they do. And let's face it, if you're good at something, you might as well get paid for it. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, I think that I think that there should be places where you can go. I mean, there's swingers clubs. Do you know what I mean? But you don't pay for it in swingers clubs. Apparently, so I've been told. I've read it on the internet. Anyway, it's cold outside. Fucking weather's turned. Sweet or salty? Oh, fucking hell, that's another tough one. If it's popcorn, both. But other than that, sweet. How did or why did I set this up? Animal rights. Do you mean this channel? I presume you mean the channel. I set this up because if this is what you were talking about, I set this up because I got arrested and handcuffed and treated like a piece of shit for trying to take some photographs, which I'm still fighting at the moment. And it made me realise that just how bad the police can be. Being surrounded by 8 of the penises, an inspector as well. And come on in, you. Come on, up. Come here. Oh. coming in. Yeah, it made me realise just how fucking nasty police can actually be with people, and I for one just thought, fuck you. And I see so many people going through so much shit that I decided to start looking into things, and I found so much that was going on that I just sort of decided to try and help people where I can. You know, I'm by no means a solicitor, you know, absolutely, but I will look things up, I will research things, and I will try and find answers for people. And if I can't, I will try and put them in touch with somebody who can. But that is the reason why I set this up, is because the police treated me like a piece of shit, and they deserve all they get from me, at least. You Smudge? All right, mate? Oh. Hiya, Rice and Peas, thank you, much appreciated. What are you doing? What are you doing? Look, nobody's talking about you in the comments, look. Oh no, there's one. One person has mentioned you. Nobody likes you. Nobody. Absolutely nobody loves you. Ah. Cat or dog? That is impossible to... That genuinely... What are you doing? It genuinely is impossible to answer. I mean, I was absolutely devastated when I had to give the dogs up, but if I'd have kept them, their quality of life would have been shit. Simply because there's no way I can handle the two of them out, taking them for a walk. If I could, I'd still have them. But this little monster is... this is my new friend. Aren't you? Although you don't like me very much, I know you don't. Go on then, ready? Oh, where are you going? Now I'm covered in fur. Smudge got the Hitler tash. He has. What else have we got? Right, any more questions here? Can I take a joke? I can normally, if I'm, you know, and don't get me wrong, Brett. I apologise for, you know, for saying to you about your message earlier. It's very difficult to gauge somebody's tone from text. So does always stick a smiley face at the end or something like that. Then I know then I know you're having a joke. But no, I can take a joke. I can take people taking a piss out of me. You know, all day long. Doesn't bother me whatsoever. The only time that I get a bit serious is when I'm, for example, if I'm dealing with somebody on the phone. I get people phone up just because they want to talk, not because they've had any issues or anything like that, but they've got nobody else to talk to. So when I get those phone calls, sometimes I can be on the phone for 20 minutes, sometimes half an hour. But I might be the only person that person's spoken to all day. And sometimes I get people saying, I'll get this fucking, person off the line, blah, blah, blah. Stuff like that upsets me a little bit, because if they was in the same situation, they'd want my time as well. But other than that, I can take a joke, especially if people are taking the piss out of me. So, anything else? Best auditor in the UK? Oh, it's oh. I watch Marty Blackbur's. I watch nearly all of Marty Blackbur's, because he's really confident in the way that he deals with the police. Okay. Yes, I know not everybody is a fan of Marty. I understand that. But Marty Blackburn is one of the people that I watch almost all the time. AB, I do watch. I think he's he's got a very relaxed approach, and he's quite funny as well. I'd say those are probably the two that I watch the most. Am I still into midget porn? Only a little. Only a little. Well, you leave that alone. Cheese and onion sandwich. Love it. Love cheese and onion sandwiches. Marmite hater or Marmite lover? Lover. Absolutely. Marmite lover all day long. Smear it on my body. Lick it off my nipples. Did I just say that out loud? I fucking did say it out loud, didn't I? Jesus Christ. Favourite flavour of crisps? Cheese and onion Walkers. What else we got here? Cheers, Barry. Appreciate it. How about a big up for a man who stands for our rights? Who's that? Who are we talking about? Mudslinger. Who are we talking about? Missionary or doggy? Doggy. If I want it over quickly. Or if they're ugly. But when you get to my age, you take what you can get. Crinkle, yes or no? I think Crinkle is quite funny, I've got to say. I enjoy talking to Crinkle. I know not everybody does, and not everybody likes me talking to him, but I enjoy talking to Crinkle, I've got to be honest. Paper bag or dark room? Paper bag. I like the lights on. I like to see what I'm doing. Favourite vaccine? Pfizer or Moderna? Oh, fucking hell. I don't do 69, Brett. I don't do a 69. I like to leave a woman wanting more, so I give her a 68 and owe her one. I don't know who Amish Mafia is. I don't know who that is. Fuck off, Ollie. That is not one I'm answering on here. I should delete that comment, but I don't delete comments. Have I ever been to prison? No. I've been close a couple of times. I've been close, but I've never been to prison. Injection or tablet form medicinally? Well, I take tablets anyway, but if it's an alternative to the jibby jab, then they can take it as a suppository, because I fucking won't be. Who's my hero? My dad. Smack or COVID vaccine? Hit me up, bitch. Do they call him Crinkle due to the large pile of unironed washing? I'm sure he works in a fucking Chinese laundry. Who's in the house with me apart from the cat? There's nobody in the house with me. There's a couple of young girls in the basement, but, you know, then I don't class that as part of the house. Sturgeon or May, if you had to at gunpoint. Fucking, I'll take the bullet, mate. Hitler or Churchill? Churchill. Does my cat like it when I smoke in the house? I don't like it when a cat shits in the house. So me smoking in the house is nothing compared to him shitting. Cannabis or on the piss? Definitely on the piss. Love from Northern Ireland Police. Cheers, Barry. Appreciate that. Someone walked behind me. Nah. Maybe it is one of the girls in the basement. Maybe I should have fed them. No, I need to be careful what I say. Joking aside, I haven't got a basement. If it was 24 hours with Boris or a weekend with Sturgeon, I'd do a weekend with Sturgeon. Do I have a girlfriend today? Is it Princess Angela because she's always under your table? She's not been under my table ever yet. I mean, there has been a phone in tonight, Beavis. I've had to knock it off for a bit because my ears are aching and getting hot. Star Wars or Star Trek? Well, I was brought up on, well, both really. I was brought up on Star Trek. That's a tough one. I would have to say, because Star Wars is gone a bit funky now, whereas Star Trek's a classic, you know. So I'd have to say Star Trek. Trump or Boris? Trump. Pink or stink? Pink. Baseball bat, Whitty or Valance? Oh, I think Whitty. God, these questions are getting rather peculiar, to be honest. 556 or a 762? 762. Are Police Complaints Commission working for us or them? Well, they like to make out they're working for us, but ultimately, as we see time after time after time, apart from the odd scapegoat to make them look like they're actually doing something, they work for them. Maverick or Goose? Maverick. PAP reports will be back. They will be back. That I can promise. I mean, I went from not doing PAP reports to doing long PAP reports. Then I went from long PAP reports to doing the individual ones. What I need to do is I need to work out how to do some of these PAP reports and do some of my original type videos as well, because I really enjoyed doing those videos and doing the PAP reports. Although I enjoy it, it's always really negative stuff. So I need to give myself something that isn't quite so negative, you know, like okay, it might be police abusing somebody, but it's something that I can educate people on. Do you know what I mean? Rather than just doing rather than just reporting on the bad stuff. You know, it's not educating people, it's just reporting on the shit in this world. So I'd love to get back to doing a bit of both. And when I say a bit of both, I don't want any funny comments in the comment section. All right. Rockford Files or Columbo. I've never seen Rockford Files, to be honest, I have to say, but Columbo is brilliant. I used to watch that all the time as a kid. Sheep or clowns, they're all as bad as each other. Have I ever been in a sex shop? Yeah, of course I have. I'm an adult. I've had relationships. Of course I've been in a sex shop. What's my favourite cheese? I'm boring. It's cheddar. I am boring. It's got to be a mature cheddar. Now, if you ask Joe Public what his favourite cheese is, the answer is going to be knob. But he's not on here, so, you know. Hi, Michael. Yeah, mate, listen, to be honest, I know a lot of subs because they're so regular, but I will always say hello to people, especially if I don't recognise their name, and I'll always try and say hello to people. So for me, it's all about the community and welcoming people and talking to people. It's all, it's all good. So welcome to the madhouse. Spotted dick or cheesecake? If it's with custard, then spotted dick. If it's with ice cream, then cheesecake. Joe Public, your comment actually got held for review. All you said was extra mature cheddar and Willy cheese, and it got held for review. Frankie Boyle, loafer, that's to your question. Favourite childhood programme? Do you know what? It's got to be something like Hong Kong Phooey or something like that. You know, Danger Mouse, Batfink, one of them things. Count Duckula, Jesus. That's, yeah, showing your age there. Nipples or toes? Nipples all day long. Shameless UK, sticky toffee pudding. Shameless UK. Shameless USA never really grabbed my attention, but Shameless UK is fucking brilliant. I think most of us can sort of relate to somebody that's in that programme in some way or another. Plucks chicken, Petroware. God, this is all getting sexual, isn't it? Come on, let's ask some proper questions. Let's get off the you know, get your mind out the gutter, people. Come on, for fuck's sake. What's wrong with you people? Fucking hell. The program with grot bags in it, wasn't it? Fucking, oh shit, what was it? Wasn't it? No, it wasn't. It wasn't grot bag. It wasn't called grot bags, was it? Moomins, Jesus, Wizardora. Fuck me, you're all showing your age now. How do you become a YouTuber? I have an idea about a subject I think I'll go with, but I'm new to this sort of stuff. Kim, it's easy. To do stuff on YouTube, you've got to forget about YouTube. I know it sounds really stupid, okay? But you've got to forget about getting subscribers. You've got to forget about views. All you've got to do, first step, is put a video out there, something you're passionate about, okay? And make a video and put it out there. That's the hardest thing, is getting that first video out there, because you get embarrassed, you wonder what people are going to say or what they're going to think. Forget what people think, okay? Because you put stuff out, eventually people will start coming across your channel, okay? And people that relate to you will start subscribing to you. So it might take you a while, okay, to build up your subscribers and stuff, which is why you shouldn't think about it. And just put your videos out, and just do that. Just be confident. Just trust yourself. If you believe in the subject you're talking about, people will believe in you. So if you start putting content out, and you're confident in that, then people will start watching, and people will start subscribing. But never think about, never get into YouTube thinking about the subscribers and the ad revenue and the views and all that stuff, because trust me, it will do your fucking nutting. It really will. No, I'm not driving, no. The best weapon to have under your bed, Sticky Toffee Pudding, is a fucking big dog. That's what I say. Best weapon to have under your bed is a fucking big dog. Yeah. Other than that, anything you can grab quickly and use quickly. Yeah, as Lost Souls Paranormal just said, practice. Remember, however you start on YouTube will certainly not be how you are in 6 months' time or even 12 months' time. Okay, as you learn, as you grow, as you learn how to edit and things like that, your style will change. But that's good. Okay, that's good, because people can see that you're improving, you're developing. Okay, you're evolving. But as I say, the main thing about starting YouTube is making a video and getting it out there. That's genuinely the first thing that you need to do. Don't take people's comments to heart, because a lot of people, they hide behind their profile and they say horrible things, and it can get to you. Okay, so you do have to have thick skin. I didn't do that cooking video, no. It is not so easy. I was thinking of how to do it, but it's not so easy in the kitchen that I've got. Setting up a camera. The cupboards overhang the work surface a lot, and putting a camera up is really awkward to get an angle. So, yeah. The best sex I've ever had is one where she didn't call the police afterwards. I was well chuffed. I think I've been watching too much Jimmy Carr lately. Some of the things I've come out with tonight is just not me. Well, it is me. I just try not to be that way on camera. But, you know. No updates yet. Still waiting to get her out there some more and get some more Some more footage. Would you shave your entire head, eyebrows and all for your subs? No. That I would not do. I might shave my balls for you, but my eyebrows ain't coming off. No way. My head, I've done my head loads of times. I razor it. I haven't done it for quite a while, but I do razor it occasionally. All right, Nightmare Demon. Good night. Thanks for joining us. Well, the reason there's fuck all there to shave is because I like to be tidy just in case I come across a half-conscious stunner on the curb. I'm not entirely sure what's up with Jamie. I've not seen him for ages. That's very true, bearded veteran. Plenty of them. Can I big up UK Column News? I was on UK Column News. Well, I was on with what's his name? Scott. David Scott. I was on with David Scott last year. Beginning of last year, I think it was. I enjoy their stuff. I enjoy UK Column stuff, definitely. Yeah, it's a good channel. Yeah, they've gone from YouTube as far as I'm aware. Left-handed or right? Well, it depends. I mean, I'm right-handed, but sometimes I like to sit on my left hand. And turn the lights off. It's like a stranger in the night. Once you've got a dead arm. I'm not voting for anybody because I don't believe any of them deserve my vote. I think they're all vile fucking snakes that want nothing for the public, but they want some fucking they want the thing of being I've been elected, they want all that and all the rest of it. No, but no, bollocks. I don't vote for any fucker. How young am I? 43, Lisa. 43. I know I look about 63, but I'm definitely 43. In fact, I might dye my beard again. If I dye my beard again and shave my hair, I look about 20 again. Only two types of people in the world, wankers or liars. Where do you sit? Then I'm a wanker. I'm a wanker. I'm a wanker. It does me good like it really well should. I'm a wanker. I'm a wanker. I don't care. Lateral flow or literal flow? Literal. My most sensitive body part is probably my feet. Fucking ticklish like a fucking don't know what. What do I think of police officers who are being done for sexual stuff nowadays? I think they're scum. I think they need to be hung up by their bollocks on the nearest lamppost and used as a fucking... What's that thing Mexicans use? When they hang the thing from the fucking tree and smash it open with a bat. One of them. Piñata. That's what they should be used as. I'm not going to Telford, no, but I am going to London on Wednesday. Would I screw a screw? Yeah. Yeah, I would. Yeah, I'd screw a screw. Look, like I said earlier, when you get to my age, you know, you can't be fucking picky. Do I think there are good police officers out there? I think there's a few. But one thing to remember is that if a good policeman lets a bad policeman do bad things, then that good policeman is a bad policeman. You thought Iraq was a hard place to spend your teens. You should try living in fucking Liverpool for 15 years, mate. Trust me, there's more gunfire around here lately than there is in fucking Iraq. Look, I'm not. The thing is, Sticky Toffee, I'm not an auditor. That's the thing. I've tried it twice. I've done it twice, and I'm getting a really numb arse sitting on this chair. I've done it twice, and it's not for me. So I didn't do it anymore. I will stand for people. You know, I've been to Leeds with people, and some people call that an audit. It wasn't. That was a protest of sorts. But I don't do audits. Police documentaries, okay, like fucking road wars and all that stuff. That, as far as I'm concerned, is as an attempt of getting the public to think that bad policing is normal. Okay, what you'll find they do is they show videos that generally show the police in a good light, but mixed in with that is they show videos where police are overzealous, heavy-handed, you know, do shit they shouldn't be doing. And they mix it in with the stuff where people go, oh yeah, well done police, that person was a wanker, right? And it conditions people's minds to think that the way that they treat people is normal, okay? And it ain't normal. Wes Smee, am I right in thinking you're the Wes that I know? Chinese food, Paul. Absolutely. Don't eat Indian food at all. YouTube Asylum. I'm sure he was on. Was he? Hang on. No. I've heard of Tube Asylum, but I don't know nothing about him, so I'll have to look into him. How do I hang, left or right? It's kind of zigzag, you know. Bends to the left. As it gets to my knee, it turns right. When it gets to my ankle, it turns left again. This chair's supposed to be comfortable. It was fucking nearly 90 quid, this chair, and it is fucking ruining my arsehole. Well, not my arsehole, but my arse cheeks. I've got 2 cushions on here. I've got my PAP cushion. Look, I'll show you. Oh, this is gonna fucking hurt. Oh. I've got my PAP cushion that I'm sitting on. See, I've shrunk now. Oh. Lost Soul said my helmet was too small. That was the old helmet. I've got a newer, much harder helmet nowadays. Thanks to some pills on the internet. No. Holly hasn't felt my hard helmet. Have you? God, I feel like a cunt. And it's fucking Essex Police as well, Joe. Look at that. Essex Police. There we go. Lost Souls Paranormal. Anytime you want to come and try this helmet on, you just let me know, girl. All right. Don't lie, Joe. None of them are your friends. Nobody that wears a hat like that is your friend. Let's come on now. I can't help it, Lost Souls. Right, I'm gonna have to wrap this up in a few minutes, guys. I'm sorry, do apologise. I'd love to be on longer, but I'm gonna need my sleep because I've got to be up at stupid o'clock on Wednesday morning to get a train. So I need to get as much sleep as I can, so I'm going to have to go soon. What happened to the ex-cop who used to help you out and went mental live on air? That was Crime Bodgy's friend. His daughters came on to the channel, and he came on to the channel, and initially they were reasonable, I have to say. In fact, I had multiple conversations with them. But yeah, he didn't like it when I put him on air, did he? When he phoned up to give me shit, he didn't like it going on air. But you know, give me shit, that's what you get. One or two hands for my big man. It depends how big your hands are, Sticky Toffee. Same size as Jerry Beadle. Bacon or sausage? Bacon. Love bacon. But it's got to be smoked bacon. Yeah. Jeremy Bede will give you a wank. He said your cock looks small, but on the other hand, yeah. Yeah, that's it. Active shooter. Yeah, Sydney was one of them. Oi, Lost Souls, you used to talk to me like that, you bitch. Potatoes are potato. Potato. Food or water? At the moment, water, because I'm turning into a fat fuck. What makes good YouTube videos? Truth. I would say truth makes good YouTube videos. You can do all sorts. I mean, look, let's face it, you can do stupid things and become a YouTube fucking star, okay? But would you really want to stress yourself out over coming up with ideas for fucking stupid videos all the time and end up wearing yourself out? Or would you prefer to talk about something that you're passionate about? You know, something that you can talk to, you know, you can talk to people and be honest with them. You know, if you talk about a subject that you know about, or you're passionate, you don't even need to know about it. If you're passionate about it, you can always learn stuff later on. Do you know what I mean? So, but if you're passionate about something, that passion attracts other people, okay, who are passionate about the same thing. And you know, that's why that's what this channel is about, the community, about people that are passionate about the same things that I am. We might not always agree on stuff, but we have a passion, you know, a certain passion for certain things, and you know, and we do great, you know, on the channel with it. But you have to believe in what you're saying. You have to have passion, otherwise you will burn yourself out and you will find yourself getting pissed off very quickly with YouTube. 33,000 subs, or 33,000 in the bank subs, 100% subs. I literally live hand to mouth at the moment, and I have done for years, okay? And that does not bother me. As long as I can pay my bills, okay, and keep a roof over my head, I don't give two shits, okay? But what does bother me since I've been doing YouTube, and I make this point a lot, is the community. If I lost YouTube, I wouldn't mind losing YouTube, you know, as a platform, but I would mind losing the community that we've built on here. No, it's not a protest. I can't tell you what it is. I can't tell you yet. You'll have to wait and see. I'm getting excited. Ooh, war cheese, grow it. You'll have to wait and see. Have I ever had my fortune told? No, I haven't, no. Although, saying that, my dad's mum, she was what you would class as a spiritual healer. And she used to see things, or she said she used to see things. She said to me that she could see me working on the ships, like being on a ship, on a cruise liner, or something like that. But what I think she was seeing, as I know somebody's going to say in the fucking comments, so I might as well say it for you, something about being surrounded by seamen. So let me get that out there for you, so you don't have to. But she said something about she could see me working on ships, surrounded by seamen. So there you go, beat you to it. Yeah, Brian, I will do, mate. Listen, I cannot fucking say thank you enough. Right, that was so generous of you. Honestly, I am fucking gobsmacked. genuinely, and I appreciate it like you wouldn't believe. See, here we go. Here come the comments. Maybe she meant because I've got a side job, you know. I've got a side job of rowing people across the channel. Maybe that's what she meant. She could see me rowing a dinghy across the channel. I appreciate that, Brian. Thank you. Good night, mate. Is that why I have a smile on my face? What's the best Liverpool football team? They're both shit. There you go. I said it. And what? What are you going to do about it? The best football team is one that starts with fucking 11 players and ends with 11 players, with no players being taken off with fucking heart attacks. That's the best football team. If I talk to Telford people about the police. Listen, honestly, I've got to go to London on Wednesday. There is no way. Number one, there's no way I can afford to get over to Telford as well. And there's no way that I'm going to have the strength to get over there. Going to London, I mean, doing Liverpool wiped me out. I was literally out for 2 days after that. Going to London's gonna fucking kill me when I get back. It's a day, so I've got to do 4 hours on a train there, spend 8 hours there, and then come back 4 hours, and it's gonna screw me. I do have a Discord channel. It was set up by President Trump, not the President Trump, but I need to. He's got a different name now. I need to find him and speak to him. Because to be honest, I've not been in there for ages. What with the health and all that stuff, I've not been in there for ages. But what I would like to do is I'd like to set up or make sure that it's set up so that we can go in there and do the voice chat in there as well. So after a live stream, for example, I can finish this a bit earlier, and get over there and we can talk about stuff that we can't talk about on here. Migrants in 5-star hotels or homeless people dying. Well, that's the same thing. While they're putting migrants in 5-star hotels, homeless people are dying. So that's both sides of the same coin, that one. But no, I don't believe that they should be put in the hotels. I think that the hotels should be, first and foremost, if they can afford to pay the hotels the money that they're paying them for migrants, illegal migrants, I might add, then they should be doing it for our own first. Get people off of the streets, get them out of the cold, and you know, and give them a chance first, and then and only then deal with the next problem. Hello, Smudge. Come back. Is it cold outside? Hey, what do you want? You got food? You got water? Come on in. You coming up? No, not yet. Yeah, look, if it wasn't... Let's look at it this way. If it wasn't for our service people, okay, we would all be fucked. if it wasn't for people going to war for us, I know some of the wars that they've gone to fight have got nothing to do with us and all the rest of it. I get that. I understand that. But they're fighting in a way for our country, okay? And they're fighting for the powers that be, because the powers that be have told them to go and fight. And for them to go and do that, and then come back and get pissed on, because ultimately that's the way that I see it, is they're getting pissed on by the powers that be, I think is disgusting. I think it's absolutely disgusting. How comes in the old days unwanted presidents were shot and no one can assassinate ours? Because in the old days people had bollocks. People had big fucking kahunas, right? And they didn't give two shits. These days we've bred a generation of fucking saplings. That's what we've done. We've bred a generation of saplings. That the older people have got far too much to lose. Okay, they've got, you know, you've got your families, you've got everything that you've worked hard for. Although it doesn't belong to you, you've worked hard for it, and you've got your kids and grandkids and all the rest of it. Okay, but when it comes to, you know, the rest of them, shall we say, they are saplings. They are fucking, they're crinkles. Okay. They're frightened of their own fucking shadow. Okay. They get offended when somebody calls them a he or a she. And they go, oh, I'm not a she, I'm a they. Fuck off. You're a she. You know what I mean? And that's where we're at. We've got a fucking generation. The people that could do shit has been, we've bred them into a fucking a used condom. That's what they're like. They are about as useful as a fucking used condom. And I don't just mean one that's been used. I mean one that's been turned inside out and used twice. That's how useless they are. Which European country is best? I don't know. Fucking none at the moment, I wouldn't say. I genuinely... although saying that, you know, I like the idea of Kazakhstan at the moment making a fucking stance, making a stand. I don't even know if they're fucking European, to be honest. You know, my fucking geography's shit. I don't do geography. But... you know, the idea that they're fighting back. We need some fucking people like that over here. Do you know what I mean? What is it? All these fucking like Eastern Europeans and stuff, right? They all want to come over here when there's work, but when there's a fight to be had, where are they? They've all fucked off home. When am I going to the States to film Police? Do you know what? I've actually been offered to go over to America. There's a few people in a few different states that have invited me over there, and I would fucking love nothing more than to go over there. You know, and you know, just I know it sounds stupid, but just like a little tour. Do you know what I mean? Just go round and fucking check them out and all the rest of it. But oh, my arse. It's all them fucking sailors. But I genuinely would love to go over to America. But I'm afraid if I go over there, I won't come back. Capital of Belgium was Brussels. No, capital of Belgium's B. You fucking idiot. The T-shirt is that. No, you do not want to get one of these chairs, trust me. They call it like a gaming chair. You're supposed to be able to sit in this thing for fucking ages. And you probably are. But there's probably a limit on how many hours you can sit on it, like, over its lifespan. And I think I've ruined it in half the time. Yeah, but do you know what? Do you know what, right, Kim? When it comes to the armed forces, again, we've bred a generation. Okay, so there's a generation now in the armed forces. I would say, not all. Do not take this the wrong way. They're not all of them, but there's a generation of absolute wet wipes in the armed forces. Okay, yes sir, no sir, 3 bags full sir. How far would you like me to take your cock in my throat, sir? Do you know what I mean? There are people, the people that have left the services now are the people that I would say are, how can I put it? They're the people that I would like behind me. Okay? The people now that we've bred and put into place in the armed services and everywhere else are generally a bunch of fucking wet wipes. And they'll do exactly what they're told when they're told. So when it comes to, right, your mission, should you choose to accept it, is to go and fucking, collar people, corner them and give them a jab. Yes, sir, I'll go and do it. Fuck you. I don't think if any of the people that are now on the streets, for example, if any of those were still in the armed forces, I genuinely think they'd go, don't fucking think so. That's not right, is it? And they'd have something to say about it. I might be wrong, but that's what I think. Veach and Shine are very different. Very different. It's difficult to compare them and say which one I like the best because they're both very different things, I think. Claire Stringer. I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't know. I'll have to look her up on fucking Facey. I probably won't be able to find... Oh, what's going on here? Use of cookies? What the fuck? Fuck off, you knob. Let's have a look. Oh, great. It doesn't tell me... Oh, hang on a minute. There's one here from Southend. See if I know her. I can't see any comments at the moment, folks. I'm checking out someone on... Oh, actually, do you know what? She looks familiar, this one. I wonder if I can see her friends list. Nope, can't see her friends list. Sometimes you can tell if you know somebody from their... Wait, get off of that, you little knob. Get off. Don't eat through that. Get out. Dickhead. Well, the Claire Stringer that I'm looking at here looks familiar. Why? What she said about me? How do you know if a lad is for you or using you? I've never been used by a lad, so I wouldn't be able to say for definite. I don't know. I mean, I know a lot of people that have been used by blokes. I know a lot of people that have been used by me. But, you know, long time ago. Ask Lost Souls Paranormal. She's probably the girl to ask. I'm not suggesting that she knows. But she's a girl. She can probably answer that better than me. She said something about a bus stop. Joe, you and I need to have a chat. Away from here. I need to work out if it's the same one that I'm looking at on Facey at the moment. She does look familiar, this girl. Yeah, she looks familiar, but yeah, we'd have to speak. You know, maybe on WhatsApp or something. KFC over McDonald's. Right, listen guys, I was going to wait another 10 minutes, but now I need a piss. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to wrap it up there. Because if I go for a pee and then come back, I'm going to be on here for another hour and I'm going to be fucked tomorrow. And I really do need to get some. Some sleep. You want to be famous, I think. Who? Me, Harry? You talking about me? I don't want to be famous at all. I want to help people, and that's it. That's all I want to do. Right. So, guys and girls, innies and outies, and in betweeners if you're watching, and Crinkle if you're watching. I'm sorry we've not been able to talk tonight, Crinkle. I've genuinely missed your presence this evening, as I know every single person in the comments has too, and they would love to have heard from you tonight and heard your opinion on the Omicron variant, for example. We know how much they love to hear your opinions. So please do, if you come on next time, and we'll have a chat. And I may even have next time. StreamYard set up so we can get a few people on a panel. As I say, I won't be able to invite everybody onto a panel because I have to be careful, because there are people out there that are porn bombing people, and I will not allow that to happen on here. So what I might have to do is have a panel and have people call in, but have the panel answer the questions. Okay, so that's what I will probably try and get sorted out for next week. But until then, please, if you're watching this still, don't forget, on Wednesday I'm going to be in London. I will need your help on Wednesday. Okay, can't tell you why yet, but trust me, I'm going to need your help on Wednesday. I'm not sure what time I'll be going live, but if you can get onto the live, I will put a note on Facebook, on YouTube, on my YouTube community page on my Twitter as well. I will put a notice on there what time I'm roughly going to be going live, so you can keep an eye out. But please keep your eyes out, and genuinely going to need some help. Shall we just say sharing the live and getting eyes on? Okay, all I'm going to say for now. But other than that, I love you all. You are a fantastic community, genuinely, and this channel would be nothing without you guys. Even if I put out videos, you know, without you guys interacting and giving me your thoughts and opinions, the channel would be nothing. So I genuinely appreciate every single one of you. I will be looking towards the end of the week. Hopefully, I'm going to be going through this book. Okay, big fucking thick book. It's got a lot of fucking writing in there. Look how tiny that writing is. Okay, so I'm going to be going through that book, and hopefully I will be getting putting some videos together, maybe explaining the different sections of PACE, and hopefully that will be something that can assist you or somebody you know. So anyway, thanks again. Good night, God bless. Look after each other. Remember, we are all we have. Okay, we can't rely on anybody else to help us. We only have each other. So if you see somebody in shit, you know, if you see somebody getting fucking you know, interfered with by the police, get your camera out. Okay, try and protect them by filming. Don't be afraid to, because you're perfectly allowed to. And if you're getting any shit for filming, let me know, and I'll put you in touch with somebody who can fucking help you. So I'm definitely out of here, because I'm going to dribble down my leg in a minute. Guys, good night. Thank you. Take care. Look after each other. And I will hopefully see some of you on Wednesday's live stream. Right. Good night all.